Zhongcheon, the divine demon, stood amidst the rubble of a brutal battlefield, fighting against the combined might of the 9 great sects. He was a man whose martial strength was legendary. But even he was bleeding. His body pushed past all limits in this desperate, bloody struggle. 3 powerful figures, the patriarchs of the Namgung clan, Shaolin and Manhwa sect, surrounded him, their faces grim with determination. They had come to end his reign of terror. Convinced that his exhaustion was their chance to finally strike down the monster, the Shaolin abbot, Hyun Jinchon, stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Zhongcheon, ready to unleash his formidable martial arts. He unleashed his powerful heavenly Buddha palm strike, a devastating blow aimed directly at the divine demon. The impact was immense, shaking the ground as Zhongcheon took the full force of the attack. He stumbled back, gritting his teeth, the pain searing through his already battered body. But even then, his resolve was unbroken. He would not fall so easily. With a roar, he countered, his demonic energy flaring, striking back at the abbot. The fight was a blur of motion, a dance of death between the demon and the monk. Each strike was met with another, a desperate exchange of blows that tested the limits of both warriors. The abbot, despite his power, was struggling to keep up with Zhongcheon's relentless assault. With a final, decisive move, Zhongcheon landed a fatal blow, piercing through the abbot's defenses. The Shaolin abbot collapsed, his life fading, leaving the battlefield with one less formidable opponent. The divine demon, though wounded, continued his march of destruction, moving on to his next target. He faced the Manhwa sect's leader, Zhang Guang, who watched with wide, terrified eyes as his ally fell. Zhang Guang, horrified by the monster's resilience, launched his own attacks, a flurry of sword strikes known as the Plum Blossom Flash Strike. He followed up with the Thunder Rolling Strike, a technique meant to overwhelm any foe. But Zhongcheon, despite the wounds, seemed unfazed, meeting each strike with a cold, unwavering gaze. The sect leader, pushing his limits, called upon his final, most powerful move, hoping to finally bring down the demon. He unleashed his attack, hoping for a reborn paradise for the divine demon, but it was not enough. Zhongcheon's counter was swift and brutal, a devastating blow that left Zhang Guang stunned and defeated. He crumpled to the ground, another powerful leader fallen to the divine demon's relentless might. Only the Namgung clan patriarch, Namgung Huang, remained, his face a mask of fear and disbelief. He watched as Zhongcheon, the divine demon, moved towards him, a chilling aura of death surrounding him. Namgung Huang, desperate, launched his infinite emperor sword art, a technique meant to be unblockable. He stabbed Zhongcheon straight through the chest, a seemingly fatal wound. But Zhongcheon merely laughed, claiming the attack only tickled, his eyes burning with an unholy light. The patriarch's face twisted in horror as he realized his strongest attack had no effect. The divine demon, with a terrifying surge of power, began his final assault against the last standing leader. He moved with impossible speed, his blade a crimson blur, striking Namgung Huang repeatedly. The patriarch screamed in agony, unable to defend himself against the onslaught. Zhongcheon was relentless, his strikes tearing through Namgung Huang's defenses. With a final, brutal blow, the divine demon ended the patriarch's life, his body falling lifelessly. He had pierced his heart, yet the divine demon stood tall, a terrifying presence on the blood-soaked battlefield. The patriarch, in his dying moments, wondered if this man had truly surpassed the limits of humanity. Zhongcheon looked at the carnage, the bodies of the 9 great sects scattered around him, all annihilated. He thought of his beloved Manhwa, Seok, and Young, the family who had given his life meaning. He wondered if his vengeance, his bloody path, had been enough to honor them. The scene shifted to a memory, a younger Zhongcheon, lost and alone, struggling to survive. He was a wanderer, relying only on his sword, constantly fighting to live another day. His life was an endless, meaningless slaughter, a question of whether such an existence could ever have meaning. Then he met her, Yeonhwa, a kind woman who understood his struggles. She told him that in this harsh world, one must treat everyone as an enemy to survive. But she also spoke of her younger siblings, how despite their complaints, they were the most precious to her. When she lost her parents, it was her siblings who gave meaning back to her life. She gently suggested that he too should find a meaning for his own life. He wanted to live with them, with Manhwa, Seok, and Young, the family who gave him a reason to live. For someone like him who only knew how to kill, they were everything. The sword he raised again was for vengeance, a blood-soaked path he walked alone for 15 years, a life drifting without roots, constantly searching for the meaning he had lost. But that meaning was always there, within the memories of his family. Though his sword was dulled and his body bore countless wounds, he gave everything for this revenge. As the faint sun rose, he lowered his sword, his final breath escaping him, his vengeance complete. Here lay the divine demon, Zhongcheon, his epic, tragic tale seemingly at an end. But then, he stirred, his eyes opening to an unfamiliar scene, a new body and a new life. He found himself in a place he didn't recognize, surrounded by people he had never seen before. This was not the hell he expected, but a grand hall filled with stern-faced individuals. A man spoke, declaring that since his elder brother suffered an unfortunate accident, his son would inherit the Flame Hua clan's secret martial arts. Zhong Qian, in this new body, was utterly confused, wondering what was happening around him. Was this truly not hell? He tried to make sense of the new reality he found himself in. A younger man, his face filled with righteous anger, vehemently refused the proposal. He argued that his elder brother was still alive and well, and the clan's martial arts couldn't be given to outsiders. The young man asserted that even if his brother couldn't learn, the martial arts must remain within the direct bloodline of the Flame Hua clan. Zhong Cheon, observing the scene, realized these were his new family members, caught in a power struggle. The man who proposed the inheritance smirked, confident in his position. He made a proposal, a duel for the clan's martial arts legacy. He noted that the young man and his brother were impoverished and couldn't even afford food. Therefore, he would wager money against the clan's complete martial arts legacy. The duel would be between him and the young man, with the winner taking everything. The young man, Hua Mujin, was shocked by the audacity of the proposal. He called it an obvious trick, knowing his elder brother was incapacitated and couldn't fight. Zhong Qian, now inhabiting Hua Mujin's body, found the bickering noisy and irritating. He looked at the man who dared to challenge him, a flicker of his old self returning. He asked who Hua Mujin was, a question that hung heavy in the air, full of dark implication. The room fell silent as Zhong Qian, the divine demon, reasserted his terrifying presence. He declared his true name, leaving no doubt that the divine demon had returned, ready to rewrite destiny. The divine demon Zhong Qian, now inhabiting a new body, found himself confronting a familiar face from his host's past, Chong Dobo. Dobo, the second son of the powerful Qianghua merchant group, smirked with open contempt, calling him divine demon in a mocking tone. His young siblings, Hua Dojin and Hua Soyon, huddled nearby, their faces etched with fear and discomfort at the escalating tension. Dobo, clearly enjoying the spectacle, then taunted his opponent, suggesting he call himself the king of the underworld instead. The sudden confrontation left Zhong Qian bewildered. Of all the times he could have awoken in this body, why now? The scornful Dobo continued, dismissing his opponent's madness as worsening by the day, a pathetic sight. He declared that with the eldest son of the Flame Hua clan in such a state, their fate was already sealed. A woman, Master Bu Choyon of the Qianghua merchant group, stood nearby, observing the exchange with a calm, imposing presence. Dobo, looking directly at Zhong Qian, stated there was no need for further words. He took Zhong Qian's silence as an acceptance of a duel, making it known publicly. The duel, he announced, would be held at the Baiyang Pavilion on the 5th day of the second month. It was a promise between martial artists, Dobo emphasized, one that carried serious consequences if broken. Zhong Qian, still struggling to comprehend his new reality, suddenly found himself alone with his younger siblings. His sister, Hua Soyon, tearfully clung to him, begging him to stop, to come to his senses. She cried out that he had never even swung a sword properly, questioning his actions. Zhong Qian, hearing her words, found them amusing, even hilarious, given his past as a legendary warrior. He tried to draw upon his inner energy, intending to show her the power he once commanded, but to his shock, there was nothing. His body was completely empty of all spiritual power. He desperately searched, but not an ounce of inner energy remained within him. His body was frail and weak, barely capable of holding a sword, a stark contrast to his previous might. His sister continued to plead, but then her tone shifted to anger, blaming him for their parents' deaths. His younger brother, Hua Dojin, looked on, quiet and distraught by the outburst. The sister, Hua Soyon, then stormed off, leaving Zhong Qian to process the harsh words. Vassal Ma Sok, a loyal retainer, approached Hua Dojin, explaining that Hua Soyon often lost herself like this. He asked for understanding, attributing her behavior to the perceived madness of her older brother. Zhong Qian, now understanding the depth of their suffering, watched Ma Sok walk away. He reflected on how even the children now treated him like a madman. Finding the situation truly absurd, he had clearly cut through the Namgung clan patriarch's head in his past life. He still felt the sensation of his heart being pierced, rendering him unable to breathe in his final moments. He had even fulfilled his vengeance for Yonhua and her siblings before his death. He should have closed his eyes peacefully, yet here he was, inside this broken body. He wondered how this could have happened, how he, the divine demon, had ended up in such a state. He then saw the younger siblings again, looking at them, a question forming in his mind about their resemblance. "I'm mad," she had said. "What nonsense was this?" Later, Ma Sok found him, urging him to return, worried about his frail body. Jongchon, still confused, asked who he was, but Ma Sok assumed it was another seizure of madness. Ma Sok sighed, agreeing to explain everything once again, patiently. He introduced himself as Ma Sok, a vassal of the Flame Hua clan. He recounted how Hua Mujin was once a talented and reputable prodigy, sought after by countless orthodox sects. At the young age of 23, Hua Mujin had become their clan's respected leader. "That is you," Ma Sok concluded, adding that this was his 6,205th time explaining it. Jongchon, realizing the weight of the story, asked why his energy core was now like this. He also questioned the madness everyone spoke of, and why they treated him like a lunatic. Ma Sok's expression grew solemn as he began to recount the painful truth. 17 years ago, a young Hua Mujin, just 6 years old, dueled Chong Dobo, who was 9. They agreed to fight without inner energy, with fairness and square. But while the elders of both families were absent, the two children fought fiercely. Dobo, with a cruel smirk, landed a devastating blow on Hua Mujin. He had used the 7 wounds fist strike, a forbidden technique from the Kongdong sect. Dobo had even recently tested it on a senior brother, leaving him bedridden with 1 strike. "Let's see how you handle it, Hua Mujin," Dobo had sneered, leaving the young boy gravely injured. So that was it. This was the reason they called him insane. The lingering effects of that strike. Dobo had crippled him, turning him into a lunatic with no energy core, yet now shamelessly demanded a duel. Jongchun wondered how this bastard was handled back then, for everything to end in such a mess. Ma Sok explained it was the decision of the former clan patriarch, Hua Mujin's own father. His father had merely given Dobo a stern scolding, concluding the matter. This was because Dobo, despite being a young cousin, was also the son of the Cheonghua merchant group. His family was ranked among the top 10 within the Central Plains, too powerful to anger. Jongchon's anger flared. His own son was crippled by a forbidden strike, and he ended it with a scolding? What a pathetic household, he thought, wondering where those so-called parents were now. Ma Sok continued, explaining that Hua Mujin's condition worsened by the day. His father went into deep debt, desperately trying to cure his son's madness. 9 years ago, his mother's illness worsened, and she passed away. 3 years later, burdened by the immense debt, his father also succumbed. Hua Mujin had become a child who ruined his clan, a son who caused his parents' deaths. He was a brother who put his younger siblings in an impossibly tough spot. The Flame Hua clan's once proud reputation had ended with that tragedy. All that remained were crushing debts, 2 loyal retainers, a handful of martial artists, and the 2 young siblings. No wonder the girl was so furious, Jongchong mused, understanding Hua Soyong's outburst. He saw the drawings of himself, wishing him to get well soon, left by Hua Dojin and Hua Soyon. Siblings, huh? He thought, feeling a strange connection to their tragic circumstances. Hua Mujin, a reborn divine demon, woke to a weak body after 3 long days, prompting worry from his loyal retainer. His body was a frustrating shell, making him feel like he would perish before even having a chance to duel. The retainer, still fretting, was quickly dismissed as Hua Mujin focused on the more immediate need for a proper sword. He promptly ordered his servant to retrieve several blades, a task that immediately brought practical concerns to the forefront. His loyal retainer, looking distressed, questioned how they would afford a sword when they were already struggling to eat. Hua Mujin was taken aback, realizing the dire financial state of the once proud Flame Hua clan. His retainer explained that they were currently taking out loans from an unorthodox group, the Bangho sect. Due to the sect's exorbitant interest rates, the Flame Hua clan had accumulated a ridiculous amount of debt. Hua Mujin absorbed this information, the reality of a fallen clan, burdened by debt, settling in his mind. He concluded that their money problems were the most pressing issue to be resolved, no matter the cost. His retainer, confused, wondered if Hua Mujin meant to simply accept their large debt. Hua Mujin, however, revealed a different plan, suggesting a bit more debt wouldn't truly hurt them. His retainer watched in disbelief as Hua Mujin proposed taking out even more loans. Dismissing the protests, Hua Mujin instructed his retainer to write a letter to the elders. With that, Hua Mujin announced he was going out for a walk, leaving his retainer in a state of shock. The news quickly spread that young Master Hua had once again gone to the Bangho sect. One elder, seemingly unworried, suggested the Bangho sect would simply kick him out, as usual. The other elder, however, understood the true danger, recognizing that Hua Mujin messing with the Bangho sect could have severe consequences. His actions might provoke the Soul sect to make their move, escalating their clan's already precarious situation. Hua Mujin stood before the imposing gates of the Bangho sect, a place known for its loan sharks. He addressed a guard, asking him to relay a message to his leader. A guard, Kang Noho, responded dismissively, assuming Hua Mujin was there to gamble. He told Hua Mujin to cut the stupid talk and just go inside if he wanted to gamble. Hua Mujin, undeterred, asked why he couldn't see their superior if they refused his request. Another guard, taken aback by Hua Mujin's audacity, questioned what he had just said. Kang Noho quickly intervened, making excuses for Hua Mujin, claiming their young master was a bit sick. Hua Mujin stood calmly, observing the guard's reactions to his demands. He then asked what the matter was, his tone unwavering despite the growing tension. Kang Noho, clearly annoyed, asked Hua Mujin what he wanted, still holding the coin. Hua Mujin simply repeated his desire to see their sect leader, a request that seemed incredibly difficult for them to fulfill. He had come to borrow more money, a simple transaction in his mind. Kang Noho finally understood, realizing Hua Mujin was a customer, albeit an unusual one. Suddenly, the vice leader of the Manhwa sect, Ma Jongbo, appeared. Ma Jungbo, seeing Hua Mujin, stated that if he was there for a loan, there was no need to see the leader. He then invited Hua Mujin to come inside, his voice carrying an unspoken threat. As Hua Mujin walked in, a title card appeared, signaling a new chapter in his journey, Rebirth of the Divine Demon. His loyal retainer, following closely behind, anxiously called out to him. He pleaded with Hua Mujin to turn back, expressing a bad feeling about the situation. Hua Mujin's other servants reminded the retainer that they had come all this way, questioning his sudden change of heart. The retainer recounted a recent incident where Granny Shin from the tea house saw the Bengho sect leader easily defeat a martial artist. The opponent's chest was split open in the blink of an eye, a testament to the leader's brutal power. The retainer added that the leader was known for a terrifying technique, the Black Hen Twin Killer Power, Heavenly Martial Moonslaying Arts. Hua Mujin reacted, asking about the Black Hand, a name that seemed to resonate with him. His retainer repeated the full name of the formidable martial art, emphasizing its deadly reputation. Hua Mujin, however, simply asked, "And? What about it?" showing no fear. Ma Jungbo, observing this exchange, remarked that Hua Mujin's servant seemed to grasp the situation faster than his young master. He then added, with a chilling smile, that it was likely too late for Hua Mujin to turn back now. Ma Jungbo's intention from the beginning was clear. He wanted to beat Hua Mujin. He couldn't publicly attack the eldest son of the Flame Hua clan at the entrance where many eyes watched. So, he brought Hua Mujin inside, away from prying eyes, where he could deal with him without witnesses. Ma Jungbo scoffed at Hua Mujin, calling him shameless for not even paying interest on his debts. Hua Mujin's retainer, kneeling and pleading, apologized for their presence, begging Ma Jungbo to spare their young master's life. The retainer's plea included a reference to Hua Mujin's parents, which stirred something in the young master. Hua Mujin coldly corrected him, stating that he had no parents, his eyes glowing with an intense power. Ma Jungbo, undeterred, declared that they would begin, ready for the confrontation. He instructed his men to teach them a lesson, indicating he wanted them beaten, not killed outright. His men understood, eagerly moving to confront Hua Mujin. One of Ma Jungbo's men lunged forward, threatening to beat Hua Mujin. But before he could land a blow, he cried out in surprise, completely outmaneuvered. Hua Mujin struck with incredible speed, breaking the man's arm with a single, precise hit. The man screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground, his arm clearly shattered. Hua Mujin, looking down at the fallen man, remarked that he had soft bones for his size. He mused that with his own current rotten body, it was better to rely on skill and technique than pure power. Ma Jungbo, watching the display, demanded to know what his men were waiting for, urging them to finish Hua Mujin. His remaining men charged, determined to overwhelm Hua Mujin. Hua Mujin effortlessly dodged their attacks, moving with a grace that defied his supposedly weak body. He surprised everyone by using a chopstick as his weapon, a seemingly insignificant item transformed into a deadly tool. Ma Jungbo, witnessing this, acknowledged that Hua Mujin's choice of a substitute weapon wasn't bad, despite not having a proper sword. He continued his internal monologue, recalling rumors of Hua Mujin using unseen martial arts. Hua Mujin found a gap in his opponent's defense, striking with the chopstick. The man grunted in pain, realizing Hua Mujin had not only blocked his sword with a chopstick, but also found an opening. Ma Jungbo cursed Hua Mujin, calling him a rat for his surprising skill. Hua Mujin, still composed, warned him not to underestimate chopsticks, or he might regret it. Hua Mujin, a young master burdened by his clan's debt, found himself consumed by a dark, exhilarating joy he hadn't known in years. His attendant, Ma Sok, watched in growing horror as our young master's eyes glowed with an eerie light, a dangerous energy crackling around his hands. Ma Seok knew this was a terrible sign, a return to the destructive path his lord had once walked. He begged him to stop, to not let this malice consume him. But Hua Mujin merely clicked his tongue, dismissing the concern. He looked down at the two terrified men kneeling before him, seeing only wasted potential. The air around the table grew thick with unspoken tension as Hua Mujin's gaze sharpened, demanding answers from the trembling figures. He simply commanded them to speak, his voice low but carrying an undeniable weight that compelled immediate obedience from the fear-stricken men. One of the men, barely able to stammer, asked what information our young master desired, hoping to appease the volatile energy radiating from him. He cut straight to the core of his suspicion, asking why they would ever lend money to his clan, especially when they were so notoriously careful with their funds. He pressed further, pointing out the absurdity of the loan given without any collateral, a clear sign of foul play in his shrewd estimation. The young master simply stated his feeling, a deep sense that some evil intent lay hidden beneath the surface of this seemingly generous offer. The men feigned confusion, attempting to deny any wrongdoing and suggesting he must be mistaken, but their forced smiles did little to convince him. Hua Mujin's patience wore thin. He could practically hear their thoughts buzzing with deceit, their attempts at deception transparent to his keen senses. He sternly advised them to think carefully about their next words, his glowing eyes and the rising aura around him promising dire consequences for dishonesty. He then produced a handful of dice, warning them that if he had to shove these down their throats, they wouldn't be able to speak even if they wanted to. The threat hung heavy in the air, the image of the dice a stark reminder of the pain he could inflict, completely silencing any further resistance from the men. Under the crushing weight of his menace, one of the men finally broke, confessing that their actions were merely orders from the powerful Cheonghua merchant group. Our protagonist's suspicions were confirmed. He knew those rats were behind it. He demanded to know the exact nature of the trade they had made with the merchants. The man hesitated, clearly fearful of revealing more, but Hua Mujin's piercing gaze left him no choice but to speak the full, painful truth. He simply called out, "Hey," a single word that shattered the man's resolve and forced him to speak the full truth about the conspiracy against their clan. Hua Mujin reminded them that they were not honorable sages or proud warriors, implying that their loyalty should not extend to those who would betray them. He warned them that any misplaced loyalty to the merchant bastards was meaningless, as those merchants would not care even if their limbs were chopped off. The young master's chilling ultimatum continued. If they valued their lives, they would reveal everything, or this whole place would be burned down that very night. The men, completely stunned by the sheer ruthlessness of his words, could only stare in wide-eyed terror at the man before them. One of them, finally admitting the full extent of their treachery, revealed a secret contract they had made with the Cheonghua merchant group. The merchants had instructed them to lend the Flamehua clan as much money as they needed, ensuring they would fall into an inescapable pit of debt. In exchange for the clan's downfall, the Cheonghua merchant group promised them our boy's ancestral land, along with other rewards to satisfy their greed. Our protagonist now understood the depth of the scheme. He specifically asked about the interest rate on a 300 gold nyang loan over a single year. The man confessed that, according to the contract, that amount would balloon to a massive 5,000 gold nyang within a year. Hua Mujin could only laugh at the sheer audacity and evil of their plan, finding a strange amusement in the depths of their depravity. With the truth laid bare, he calmly declared that it was time to move on, his next course of action already forming in his calculating mind. He then asked who was responsible for cleaning up after their asses, hinting at the enforcers or muscle behind the Bangher sect's operations. The man quickly identified the Sosal sect, one of the four martial heavens, an alliance of unorthodox sects known for their brutal methods. Hua Mujin appeared surprised by the mention of the Sosal sect, questioning if the four martial heavens truly included such a group. The man clarified that the Sosal sect had only recently joined the alliance, explaining why our young master might not have known of their affiliation. Our protagonist mused that the four martial heavens were messy bastards, a clear indication that he was familiar with their chaotic and ruthless nature. Ma Seok, hearing this, expressed his confusion, stating that Hua Mujin had never met them before and asking what he was talking about. The young master simply waved off the question, telling Ma Seok not to worry, as he didn't feel like explaining his past knowledge or experiences. He then inquired about the man who had gone to retrieve the money, wondering why he was taking so long to return to the sect. The man, still trembling, pleaded for a bit more time, suggesting that the money was on its way and they should simply wait for its arrival. Just then, a figure arrived, running through the rain-swept courtyard, carrying a heavy chest filled with gold. The messenger arrived, panting and drenched, presenting the chest to the awaiting members of the Bangho sect. With a triumphant flourish, The messenger announced that he had brought the 300 gold nyang, the very sum Hua Mujin had inquired about. Our young master observed the gold, satisfied that this amount would be sufficient for his immediate needs and the desperate situation of his clan. He then commanded the Bangho sect members to leave, signaling that his business with them was concluded for the moment. One of the Bangho sect members nervously asked if they were truly borrowing this money. Still wary of the dangerous situation they were in, Hua Mujin sharply told him to shut up and simply take it, his tone leaving no room for argument or further questions. He instructed them to record the loan in their books, emphasizing that he would return to settle the debt once he had dealt with the Chonghua merchant group. He also warned them against exploiting peasants for money, threatening severe problems if they crossed that line. The Bengal sect members, thoroughly intimidated, quickly agreed, promising to comply with his demands and not to overstep their bounds. Hua Mujin left the Bangho sect in disarray, a trail of injured men and a clear message of his dangerous intent left in his wake. He smiled to himself, a chilling grin that suggested he was eager to see who would truly be screwed over first in this unfolding drama. Back at the clan, Ma Sok was visibly shaken, asking Hua Mujin what had happened at the Bangho sect, noticing the bloodstains on his clothes. Our young master calmly stated that the blood was not his, brushing off Ma Sok's concern with a casual air. The chief steward of the clan, along with other family members, looked on in disbelief, questioning what could have happened at the Bangho sect. Hua Mujin casually explained that he had simply gone to borrow a bit of money, claiming he had heard their clan was in dire need. He stressed the importance of feeding their martial artist well, implying that the borrowed funds would be used to sustain the clan's strength. He couldn't afford to have everyone running away from their duties, he explained, emphasizing the need for stability within the clan. The chief steward, completely bewildered, asked where he had stolen such a large sum from, knowing the Bangho sect would never willingly lend them more. Hua Mujin simply reiterated that he had instructed them to write it down in their books, implying that the transaction, however forceful, was now official. He then told the chief steward to focus on feeding and clothing his siblings well, assuring him that he would handle the larger issues. With a confident stride and a sly grin, Hua Mujin bid them good luck, leaving the chief steward and others to ponder his mysterious actions. The chief steward discussed the strange turn of events with another elder, wondering if Hua Mujin had somehow gone mad. He lit a candle, the flickering flame casting long shadows, as the weight of their risky situation settled heavily in the quiet room. The chief steward admitted his uncertainty, explaining that since he had never known his own parents, he wasn't sure what to make of Hua Mujin's behavior. Hua Mujin, meanwhile, reassured his younger siblings that the money issues had been resolved and they no longer needed to worry. He promised to take good care of them and all the servants, projecting an image of strong confidence and responsibility. He told them they could rest easy now, his words a comforting balm despite the underlying tension of their circumstances. He then mentioned a duel he had scheduled in a few days against an idiot named Chom Dobo, all for a secret scroll belonging to their clan. But he quickly dismissed any worries, confidently declaring that he would simply break his opponent's neck, his smile hinting at a brutal skill. The next day, Hua Mujin began his hard training, preparing for the coming duel and the challenges ahead. He had got several heavy swords, marked 50, 80, and 110 jin, for his training, a clear sign of his will to strengthen himself. The warriors who had moved the heavy swords struggled greatly, highlighting the incredible weight and the daunting task Hua Mujin was undertaking. He explained that he planned to swing the heavy swords, starting with the 50 jin one, to build his physical strength. However, his body, shaped by the heavenly martial body, struggled greatly, finding it difficult to even lift the 50 jin sword. He cursed his rotten body, realizing the stark difference between his current physical state and the immense power of his past life as the divine demon. Despite the huge difficulty, he refused to give up, his will hardening with each failed attempt to wield the massive blade properly. He decided he had no choice but to learn a new martial art, the Peerless 9 Swords, a technique from his master's friend, hoping it would bridge the gap. As Hua Mujin continued his hard practice, another figure, far away, learned of his actions and began to plot, an evil smile spreading across his face, readying a present for our boy. Hua Mujin, bandaged and determined, began a brutal training regimen to master an ancient sword art. His body, a gift from the heavens, was meant to endure, and he pushed it to its absolute edge. He moved with swift, powerful strikes, the air around him a blur of motion as he honed his form. His attendant, Ma Sok, had prepared everything he asked for, setting the stage for his true journey. He was finally able to start mastering the Peerless 9 Swords. The first form, Preemptive Step, demanded unwavering focus, teaching him to always move forward with his blade. No obstacle, Not even a looming mountain would ever stand in his way. As he practiced, the wooden stakes around him splintered, the force of his blows echoing through the training hall. But the intensity of the art was immense. He gritted his teeth, feeling the strain. His body was already overwhelmed, yet he knew he had to push through to withstand every ounce of pain. He moved to the second form, weapon destruction, which promised to defeat any weapon that dared to come his way. He struck with fierce resolve, shattering the training tools that mimicked incoming attacks. The sheer power required was immense, and he felt his body buckling under the strain. The third form, chi destruction, was meant to cut through even the mightiest opponent's spiritual energy. He continued to take heavy blows, his back screaming in protest, but his spirit remained unbroken. He refused to yield, knowing this intense pain was part of the path to true mastery. Next came the martial arts destruction, a form designed to dismantle any fighting style. He moved like a whirlwind, deflecting countless unseen attacks. A wave of frustration washed over him when he realized he hadn't managed to hit a single one of his training targets. He pressed on to the fifth form, Army Slayer, a technique for facing overwhelming numbers. He imagined legions charging, but knew that against true power, mere numbers were meaningless. A single blade, wielded with ultimate skill, could make even the largest army bow. The constant exertion took its toll. He felt damned, exhausted, but refused to stop. He moved to the sixth form, Single Strike Moon Splitter, a blow so powerful it could cleave the moon's reflection. To his dismay, only a few of the candles he was using per targets went out. Frustrated but undeterred, he took his training outside. The seventh form, Single Strike Earth Splitter, promised to open new paths in the very earth itself. He carved trenches into the ground, a testament to the raw force he was wielding. Then, the eighth form, Heaven Destruction, meant to split the very sky. He felt the vastness of the world shrink before his ambition, believing there was nothing he couldn't cut. Yet, to his surprise, a core part of his training target remained intact. Finally, he attempted the ninth form, Prized Weapon Destruction, a technique so profound it cut through oneself and one's own blade. He collapsed, utterly spent, realizing he could barely replicate the true essence of the art. In a quiet moment of recovery, he recalled the master who had taught him this form. The master had explained the final form, a technique of ultimate sacrifice. The young Hua Mujin, still a boy, had questioned its practicality, finding the explanation overly dramatic. It sounded like something a child would invent, he thought. Too grand to be real. The master had conceded it sounded that way, but he couldn't let his dear friend's martial art simply vanish. He had failed to properly inherit it himself, and believed the young Hua Mujin was the one to carry on its legacy. The master spoke of his friend, a swordsman whose skill was unmatched, even by his own. He explained that his friend had achieved this mastery without relying on chi, likely through movement arts. The master had been specifically told not to teach it to anyone affiliated with the sect, making Hua Mujin an outsider, the perfect inheritor. The young Hua Mujin had scoffed at the idea of movement arts being a viable path, considering them lowly. The master, however, had quickly corrected his insolence with a sharp slap, demanding his attention. He then laid out the grueling training path. 1,000 repetitions to change the body, 100,000 repetitions for chi to enter the blade, and 1,000,000 repetitions to become peerless under the heavens. Hua Mujin, calculating quickly, realized it would take 3 years of daily practice to complete. He had then questioned if the master's friend was truly strong enough to match his teacher. The master had replied that if they had truly gone all the way, one of them would have surely perished. Back in the present, Hua Mujin slowly regained consciousness, his body aching from the intense training. Masok rushed to his side, frantic with worry, checking if his young master was alright. Hua Mujin, still dazed, warned him not to slap him again. He realized he had fainted after just one practice, a stark reminder of how far he still had to go. Despite his exhaustion, Hua Mujin was hungry. Masok offered him pork. Hua Mujin, recalling his past cravings, immediately demanded beef for all his meals. He instructed Masok to use the money borrowed from the Bangho sect, reassuring him not to worry about the cost. He intended to eat like this until his upcoming duel with Chung Dobo, preparing for the fight. Masok, still processing Hua Mujin's newfound intensity, asked how he had learned such a powerful martial art. Hua Mujin brushed off the question. Masok expressed his bewilderment. He noted how Hua Mujin, once a seemingly ordinary person, had suddenly beaten the Bangho sect with a mere chopstick and was now mastering a freakish sword art. A complete transformation. Hua Mujin simply stated he had already told the kiddos, so telling Masok was fine. He then began to reveal his true identity, that of the divine demon. But Masok quickly cut him off, dismissing it as another one of Hua Mujin's fantasy stories. Masok's concern was genuine. He feared Hua Mujin would lose his memories again, act differently, and eventually disappear. He worried Hua Mujin would abandon the Flame Hua clan, leaving them once more. Hua Mujin looked at his attendant with unwavering resolve. He promised he would never leave the clan, not until it rose to become the greatest martial clan in all of Sichuan, a towering ambition. Ma Sok stared, stunned by the sheer ambition in his young master's words, unable to comprehend. Hua Mujin confirmed his goal, solidifying his commitment, leaving no room for doubt. Ma Sok, still reeling, tried to protest, calling it nonsense, the idea too grand to grasp, but Hua Mujin silenced him with another firm slap to the head, dismissing him if he had nothing more to say. Hua Mujin, a young man burdened by past hurts, pushed his body to its limits, training with a massive sword under the dim light of dawn. He strained, sweat beading on his brow as each swing tested his endurance. His breath hitched, ragged and heavy, a testament to the sheer physical toll of his relentless practice. Every muscle screamed in protest, but he kept going. He felt the subtle changes in his physique, noticing how his arm muscles had begun to gain some much-needed definition after days of this grueling regimen. Yet, even with this newfound strength, he struggled. He could barely manage to wield the 70-kilogram sword with just one hand, a feat in itself. Despite his efforts, his technique remained unstable, lacking the precision and grace a true martial artist required. Frustration gnawed at him, a heavy weight pressed on his mind. Only a single week remained until the fateful duel that would determine his future. From the shadows, a servant watched him, a quiet observer of his master's unwavering, almost desperate, dedication to his training. The servant muttered softly, acknowledging Mujin's tireless work, recognizing that even now, in the quiet of the morning, he was still pushing himself hard. Soon, two young children, his younger relatives, appeared, their small figures bringing a touch of innocence to the intense atmosphere of his practice. Mujin, seeing them, quickly warned them of the danger, telling them to play elsewhere, concerned for their safety around his heavy training. The children, however, were not easily swayed. They expressed their worry, explaining that they had been watching him for several days. They gently conveyed their fear that he was overexerting himself, wondering if his intense training stemmed from harsh words they had spoken in the past. Mujin's mind drifted back to a painful memory, a time when those same young voices had hurled accusations at him with raw, childish grief. He remembered their pained faces, their words echoing, blaming him for the death of their parents, a burden that had weighed on him ever since. In that moment, he had been consumed by a profound anger, a feeling he knew now had been misplaced and deeply regretted. He felt a pang of deep sorrow for their past words, understanding that they had not meant the cruelty they expressed in their grief. Returning to the present, Mujin offered a gentle smile, reassuring them that he was all right and that they should not worry about him. As he continued his practice, the children, mimicking his movements, began to copy his sword swings with their small, imaginary blades. The young boy, with a look of intense concentration, tried to replicate Mujin's stance, holding his arms out straight, just as he had observed. Mujin watched them, a soft, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips as he found their innocent imitation rather endearing. He playfully asked if their attempts were truly accurate, but the little girl quickly corrected her brother, explaining that Mujin's movements were completely different. A wave of warmth washed over him as he saw them, recalling the days when he, too, had trained with his own master. A distant, cherished memory. He remembered his master guiding his younger self, showing him the correct way to hold a sword, instructing him with patience and wisdom. His master's voice echoed in his mind, emphasizing the vital lesson: to exhale when swinging the sword, making the breath as long as possible. He then taught him to hold the stance, not to rush, but to maintain control and poise before the next movement. And when returning to the original position, the master had instructed him to inhale slowly and briefly, ensuring a smooth, deliberate flow. Suddenly, the forgotten wisdom struck him with the force of revelation. He realized he had completely overlooked the crucial teachings of his master. His master, with a serene yet firm expression, had always stressed that the most important aspect of the Peerless Nine Swords was the breathing technique. Mujin felt a pang of regret, recognizing how deeply he had forgotten such a fundamental principle that his master had once imparted to him. But regret would not hold him. He fixed his gaze with renewed determination, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve to win his upcoming duel. With a gentle smile, he told the children not to worry, promising he would win no matter what, and urged them to return to their rooms. The siblings, though reassured by his words, exchanged a lingering look, a shared concern still visible in their young eyes. They wondered if everything would truly be fine, their hope tinged with a slight uncertainty about the demanding path he walked. Mujin, now alone, turned his gaze inward, a profound shift occurring within him as he recommitted to his training with absolute focus. He planted his feet, the sound of his deliberate steps echoing softly in the quiet of the courtyard, signaling the start of a new, more enlightened training session. He gripped his heavy sword, his posture now infused with a deeper understanding, ready to apply the forgotten lessons. With a powerful exhale, he swung his blade, a surge of energy flowing through him, connecting his breath to his movement. He continued to swing, each movement deliberate, each exhale long and controlled, just as his master had taught him. He held the posture, steady and unyielding, refusing to rush the transition, allowing his body to absorb the technique. Then, with a slow, short inhale, he brought the sword back to its original position, a rhythm taking hold, a new harmony in his form. This was the core of the fifth form, Army Slayer, a technique that transformed his internal energy into devastating power through precise movements. His eyes glowed with an eerie, focused light, reflecting the intense concentration and internal power he was now channeling. A burst of crimson energy erupted from his blade, shattering the training dummies around him, a clear demonstration of his newfound might. He channeled all the accumulated internal energy, unleashing it at once with each precise and devastating strike. He roared, a guttural sound of raw power as he completed the movement, the raw force of his attack leaving destruction in its wake. He understood now that movement arts, a key art, built up internal energy not through static meditation, but through continuous physical motion. While other chi arts typically relied on quiet contemplation to circulate energy, movement arts offered a different, dynamic path to power. However, these movement arts were often considered a low-rate martial art, frequently dismissed by those who favored more conventional methods. People generally had low expectations for practitioners of movement arts, underestimating their potential compared to other, more revered styles. Yet, Mujin knew the truth. The most important aspect of these dynamic movement arts lay in mastering a stable breathing technique. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflected his complete understanding and mastery of this crucial principle, the key to unlocking true power. Unlike before, when he had struggled to even lift and swing the heavy sword, his movements now felt fluid and effortless. He breathed with the flow of the sword, each inhale and exhale perfectly synchronized, bringing an incredible stability to his body. After countless repetitions of this refined training, something remarkable occurred within him, a fundamental change. His dantian, the core of his internal energy that had been a chaotic mess for years, slowly began to coalesce and stabilize. The servants, observing him from a distance, were astounded, their whispers carrying across the courtyard as they discussed the young master's transformation. They spoke of how he had become a completely different person, no longer the clumsy, stumbling youth he once was. He used to fall over constantly during his practice, but now, he moved with a newfound grace and power, never losing his footing. Feeling the surge of power and the stability within, Mujin declared that his current training space had become too small for his evolving needs. The servant who had brought him dinner stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the bold statement his young master had just uttered. Mujin reiterated his point, explaining with a confident smile that the small courtyard no longer sufficed for his intensive training. With a determined glint in his eye, he announced his intention to use the main training hall from that moment forward, claiming it for himself. The training hall was a grand structure, usually bustling with various martial artists, a place of serious practice and rigorous discipline. As Mujin arrived, he found the hall already occupied by several practitioners, their forms sharp and their focus intense. His servant, trying to mediate, nervously explained that the young master wished to use the great training hall, hoping for a polite resolution. But Cheo Bo-in, the Flame Hua clan Rain Sword Squad leader, scoffed at the request, his eyes filled with open disdain for Mujin. Mujin, undeterred, stepped forward, his heavy sword thudding against the ground, a clear challenge to the squad leader. He told Bowen directly that he needed to borrow the training hall, stating his desire to train on his own and requiring ample space. Bowen, his face contorted in anger, mocked Mujin, calling him a walking dead man and questioning his right to the hall. He sneered, saying that just because Mujin carried a sword did not make him a true martial artist, implying he had never seen real combat. Bowen continued his taunts, suggesting Mujin had never shed blood with his sword, further questioning his legitimacy as a warrior. Mujin fixed him with a challenging gaze, his eyes burning with an intensity that belied his calm demeanor. He challenged Bowen, telling him that if he had complaints, he should voice them directly to Mujin's face, not behind his back. Bowen, still disdainful, questioned who would dare fight the young master, implying that Mujin's status protected him from real challenges. Young Master Hua, long dismissed as a madman, finally stepped into the training grounds, ready to prove his sudden, drastic improvement. Cheo Bo-in, his opponent, stood ready, confident in his own skill, unaware of the profound shift that had occurred within our young master. The duel began with a flurry of strikes, KO Bo, in attacking with a powerful sword, while Hua moved with surprising agility, seemingly unarmed. Bo continued his assault, his blade a blur, but Hua dodged each blow with an almost supernatural grace, leaving his opponent bewildered. The other clan members watched, their faces a mix of confusion and disbelief, as Hua continued to evade the squad leader's relentless attacks. Hua's movements were unlike anything they had seen from him before, a stark contrast to his past self, who rarely showed such martial prowess. Chiol Bo-in, growing frustrated, pressed his advantage, demanding Hua fight him properly, with a sword, like a man. He could not comprehend why Hua was fighting unarmed, seeing it as a sign of disrespect or perhaps a desperate tactic. Hua, however, was merely showcasing a new level of skill, using his bare hands to deflect and parry the heavy blade. His hands moved with incredible speed and precision, striking the flat of Bo-in's sword, creating sharp, resonant impacts. K.O. Bo remembered the clan's decline over the past 25 years, largely attributed to Hua's perceived failings. He found it hard to believe that Hua was now suddenly trying to learn martial arts, especially with such unorthodox methods. Hua's form shifted, a new technique emerging, his body becoming a blur of motion as he closed the distance. He moved with a terrifying focus, his eyes glowing with an inner light, signaling the true awakening of his power. "You should know your place," Bo-in shouted, launching a powerful attack, trying to put an end to the baffling display. Hua met the strike with his bare hands, deflecting the blade with an invisible force, his movements fluid and precise. He utilized the peerless nine-sword second form, weapon destruction, a technique designed to disarm or shatter an opponent's weapon. The impact was immense, a shockwave rippling through the air as Hua's internal energy collided with Bo-in's blade. Bo-in's sword shattered, fragments flying through the air, leaving him stunned and completely disarmed. He stared in disbelief at his broken weapon, unable to process what had just happened, his mind reeling from the sudden turn of events. The force of Hua's strike had not only broken the sword, but had also sent a powerful shockwave through Bo-in's body. He felt his internal energy disrupted, a sensation that left him vulnerable and exposed, something he hadn't experienced in years. Hua pressed his advantage, his eyes burning with renewed determination, showing no mercy to his bewildered opponent. Bo-in tried to recover, but Hua was too fast, landing a series of precise, devastating blows to his body. Each strike vibrated with internal power, forcing Bo-in backward, leaving him gasping for air and struggling to stand. Bo-in stumbled, blood trickling from his mouth, the realization of his defeat slowly dawning upon him. Hua delivered a final, decisive blow, sending Bo-in crashing to the ground, defeated and unable to continue. The other clan members watched in stunned silence, their earlier skepticism replaced by utter shock and awe. They could not believe what they had just witnessed. Young Master Hua, the one they had written off, had truly won. Several men rushed to Kyo Bo-in's side, concerned for their squad leader, helping him to his feet. Hua stood over his fallen opponent, his gaze firm, asking if there were any complaints about the outcome of their duel. Bo-in, bruised and defeated, could only shake his head, acknowledging the undeniable power displayed by Hua. One of the squad members, still in disbelief, accused Hua of fighting cowardly, claiming Bo-in had held back. Hua silenced him with a sharp retort, asserting that he had been serious and intended to leave Bo-in half dead. The squad member recoiled, realizing the depth of Hua's newfound intensity. Understanding this was no longer the same young master, Ko Bo-in, catching his breath, officially conceded the duel, admitting his defeat to Hua. He then turned to Hua, offering a respectful bow, recognizing the impressive martial arts he had just witnessed. Hua, accepting the acknowledgement, instructed Bo-in and his squad to leave the training hall. Bo-in bowed again, accepting the command, and led his men away, a new respect evident in his demeanor. Another clan member, observing the scene, still struggled to comprehend Hua's transformation, finding it almost too much to believe. He wondered aloud how young Master Hua, who had been so troubled, could have changed so drastically. The others discussed Hua's sudden drastic improvement, marveling at the intense determination now visible in his eyes. His gaze was no longer vacant, but filled with the focused fire of a true martial artist, a sight that gave them pause. Meanwhile, two elders of the clan met in a dimly lit room, their faces grim as they discussed the dire situation. They spoke of a looming duel against the Chonghua merchant group, a confrontation that threatened the very existence of their clan. Elder Zhou recounted the clan's long history, remembering the Flame Emperor's awe-inspiring martial arts from decades past. The Flame Emperor had once commanded such respect that even the arrogant Tang clan had acknowledged his greatness. Now, They found themselves in a difficult position, considering actions that felt like a betrayal of their loyalty to the Flame Emperor. Their goal was not betrayal, but rather to resolve a critical bloodline problem that plagued their clan, a heavy burden they carried. Elder Zhou reflected on the 17 long years they had endured young Master Hua's mental instability. For all those years, they had also watched their beloved Flame Hua clan slowly decline alongside its troubled young master. They believed that even the Flame Emperor, if he could see them now, would understand their difficult choices. The time had come for a crucial decision, and Elder Zhou asked his companion if he was truly ready for what lay ahead. His companion affirmed his readiness, stating that they only needed money to resettle and a few martial artists for protection. The Cheonghua merchant group, whom they called evil bastards, were prepared to leave nothing behind once they were done. The elders planned to send the younger members, unaware of the impending crisis, to a safe location first. Young Master Hua, meanwhile, was preparing for the upcoming duel, meticulously choosing his attire. His attendant, ever the sardonic one, commented that Hua looked better when he was bandaged, a jab at his recent injuries. Hua simply dismissed the remark, his focus entirely on the task at hand, his confidence unwavering. The attendant then asked if Hua was going, to which Hua responded with a resolute, "Let's go." The attendant, still slightly worried, questioned if Hua was planning to run away from the confrontation. Hua scoffed, assuring him that he intended to beat up those thieves, his determination clear. The attendant then insisted on accompanying Hua, expressing his own deep concern for the young master. Hua, though touched, playfully chided the old man for worrying so much, reiterating his intent to utterly defeat the opponent. He promised to beat the living daylights out of his adversaries, displaying a newfound bravado and confidence. Hua, his attendant, and the two elders then set off, their faces set with a mixture of resolve and grim determination. Young Master Hua, now transformed, stood on the precipice of a battle that would decide the fates of his entire clan. The weight of generations rested on his shoulders, yet he faced it with an unwavering gaze, ready to confront their enemies head-on. This was not just a duel. It was a desperate stand, and the true test of his rebirth was about to begin. The divine demon, reborn into the body of young Master Hua, arrived with his two sleeping siblings, ready to forge a new path. He had navigated the treacherous terrain with silent precision, following the precise directions to this secluded spot, ensuring their safe arrival after a long, arduous journey. His younger siblings were finally asleep, their small forms resting peacefully in the carriage, a rare moment of calm amidst the escalating chaos that had consumed their lives. He turned to Chief Steward Do, the loyal retainer who had helped him thus far, asking if he was truly not coming along on their dangerous journey. The chief steward, a man burdened by duty, explained that someone had to stay behind to gather the remains of the original young Master Hua, a somber task. He would personally oversee the last journey for the deceased young master, ensuring proper rites were observed, a duty that tied him to their past. The divine demon, now inhabiting young Master Hua's body, simply nodded, giving his companion permission to proceed ahead to their designated meeting place. A heavy sigh escaped Chief Steward Du as he watched them go, a profound sense of unease settling over him about the uncertain choices they were making. This was the rebirth of a divine demon, a powerful spirit now awakening within a new vessel, ready to reshape his destiny with ancient, unstoppable might. Soon after, a fierce duel erupted, pitting the newly reborn Hua Mujin against Chong Dobo, a formidable opponent in his own right, eager for battle. Hua Mujin observed his opponent's movements with an analytical gaze, acknowledging Chong Dobo's considerable skill for someone so young, a true prodigy. Despite his raw talent, Hua Mujin quickly realized his opponent was still little more than a greenhorn, lacking the true depth of experience and cunning. The spectators, however, were surprised to see the fight appear evenly matched, with young Master Hua seemingly holding the distinct upper hand. They had heard Chong Dobo was an outer sect disciple of the renowned Kongdong sect, but his current performance felt strangely unimpressive in this intense battle. Hua Mujin absorbed the impact of an incoming strike, his composure unwavering as he prepared to unleash his own devastating techniques without hesitation. A desperate cry from the onlookers urged him to dodge, fearing for his safety as Chong Dobo pressed his relentless attack with renewed vigor. Ignoring their pleas, Hua Mujin initiated the peerless Nine Swords first form, preemptive step, a swift and decisive counter-move. With lightning speed, he blocked the incoming blow, the sharp clash of steel echoing throughout the arena, surprising every single person present. The crowd gasped in utter disbelief, their eyes wide as they witnessed him effortlessly deflect an attack that should have been utterly devastating. Chong Dobo let out a frustrated grunt, calling Hua Mujin a mad bastard for his reckless yet incredibly effective defense, fueling his rage. Hua Mujin then unleashed the Peerless Nine-Sword Second Form, Weapon Destruction, a technique specifically designed to dismantle his opponent's armament. He moved with a blinding flurry of strikes, each aimed at disarming Chongdobo, exploiting every minuscule opening his opponent frantically presented. Chief Steward Do, watching from a distance, noted that Chongdobo was gathering all his inner energy, preparing for a final, desperate strike. The Chief Steward believed this must be Chongdobo's last resort, a powerful, all-or-nothing move to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Hua Mujin, however, remained utterly unimpressed, declaring that even Chongdobo's gathering of inner energy was far too slow to pose a real threat. Chongdobo's face contorted in a mix of pain and disbelief as he realized the vast difference in their power, a truly crushing defeat. The relentless assault continued, Hua Mujin's blade a blur of motion as he pressed his overwhelming advantage, giving his opponent no room to recover. Chongdobo was utterly helpless against the fierce barrage of attacks, his defenses crumbling under the sheer force of Hua Mujin's skill. He couldn't believe he was losing to someone who supposedly had no energy core, a fact that made his imminent defeat even more humiliating. Hua Mujin's expression remained cold and calculating, his eyes fixed on his opponent as he prepared to deliver the final, decisive blow. The final clash resonated like thunder, a brilliant explosion of raw energy as Hua Mujin's blade met its mark, sealing Chongdobo's fate forever. With a swift, brutal motion, Hua Mujin completed his attack, leaving Chongdobo utterly defeated and broken on the ground below him. Chongdobo lay there, defeated, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his face, his pride shattered along with his body. Hua Mujin stood over him, victorious, the air around him crackling with the aftermath of his overwhelming power, a true force to behold. Chongdobo's weapon lay broken nearby, a stark testament to the destructive force of Hua Mujin's techniques, now utterly useless. The sight of his broken blade and his own broken body forced a chilling realization upon Chongdobo. His defeat was absolute. A woman from the Changhua Merchant Guild, horrified, screamed Chongdobo's name, rushing forward desperately to his aid. The onlookers could only stare in stunned silence, wondering if young Master Hua had truly won, their minds struggling to process the shocking outcome. Hua Mujin then declared he would take Chongdobo's arm as payment, a chilling retribution for a 17-year-old bitter grudge. The woman's face twisted in horror and disbelief at his cruel act, unable to comprehend the depth of his vengeful, ancient intent. With a mocking tone, Hua Mujin coolly suggested that perhaps the Changhua Merchant Guild could find a way to reattach the severed limb. He then coolly turned away, his cold demeanor leaving no doubt about the finality of his actions and his utter lack of remorse or regret. Chief Steward Do, watching the brutal scene unfold, felt a shiver run down his spine, recognizing the potent demon reborn in young Master Hua's body. The woman confronted Hua Mujin, noting his shattered energy core and questioning if such extreme measures were truly necessary for this victory. He scoffed, dismissing her concerns, stating that there was a clear, undeniable gap in their skills, and the match had been over long ago. She retorted sharply, revealing his true name, Hua Mujin, and accusing him of once using a deadly technique on a defenseless 5-year-old child. Her eyes burned with a fierce intensity as she questioned his past actions, demanding to know why he had resorted to such horrific violence. Hua Mujin calmly stated that this was merely the closure of a grudge that had festered for 17 long years, a bitter debt finally paid. He warned her that from now on, she and her Flame Hua clan would pay the ultimate price for having dared to provoke him. He told her to prepare herself well, his voice laced with an ominous promise of future retribution, a fate she could not possibly escape. The woman, Hua Mujin, screamed that she would never forget this matter, her voice raw with grief and a burning, unyielding desire for revenge. The onlookers could only stare, shocked by the brutal display of power and the raw, intense emotions now laid bare before them. Chief Steward Do, among them, marveled that Hua Mujin had effortlessly crushed an outer sect disciple of the Kongdong sect in just a few moves. He realized that this was a sword art they had never seen before, a new, terrifying style that marked the undeniable birth of a true martial master. Hua Mujin then calmly instructed Chief Steward, "Do that, it was time for them to head back, their brutal mission here complete." The Chief Steward, still processing the shocking events, hesitantly agreed, noting the strangely imposing aura now emanating from his young master. He couldn't help but notice how much broader young Master Hua's back seemed, a physical manifestation of the immense, growing power he now wielded. Hua Mujin then subtly questioned Chief Steward Do about the gold he had entrusted to him, hinting that he already knew about the escape plan. The Chief Steward nervously admitted there was only a little left, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry from his master. Hua Mujin then issued a chilling warning regarding Elder Zhou and the other warriors. He cared not if they chose to leave the clan. But if anyone dared to try and separate him from his 2 younger siblings, they would have to wager their very lives in the attempt. Moments later, a messenger pigeon arrived, carrying a scroll with a dire message. Their carefully planned escape had been discovered. Chief Steward Du's face went pale, realizing the full gravity of their situation as he frantically urged the children to flee before it was too late. Hua Mujin, a young master with a new, ruthless edge, declared it was time for a death party with the Bangho sect. His trusted Chief Du worried about the implications of such a direct confrontation, recalling the young master's recent transformation. Our boy simply dismissed his concerns, promising to handle everything himself so Chief Du could rest. He instructed his attendant, Ma Sok, to stay close behind him, a smirk playing on his lips as they set off. The journey took them to the Bangho sect's usury business, a place known for its shadowy dealings. Upon arrival, the acting leader of the Bangho sect, a man in a wide-brimmed hat, greeted him with surprise. The leader had not expected Hua Mujin to appear, especially not after the recent events. Our boy casually observed the quiet establishment, noting the absence of their usual gamblers. The leader explained that most had gone to watch Hua Mujin's recent duel, prompting a knowing smile from our protagonist. Hua Mujin understood they had likely been running betting pools on his fight. The leader, along with his men, grew visibly nervous under Hua Mujin's steady, cold gaze. Our boy's presence now carried the heavy weight of a martial master, radiating palpable killing intent. He demanded to speak with their boss, his voice calm but unwavering. When the leader hesitated, our boy simply raised the hand, a clear warning in his silent gesture. He then slammed his hand down, causing a powerful shockwave to ripple through the room. The Bangho sect leader, Che Wunjol, finally stepped forward, flanked by his men. Che Wungol, a man with a distinctive octopus head, scoffed at Hua Mujin's youth and directness. He questioned why Hua Mujin would cause such a fuss just for a simple conversation. The leader then mocked Ma Sok, Hua Mujin's attendant, calling him a mere lackey. From the back, another figure stepped forward, radiating a dark aura. This man, the Sosal sect's Death Black Crow, questioned Hua Mujin's reason for being there. Hua Mujin immediately recognized him as someone from the notorious Sosal sect. The crow, arrogant and dismissive, dared Hua Mujin to try and kill him. Our boy simply stated that anyone who stood in his way, Sosal sect or not, would get a hole put through them. He then moved with terrifying speed, striking Death Black Crow. The crow screamed in pain, a chopstick protruding from his hand. He realized Hua Mujin was no ordinary man, stunned by the ease with which he had been injured. Our boy, unfazed, found the crow an interesting little bastard for his resilience. The crow, furious, lunged forward, shouting for Hua Mujin not to get cocky. Hua Mujin evaded the attack with effortless grace. He appeared behind the Death Black Crow, who crashed to the floor. "Where the hell are you looking at?" Hua Mujin asked, his voice chillingly calm. He struck again, driving another chopstick directly into the crow's face. Blood splattered as the crow recoiled in agony, a gaping hole now where his eye had been. The other Bangho sect members watched in horror, completely paralyzed by the display of power. Hua Mujin casually asked if the air was flowing nicely through the new hole in the crow's base. The crow, barely able to speak through the pain, threatened him with the full wrath of the Sosal sect. He warned that Hua Mujin's family and subordinates would not be safe. Our boy simply dismissed the threat, daring the Sosal sect to come for him if they truly wished. He then declared that in the meantime, the Death Black Crow would die right here. The crow, terrified, quickly changed his tune, begging for his life and offering all his wealth. Hua Mujin noted the sudden desire to live, a smirk playing on his lips. He stated he had no use for concubines, but the mention of wealth did catch his interest. The Death Black Crow promised to retrieve all his riches from Dechang and bring them back. Our boy warned him that if he didn't return, he'd be breathing through holes in his face instead. With the crow dispatched, Hua Mujin turned to the remaining Bangho sect members, his gaze sweeping over them. He announced it was time to negotiate their ransom prices. The remaining members, witnessing the brutal defeat of the Death Black Crow, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Our boy reminded them he had only spared the Death Black Crow, not the rest of them. They begged him to spare them, offering everything they owned. Hua Mujin calmly began to calculate the total amount due to him. He tallied the profits they had wrung from commoners, plus the price of lives ruined by manipulating martial clans. He then asked if that total wouldn't just about equal all their assets. The vice sect leader, trembling, stammered that he did not understand. Hua Mujin delivered another brutal blow, making the leader cough up blood. The vice sect leader, now utterly terrified, quickly pointed to himself as the next in command. He swore he would live honestly if given another chance. Our boy simply replied, "Fine, you live." He then questioned the vice sect leader about the dead man's property. The vice leader quickly listed off the house, brothel, and cash, totaling about 4,000 gold niang. He also disclosed the Manhwa sect's total assets, including all establishments, worth at least 10,000 gold niang. Additionally, there was a 500 gold niang tribute owed to the social sect. Our boy meticulously added up the figures, the leader's assets, the sect's assets, the social tribute, and his own emotional damages. The grand total came to about 20,000 gold niang, a sum the vice leader could only stare at in stunned silence. The vice sect leader, utterly defeated, agreed to prepare all transfer documents and bring them immediately. Hua Mujin insisted they handle all documents and gold right there. The Manhwa sect members brought out chest after chest, filled with gold, as Hua Mujin collected his due. Chief Do watched, astonished, as Hua Mujin casually confirmed each chest held about 400 gold niang. He asked Hua Mujin about the social sect's backing, reminding him of their power. Hua Mujin, a young man burdened by his clan's fading glory, faced an uncertain path ahead, haunted by the shadows of a powerful legacy. Once, there was a time of immense pride for the Flame Hua clan, a period marked by unparalleled strength and widespread admiration across the land. Their leader, known simply as the Flame Emperor, drew countless martial artists to his training grounds, all eager to witness his legendary prowess. Even the prestigious Tang clan of Sichuan, renowned for its own might, openly praised the Flame Emperor's formidable character and unmatched strength. Within a single generation, the Flame Hua clan ascended to a status no one could ignore, their name respected and feared throughout the martial world. Even the most renowned martial masters dared not provoke the warriors of the Flame Hua clan, knowing the sheer power that stood behind their name. The people of Xichang would cheer passionately whenever a member of the clan walked the streets, their presence a symbol of hope and protection. But glory, like all things, was fleeting. After the Flame Emperor's death, a dark cloud began to settle over the once illustrious clan. During the succession ceremony for the next patriarch, the new leader's incompetence was starkly exposed, casting a long shadow across their future. The Flame Hua clan gradually declined, its reputation slowly eroding as its power waned and its influence diminished with each passing day. Their loyal followers, who had once flocked to their banner, began to turn away, one by one, leaving the clan increasingly isolated. The once vibrant image of the Flame Emperor, who had commanded the world, now felt like a distant memory, a fading echo of a bygone era. To the orthodox sects, the Flame Emperor had been a bold and magnanimous hero, a beacon of justice in a turbulent world. Yet, to his enemies, he was a tyrannical martial master of unparalleled skill, a force of nature whose power knew no bounds. That man, the Flame Emperor, was truly extraordinary, leaving an indelible mark on history that few could ever hope to replicate. Why then did the sight of the departing young master Hua, our protagonist, so closely overlap with the powerful image of the Flame Emperor? The chief steward, a loyal servant of the clan, hurried through the perilous night, his heart pounding with a terrible premonition. He found a scene of chaos and devastation, warriors lying injured, their faces etched with pain and defeat, a grim testament to a recent ambush. "You guys," he gasped, his voice tight with fear. "Why are you the only ones here? Where are the young master and young lady?" The wounded warriors confirmed his worst fears. Assassins sent by the Qianhua merchant group had ambushed them, overwhelming their defenses. Elder Zhou and the remaining warriors were fighting as best they could, but the sheer numbers of the attackers were simply too great to overcome. The young master and young lady were in grave danger, their lives hanging by a thread amidst the brutal, one-sided battle. "Notify young Master Hua immediately," the chief steward commanded, his voice filled with urgency. "I'll head there first." The desperate warrior nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he watched the chief steward rush into the fray. The chief steward arrived to find the battle raging, the air thick with the scent of blood and the cries of the dying. "So, you're the only ones left?" one of the assassins sneered, his voice dripping with malice, enjoying the despair of his victims. "I won't kill all of you," he mocked. "Think carefully. If you struggle too much, even those brats might go down too." The chief steward's blood ran cold. "You bastards!" he roared, his eyes blazing with fury, ready to defend the children at all costs. He launched himself into the fight, a desperate attempt to protect the innocent, but the assassins were too numerous, too skilled. He managed to deflect one blow, then another, his movements swift but increasingly strained against the relentless assault. "Stand back quietly," one assassin commanded, confident in their overwhelming numbers, believing the fight was already over. "Another arrogant bastard appears," a different assassin scoffed, underestimating the chief steward's resolve, his words laced with contempt. "Kill him," the leader ordered, signaling for his men to finish off the chief steward, who was rapidly losing ground. The chief steward fought with all his might, but the assassins were relentless, their blades flashing in the dim light. So this is all they sent? One assassin sneered, dismissing the chief steward as a mere decrepit old man. The chief steward, despite his age, was still a formidable warrior. But even he could not withstand such an onslaught indefinitely. He stumbled, the exhaustion and injuries beginning to take their toll, his movement slowing, his defense faltering. "Be careful," a warrior cried out, seeing the chief steward's precarious position, fearing the worst was about to happen. But his warning came too late. The chief steward was struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward. Damn it," he gasped, collapsing to the ground, his body bruised and battered, his spirit still defiant, but his strength gone. The assassins closed in, their faces grim, ready to deliver the final blow, sealing the chief steward's fate. "We'll handle this side," one assassin declared. "Leave only one child alive and kill the rest." "You bastards," the chief steward muttered, his voice weak, unable to do anything as the assassins approached the children. "Just die already," another assassin shouted, raising his weapon ready to strike down the innocent young boy. "Now then," the leader mused, "which of these two brats should I kill, and which of them should I spare?" The young boy, Dojin, watched in terror as the assassin advanced, his face contorted in a cruel grin, his fate seemingly sealed. Dojin," his sister whispered, tears streaming down her face, helpless to protect her brother from the impending doom. "Oh," the assassin chuckled, noticing her words. "So that's your wish, then you'll be the one to die." Just as the assassin lunged, a powerful voice thundered through the clearing, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Stop right there." A figure descended from the shadows, moving with an impossible speed, his presence immediately shifting the balance of the battlefield. "That guy," an assassin whispered, recognizing the newcomer, a chilling realization dawning on him. "The lunatic, Hua Mujin," another gasped, fear replacing their earlier bravado as they recognized the formidable young master. "Killing Hua Mujin shouldn't matter, right?" one assassin questioned, trying to rationalize their orders, but a tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. "If he gets in the way, kill him," their leader commanded, trying to maintain control, though his own resolve seemed to waver. Mujin moved like a blur, his sword flashing with an ethereal blue light, a stark contrast to the bloody red of the assassins. He cut through their ranks with terrifying efficiency, each strike precise and deadly, leaving no room for error or escape. "You won't live to see another sunrise, Hua Mujin," an assassin roared, trying to intimidate him, but his words held no power. What is that?" an assassin cried out, witnessing Mujin's overwhelming power, a force unlike anything they had ever encountered. Mujin's form shifted, his movements becoming even more fluid, his blade a dance of light and shadow, utterly captivating and deadly. "Everyone, attack at once! Kill him!" the leader screamed, desperate to overwhelm Mujin with sheer numbers, hoping to put an end to his rampage. But Mujin was too fast, too skilled. He unleashed the Peerless Nine Swords' fifth form, Army Slayer, a technique of devastating power. A torrent of crimson energy erupted from his blade, sweeping through the assassins like a tidal wave, leaving destruction in its wake. The assassins screamed, their bodies torn apart by the furious assault, their numbers dwindling rapidly under Mujin's relentless attack. "Arg!" one of them shrieked, his life ending abruptly as Mujin carved a path through the remaining attackers. This monster," another stammered, his eyes wide with terror, realizing they had provoked a force far beyond their comprehension. Mujin continued his brutal work, his face impassive, showing no mercy to those who had dared to threaten his family. Arg! The last few assassins cried out, their resistance crumbling, their will to fight utterly shattered by his might. "Don't move a finger if you want to live," Mujin warned, his voice cold and steady as he stood over the last remaining assassin. The younger brother, Dojin, looked up at Mujin, his expression a mixture of fear and awe, barely able to process what had just transpired. Mujin," he whispered, struggling to comprehend the raw power his older brother had just displayed, the full extent of his capabilities. Mujin quickly turned away from the carnage, shielding his younger brother from the gruesome sight, protecting his innocence. "What is it?" Dojin asked, confused by his brother's sudden action, his eyes still wide with the aftermath of the battle. Hua Mujin, a young master plagued by a terrifying madness, returned home after a brutal rampage that left him drenched in blood, a chilling testament to his recent violent actions. The chilling sight of him sent profound shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who whispered nervously about the notorious lunatic from the Flame Hua clan, a name now spoken with genuine dread. They murmured anxiously, wondering if his terrifying madness had finally subsided, but the fearful expressions and hushed tones suggested his condition looked even worse than before. His imposing presence commanded a chilling silence from the once mocking crowd, a stark and dramatic contrast to the casual disrespect he had endured for so long within the clan. Now, those who saw him walking, covered from head to toe in the crimson evidence of his fury, could no longer find the courage to laugh or look down upon his fearsome, changed figure. The crowd buzzed with a mixture of disbelief and awe, recounting sensational tales of him single-handedly taking down the notoriously formidable Manhwa sect in a display of raw power. Further whispers spread like wildfire, detailing his chilling ruthlessness and claiming he had even left the second son of the powerful Changhua merchant guild, half paralyzed, a feat of shocking brutality. Hua Mujin, once known dismissively as the Mad Young Master, had undeniably undergone a profound transformation, his recent, decisive actions speaking louder than any past reputation. People recalled his childhood, when even the esteemed Shaolin Temple had sought him out, recognizing him as a rare prodigy, truly blessed by the heavens themselves, destined for greatness. A cautious flicker of hope ignited amongst the fearful, as they wondered if this brutal display marked the dramatic and long-awaited return of his extraordinary, long-lost talent. He was no longer just the Mad Young Master, but had now earned a formidable and whispered new title among the common folk, the Hidden Dragon of the Sichong. The air hummed with a complex mix of fear, awe, and grudging respect, signaling a complete and irreversible transformation in how the world now perceived him. Upon reaching his clan's entrance, Hua Mujin was met by a relieved servant, Du Youngsu, who rushed to his side, calling out anxiously to his young master's returning figure. The loyal servant was overjoyed to see him walking on his own 2 feet, anxiously asking if he had sustained any injuries during his violent, bloody excursion. Hua Mujin, calm despite his blood-soaked clothes, brushed off the concern with a dismissive wave, his mind already fixed on more pressing matters within the clan's walls. He inquired about the other injured members of the clan, specifically asking if everyone who had been hurt had been taken to the clan's medicine hall for immediate treatment. The servant confirmed his suspicions, explaining with a heavy heart that not a single person had managed to escape the recent attack without sustaining some form of injury. He further informed Hua Mujin that his younger brother, the second young master, and Lady Soyeon were currently resting in their chambers to regain their depleted strength. Hua Mujin acknowledged the report with a quiet, thoughtful nod, then instructed the servant to prepare a warm and soothing bath for him immediately. The servant, eager to please and deeply relieved by his master's safe return, quickly assured him he would take care of it and hurried off to follow the order without delay. Later, submerged in the warm water of his bath, Hua Mujin reflected deeply on the current state of his clan and the fate of his vulnerable younger siblings. He mused about their immediate need to rest and regain strength, a necessary but almost unthinkable reality for children born into a powerful martial clan's legacy. His thoughts drifted to his siblings, a deep-seated wish forming within him to shield them from the world's inherent cruelty and harsh realities as best as he possibly could. He longed for them to only ever see the good things life had to offer, a profound sentiment born from the painful and brutal experiences of his own past life. As he looked at his reflection in the water, seeing the innocent faces of his young siblings in his cupped hands, he wondered if he was unconsciously projecting his past self onto them. The quiet, introspective moment in the bath solidified his unwavering resolve, setting his arduous path forward with a fierce and unyielding determination to protect his family. The next morning, at the clan's medicine hall, Hua Mujin approached Elder Zhou with an unexpected and rather bold request for the clan's most treasured manual. He calmly asked for the Red Flame Art Manual, a revered and sacred text containing the clan's most secret and powerful martial techniques. Elder Zhou was visibly startled by the sudden and direct request, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of deep-seated apprehension regarding its potential use. Hua Mujin, noting the elder's unsettled reaction, asked pointedly if he had perhaps asked for something that was considered strictly forbidden or inappropriate for him. The elder, regaining his composure with a visible effort, respectfully inquired about Hua Mujin's specific reason for wanting to access the ancient manual. Hua Mujin met his gaze, a subtle challenge in his voice, asking if the elder feared he would relapse into another violent fit and tear the precious manual apart. Elder Zhou quickly denied the implication, insisting with a strained voice that was absolutely not his concern at all, though his expression still held profound uncertainty. Hua Mujin then explained his intention with quiet authority. He couldn't possibly teach the clan's secret techniques to his siblings in their current untrained state. Instead, he declared that starting tomorrow, he would personally undertake the rigorous and demanding training of his 2 younger siblings himself, without assistance. He let out a small, almost imperceptible sigh, keenly aware of the deep-seated doubt still lingering in Elder Zhou's eyes, despite the elder's forced protestations. Elder Zhou, still looking profoundly unsure of the situation, reiterated once more that he wasn't doubting his young master's newfound capabilities or judgment. Hua Mujin offered a reassuring, confident smile, promising Elder Joe that there was absolutely no need to worry, and nothing untoward would happen under his direct watch. With a heavy heart and a deep, lingering sense of unease, Elder Joe finally conceded, understanding the young master's unwavering and formidable resolve. He then retrieved the ancient manual from its secure resting place, carefully handing the precious, bound text over to Hua Mujin with solemn reverence. Hua Mujin took the manual, bidding the elders farewell with a firm nod and instructing them to rest well before calmly departing from the hall. Left alone in the quiet hall, Elder Joe sighed deeply once more, still wondering with a troubled heart if this drastic approach would truly prove to be okay for their young master. Another elder, nearby and observing the exchange, tried to soothe his colleague's worries, reminding him of Hua Mujin's overwhelming and undeniable swordsmanship. He pointed out that his recent miraculous recovery and the Taoist's unique treatment seemed to be working wonders, effectively stopping his violent fits. They speculated that Hua Mujin's sudden, dramatic improvement must surely be due to some fateful, powerful encounter, or the Taoists' incredibly effective healing methods. Regardless of the true cause, they felt a profound sense of collective relief, as if the long, oppressive shadow cast over the Flame Hua clan was finally and truly lifting. At the Flame Hua clan's sun-drenched training ground, Hua Mujin began teaching his young siblings, Soyeon and Young Mujin, what he cryptically called the butterfly dance and bee buzz. Young Mujin, confused by the strange and unfamiliar names, openly asked his older brother what they even meant, admitting with a frown that he simply didn't understand. Hua Mujin paused, then offered a simpler, more accessible explanation to help his young siblings grasp the core concept of his unique and complex techniques. He explained that the butterfly dance meant facing an opponent by subtly freezing their feet in place, effectively rendering them momentarily immobile. Meanwhile, the practitioner's own movement would remain as fluid, graceful, and unhindered as a butterfly's gentle, erratic flight through the air. He proudly declared it a fundamental movement technique he had personally created and perfected, forged from countless, brutal, and very real combat experiences. Soyeon and Young Mujin looked on in wide-eyed awe, marveling at their brother's profound martial knowledge and the sheer depth of his unexpected skill. Soyeon, however, raised a curious and somewhat embarrassing point, recalling that Elder Joe had specifically mentioned he barely had any real combat experience. Young Mujin quickly shushed his sister, realizing she had spoken out of turn and potentially insulted their brother, but the awkwardness lingered palpably in the air. Hua Mujin cleared his throat, deciding to move past the theoretical explanations and directly into practical application with an actual sparring session. He instructed both of them to attack him simultaneously using the basic fist technique they had learned, to test their understanding and practical skill. With eager, determined cries, Soyeon and Young Mujin charged forward, believing they could overwhelm their formidable brother with their combined youthful efforts. Hua Mujin effortlessly dodged their clumsy, uncoordinated attacks, his movements precise, economical, and almost invisible, a stark contrast to their wild flailing. He watched them, his expression a complex mix of disbelief and resignation, wondering if they truly possessed the innate talent required of a martial plan. He considered that they were perhaps just too young to fully grasp such concepts, but even for their tender age, their profound lack of basic skill was truly absurd. They showed no intuitive understanding of how to properly balance their weight or generate effective power by rotating from their lower body during their attacks. His siblings couldn't even manage the most fundamental aspects of body control, a truly disheartening sight for a master attempting to revive a legacy. Finally, Hua Mujin called out, "Enough!" His voice firm, bringing the one-sided and frankly pathetic sparring session to an abrupt halt. He claimed a sudden, throbbing headache, declaring an immediate end to the training for the day, much to his siblings' confusion as they hadn't even managed to touch him. He told them their skills were much more than he had anticipated, a subtle and sarcastic way of expressing their profound and undeniable lack of talent. He instructed them to focus intently on strengthening their bodies before attempting any more advanced techniques, then dismissed them until dinner that evening. Hua Mujin, left alone in the vast training ground, sighed deeply, realizing the monumental and daunting task ahead, restoring a clan whose martial lineage was so deeply broken. He gripped his sword, his gaze hardening with fierce determination, vowing not only to revive his ruined clan and avenge his past, but also to hunt down his formidable enemy. Our young master, exposed to a world of deceit, found himself in a peculiar situation. Just a few days prior, a Taoist had arrived, claiming to possess the ancient Wudong sect's lineage capable of miraculous healing. The chief steward, relieved by a recent healing, explained how this man, famous for positive energy arts, had been invited at a hefty price. The young master listened to the story, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to meet this supposed spiritual master. The moment of introduction arrived, and the chief steward deferentially invited the esteemed Taoist inside the clan's residence. A long-bearded old man, carrying himself with an air of profound wisdom, stepped through the doorway. He introduced himself with great pride, claiming to be the sole inheritor of the Wudang sect's true lineage. The old man puffed out his chest, declaring himself the Wudang White Immortal, a title that echoed with ancient, revered power. Our young master, however, was not easily impressed by such grand pronouncements. His eyes narrowed with a sharp, unsettling gaze. He questioned the old man's sincerity, stating he had never once heard of any true successor from the Wudang Taoist lineage surviving to this day. The old man stammered, his confident facade beginning to crack, insisting that his claims were absolutely true. The young master leaned in, a dangerous glint in his eye, warning the old man to speak the truth while he still had the chance. If he didn't, our boy cautioned, there would be no turning back from the path he was about to set them on. The old man grew agitated, demanding to know if the young master dared to doubt his esteemed reputation. He tried to reiterate his healing abilities, but the young master cut him short, offering only a sarcastic invitation to continue. He challenged the man, saying he would try to believe him, but only if he could back up his words. With a sudden, swift movement, the young master drew his sword, its blade glinting menacingly in the light. He proposed a simple test. If the old man was truly a Wudang Taoist, dodging the sword would be effortless. Before the old man could react, the sword struck, sending him sprawling across the ground with a cry of shock and pain. Other clan members rushed forward, bewildered and alarmed, questioning the young master's violent actions. The chief steward, horrified, tried to defend the Taoist, insisting on his legitimacy and the kindness he had shown. Our young master simply silenced them with a sharp command, then ordered a servant to fetch a bucket of water immediately. He promised the dazed old man something funny was about to happen, his smile devoid of any warmth. The old man, still recovering from the unexpected attack, could only stare back in confusion, unsure of what was coming. The bucket of water arrived, and the young master promptly splashed its contents directly onto the old man's face. The old man cried out, not just from the shock of the cold water, but from a deeper, more profound surprise. The chief steward watched in utter disbelief, accusing the young master of repaying a savior's kindness with cruel humiliation. He couldn't comprehend such an act from someone of his standing, but the young master paid him no mind. Our boy's gaze was fixed on the old man's face, now glistening with water, as a crucial detail began to reveal itself. With a pathetic whimper, the old man's long flowing beard began to peel away from his chin. It was a fake, meticulously glued on, now dissolving under the young master's deliberate attack. Our young master's initial suspicions were confirmed. He called the old man a filthy fraud, his voice laced with venom. The air crackled with the revelation, the grand claims of the Wudang White Immortal shattering into 1,000 pieces. He was furious, enraged by the audacity of someone trying to swindle him of all people. The thought that he had almost fallen for such a blatant deception ignited a dangerous fire in his eyes. The chief steward, now realizing the truth, hesitantly asked what should be done with the exposed imposter. Our boy made it clear he had no intention of simply letting the man walk away unpunished. With a chilling smile, he mused about cutting off the fraudster's limbs and turning him into a eunuch. The old man, now truly terrified, groveled on the floor, begging for mercy and promising anything to avoid such a gruesome fate. The young master, however, was focused on one thing, getting his money back. He wasn't going to let him die before that. He reiterated his threat, promising to cut off a few things if the fraudster didn't cooperate. The imposter desperately offered to return all the swindled money, pleading for his arms and legs to be spared. Our boy scoffed, reminding him that returning the stolen funds was a given, an absolute minimum. Beyond that, he would also charge the fraudster for the sheer inconvenience of his useless limbs and manhood. Overwhelmed by terror, the man promised to pay any amount if only his body could remain intact. The young master turned to the chief steward, inquiring about the exact sum this charlatan had managed to extort. The chief steward, embarrassed, admitted to a staggering 50 golden yang, prompting the young master's disdain. He openly mocked the chief steward's gullibility, questioning his judgment after all these years. The chief steward weakly attempted to explain that he had heard the man was a truly great healer, justifying his trust, but the young master had heard enough. He silenced him, declaring he wanted no more of the pathetic excuses. He then ordered the fraudster to begin the repayment process, starting with the 50 golden yang. The man, out of options, confessed the money wasn't there, explaining they would have to travel to his residence in Jinyang. Jinyang was a 4-hour journey, but our young master readily agreed, ordering the fraudster to lead the way. The chief steward and the other clan members offered to accompany them, worried about the journey. But the young master quickly dismissed them, scoffing at their weakness and refusing to clean up their corpses if trouble arose. He sternly commanded them to stay home and avoid causing any further complications, leaving no room for argument. As our boy and the terrified fraudster departed, the clan members exchanged uneasy glances, recognizing a chilling change in their young master. He was no longer the man they knew. A darker, more decisive presence now moved within him. The fraudster, still leading the way, silently stewed in his humiliation, his mind already plotting revenge. After hours of travel, the carriage finally arrived at a remote, dilapidated shack, nestled deep within an isolated forest. The fraudster, stepping out, announced their arrival, his voice filled with a newfound, sinister confidence. He then ordered an unseen figure to drag our young master out of the carriage and make a brutal example of him. But as the hulking figure approached the carriage, sword drawn, our young master was already standing outside, calm and ready, his own blade glinting in the dim light. The divine demon found himself growing restless, a profound boredom settling in as he awaited a worthy challenge. He stood ready, the air around him charged with an unseen power, a clear sign of his readiness for any opposition. He was eager to see what his opponents might bring to the table. A slight smile played on his lips. The title of this chapter, Rebirth of the Divine Demon, hinted at the profound changes and challenges awaiting our protagonist on his journey. Suddenly, a gruff voice broke the silence, calling out for everyone to emerge and face him. The challenge was unmistakable, echoing through the quiet landscape. Another man scoffed, commenting on the protagonist's apparent desire to shorten his own life by being so audacious. He saw only arrogance, not strength. From the shadows, a formidable group stepped forward, their presence radiating a dark aura. Their movements were swift, indicating practiced martial prowess. These were Zhongshan's Four Demons, a name that carried a certain weight and fear in these lands. They were known for their brute strength and ruthlessness. Our boy observed them, noting their varied weapons and their generally unappealing appearance. He found their crude style distasteful. What truly caught his attention, however, was the faint, unsettling demonic energy they exuded. It was an unusual sight in these central plains. He watched as they prepared for battle, their faces grim, and decided it was time to assess their true capabilities. He would not underestimate them, despite his boredom. The fight began with a swift, powerful strike from the young master, a move so quick it left his first opponent reeling. The impact was immediate and absolute. The man stumbled back, barely able to register the impact before another blow sent him flying. His body crashed against the ground with a painful thud. His comrades watched in shock, realizing that their initial assessment of this dandy might have been gravely mistaken. This was no mere pretty face. One of the demons cried out, realizing that their foe was focusing his attacks on a single person with relentless efficiency. It was a calculated, brutal strategy. They decided they needed to intervene, rushing forward to aid their struggling comrade. Abandoning him felt like a betrayal of their bond. The first demon, still recovering, cursed the protagonist, feeling the immense weight of his attacks. Each hit resonated through his bones. He described the blows as coming down like a mace, each one crushing and heavy. The force was unlike anything he had ever faced. The young master just smiled, unimpressed, declaring that his opponents were nothing special after all. Their struggles only fueled his assessment. He continued his assault, striking with precision and overwhelming force, leaving a trail of pain. His movements were fluid, almost artistic in their brutality. His opponents struggled, their attacks parried with ease, their defenses crumbling under his relentless assault. They were simply outmatched. One after another, they were knocked down, their weapons breaking, their bodies aching. The fight was quickly turning into a massacre. Eventually, they lay defeated, bruised and battered, unable to continue the fight. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by their ragged breathing. The leader of Zhongshan's Four Demons, a heavily bearded man, admitted their loss, begging for their lives to be spared. His pride was shattered. Another demon, an older man with a long mustache, lamented their helpless defeat, acknowledging their clear inferiority. He spoke with resignation. He confessed that after the first few moves, it was obvious they were no match for their opponent. The gap in power was simply too vast. He then wondered why they had even bothered fighting so long, questioning their own foolishness. It seemed like a futile act of defiance. The young master, still stern, agreed to spare their lives. A flicker of hope appeared in the eyes of the defeated men. However, his mercy came with a heavy price. He would destroy their energy cores and sever their meridians. This was a fate worse than death for a martial artist. The bearded demon cried out in despair, pleading not to have his martial artist's life taken from him. It was everything he had ever known. Our boy dismissed his whining, finding it unbecoming of a fighter. He then asked a crucial question, changing the tone of the interaction. He wanted to know who had taught them these demonic arts. The question hung in the air, demanding an answer. He found it ridiculous that they called what they had demonic energy, but it was undeniably present. It was a crude, distorted version of true demonic power. He knew there weren't many who emitted such energy in the Central Plains, making their presence here highly unusual. This was a rare anomaly. The demons confessed they didn't even know their master's name, only that he had told them to forget about finding other disciples. This was a strange and unsettling detail. The young master was stunned, finding it unbelievable that disciples wouldn't know their own master's name. It spoke of a secretive, perhaps sinister organization. He mused that they should have just kept their heads down and practiced their shabby arts quietly. Instead, they had drawn unwanted attention. He then accused them of thieving, a fact they quickly denied. They seemed genuinely surprised by the accusation. They claimed they were merely helping with their brother's business, believing it to be a righteous deed to save people. They saw themselves as benevolent, not criminals. Our boy scoffed, questioning how they could still help such a man, knowing what he was truly like. Their naivete was almost insulting. He then laid out his terms for truly sparing them. They must pay ransom for the men they'd captured. Justice would be served. They also had to compensate him for his lost stamina during the fight. His efforts would not go unrewarded. And finally, they needed to pay for his mental damage incurred during the incident. This last term was met with confusion. The older demon hesitantly questioned what mental damage meant, finding the idea strange and unexpected. It was a concept beyond his understanding. The bearded demon then remembered his master's teachings, a sudden flash of insight. His master's words returned to him with clarity. Their master had once told them that they were gullible and poor at thinking, and that they must carefully choose their friends. Wise advice, now more relevant than ever. He had also advised them that if they ever met someone strong and righteous, they should follow and serve them without hesitation. This was their moment of decision. The demons looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. They had found their strong and righteous leader. They turned back to the young master, declaring that their thoughts aligned with his teachings. They had seen his power and his sense of justice. He simply replied with a satisfied, "Good," acknowledging their decision. A new path was opening for them. Later, as the young master rested peacefully in a room, a sense of calm had settled over the scene. The confrontation was over, for now. The demons, however, approached him again, their faces resolute. They had something important to say. He asked why they were stopping him, expecting another complaint or plea. He was ready for any further arguments. Instead, they knelt before him, pledging their loyalty until death to his Manhwa clan. It was a complete and utter surrender. They begged him to take them in, their faces earnest and sincere. They were ready to serve their new master. Our boy, taken aback by their sudden shift, suggested they must have gone crazy from the beating. This was an unexpected development. He questioned who they were calling boss, clearly finding the title premature and a bit odd. He hadn't asked for followers. The bearded demon, along with his comrades, insisted, reinforcing their decision. They were determined to join him. He then explained a crucial detail, something that added another layer to their surprising offer of fealty. He revealed that they were not even 30 years old, a fact that would soon reshape the young master's perception. This revelation hit the young master like a shockwave, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had assumed they were much older. He looked at their battle-hardened faces, marked by struggles and experience, and found it hard to reconcile with their youth. To think these formidable, albeit defeated, martial artists were still so young was truly astonishing. Their potential was immense. This unexpected information left him in a state of profound shock. He had completely misjudged them. The implications of having such powerful young followers were vast, hinting at a future filled with new possibilities. Their youthful strength and newfound loyalty presented a compelling, yet utterly unexpected, path forward for him. What this meant for the divine demon's journey and the burgeoning Manhwa clan was a mystery waiting to unfold. The young master, a powerful demonic arts user, faced the unusual challenge of integrating his formidable followers into an orthodox household. He watched them intently. His new recruits, all burly men with rough edges, seemed to be waiting with bated breath, their expressions a mix of confusion and fierce loyalty. He wondered if they were suffering from some kind of energy deviation, a condition the elder quickly assured him they had never encountered before. The elder, a man with a long, thin mustache, looked genuinely perplexed by the young master's question, finding the notion almost absurd. The young master simply sighed, recognizing the gap in understanding between his world and theirs. His thoughts drifted to the strange irony of demonic arts users joining the very households that typically scorned them. It was a concept few could grasp. He recalled his master's teachings. Being a demonic arts user was an identity, a way of life, not merely an affiliation to a faction. His eldest follower, Kyolmuk, a powerful man of 21, stood ready to affirm this, alongside No Sak, the 18-year-old fourth brother. Second brother Dongjok, 20 years old, and third brother Zhang Tai, 19, were equally eager, their faces contorted in fierce determination. They were all prepared to smash the heads of anyone who dared to speak ill of their new path, their loyalty already absolute. The young master, however, saw a touch of naivety in their eagerness, a reminder of someone he once knew and had been quite fond of. He knew that serving under a new household demanded absolute devotion, a willingness to stake one's life on every command, regardless of personal preference. Personal freedom meant nothing in this new arrangement. They would have to obey like loyal dogs for the household's honor. His followers understood, shouting their unwavering commitment to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their boss. The young master, though slightly exasperated, accepted their fervent pledges. He declared them the new warriors of the Flame Hua clan. They thanked him profusely, their voices filled with gratitude. He, in turn, told them to drop the boss title and address him as young master. They immediately complied, their booming voices echoing their new title. The young master then ordered them to proceed. He led them towards a grand estate, its elegant gates promising a life far removed from their previous existence. The manor was indeed extravagant, causing the young master to question if such an impressive dwelling truly belonged to their current target. With a smirk, he moved towards the entrance, ready to see the luxurious interior. He instructed the gatekeeper to open the massive doors, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The gatekeeper, clearly flustered by the unexpected group, stammered a greeting, unsure of what was happening. The young master dismissed his confusion, ordering him to prepare food in the annex building and move quickly. He then declared his true purpose. They were there to check the treasure room, not to be guests. His followers, ever loyal, affirmed their understanding and began to move, their heavy footsteps echoing through the courtyard. The gatekeeper watched them go, a look of utter terror on his face as he realized the true nature of their visit. The young master surveyed the opulent surroundings, remarking on how well the owner had lived off swindled money. Just then, Bi Sojin, a proud young master of the orthodox sect, stepped out, drawn by the commotion. The old gatekeeper, desperate to avoid trouble, urged Bai Sojin to go back inside, trying to brush off the situation. Bai Sojin, however, knew his old friend wouldn't keep secrets from him. He insisted on knowing what was going on. The young master, observing the exchange, found it amusing that Bai Sojin was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He casually noted Bi Sojin's attire, deducing he must be one of the swindler's guests, and reminded him that guests shouldn't meddle in household affairs. Bi Sojin, taken aback by the young master's sharp retort, retorted that he had quite the foul mouth for a young man. One of the young master's burly followers immediately offered to deal with Bi Sojin, eager to defend his master's honor. The old gatekeeper, however, quickly intervened, insisting it was all a misunderstanding and attempting to introduce Bi Sojin to the group. He revealed that the young master's companions were the Zhongshan's 4 demons, and the young master himself was the Flame Hua clan's first young master. Bi Sojin's expression hardened upon hearing this, realizing why the young master's tongue had been so sharp. He recognized the young master as the insane eldest son of the Flame Hua clan, an orthodox sect brat who consorted with lowlifes and intimidated civilians. The young master found Bai Sojin's judgment amusing, but told him to step aside as they were busy with their task. Bai Sojin scoffed, calling the young master pathetic for associating with demonic arts users and terrorizing commoners, claiming his grandfather would weep in his grave. This insult struck a nerve, provoking a dangerous glint in the young master's eyes, and his followers bristled with anger. The old gatekeeper tried to calm the situation, pleading with Bai Sojin to stop. Bai Sojin, however, remained defiant, drawing his sword and declaring he was no shabby swordsman to lose to such scum. The young master's eyes narrowed, a cold determination settling over him. He had heard enough of Bai Sojin's taunts. One of his followers immediately requested permission to crush Bai Sojin's jaw, but the young master held him back. He told his follower to stand down, deciding to handle the arrogant young master himself. Bi Sojin mocked him, calling him a mutt who only knew how to protect its owner, inviting him to come closer. The young master lunged, his movements a blur of speed and precision, catching Bai Sojin off guard. Bai Sojin barely managed to parry, his sword clashing violently against the young master's attack. The young master acknowledged Bi Sojin's swift sword style, but immediately pointed out its critical flaw, a lack of brute strength. He pressed his assault, his power overwhelming, forcing Bi Sojin to struggle against the relentless force. Bi Sojin was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the ground, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He looked in horror at his sword, which now had a massive chunk missing, unable to withstand the young master's power. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he realized the extent of the damage to his weapon. The young master's followers watched, understanding that once their opponent was pushed back, there was no recovering. One of them observed that the young master's sword was tougher than any iron rod, meaning Bisojin's weapon would soon break. The old gatekeeper, witnessing the one-sided battle, could only gasp in horror. The young master continued his assault, his blade shattering Bisojin's weapon into countless shards. Hua Mujin, a young master of the Flame Hua clan, was a man known for his ruthless efficiency, especially when it came to settling scores and collecting what was owed. His journey had been fraught with challenges. In a dimly lit hall, a man lay beaten, clearly on the verge of collapse, as Mujin stood over him, an intimidating presence. It was a scene of raw power and fear. A frantic servant, witnessing his master's plight, desperately called out to Mujin. He implored the young master to spare his employer's life, a plea born of terror. The servant, willing to sacrifice anything, offered a hefty sum of money for his master's survival. He was ready to pay any price to avoid further calamity. Mujin, with a chillingly calm expression, simply responded with a single, unnerving question. "Really?" His tone promised no easy mercy. The servant, growing more desperate, revealed that his master had strong connections within the unorthodox martial heavens. His death would cause unwanted trouble. The servant insisted that such a person could not be allowed to die in their household, regardless of the cost. He continued to beg, promising any amount Mujin asked for. Mujin, with a sarcastic edge to his voice, questioned the servant's judgment. He wondered aloud why anyone would place their hope in such a fool of a master. A wide, unsettling smile spread across Mujin's face. The master, watching from the floor, could only think one thing: this man was a complete madman. Mujin extended his hand, signaling an end to the negotiations. His earlier words had been merely a prelude to his true intentions for the master's wealth. Moments later, the master's 4 bodyguards, now under Mujin's command, began loading boxes overflowing with gold ingots. The scene was one of swift, decisive action. More gold, retrieved from hidden stashes, was brought forth. It was clear Mujin was ensuring no coin was left behind in his careful collection of dues. Mujin, overseeing the operation, gave a firm command to leave nothing behind. His gaze was sharp, ensuring every last item of value was accounted for. As the gold was secured, Mujin's eyes fell upon a large, intricately designed folding screen. He paused, a flicker of interest in his usually stern expression. His gaze sharpened, observing the screen with an intensity that suggested he saw more than just its artistic value. There was something else about it. He inquired about the folding screen, feeling a strange aura from it. The servant confirmed his intuition, explaining its unique quality as a master's work. The servant, eager to appease, offered the screen to Mujin, saying he could take it if he wished. He felt it would fill the emptiness of Mujin's room. Mujin, without hesitation, accepted the screen. He then casually added the master's carriage to his growing collection, reasoning the master wouldn't need it. With a triumphant grin, Mujin declared it was time to move out. He rode away, leaving the master and his servant in utter disbelief and ruin. The master's bodyguards lay scattered and defeated, their earlier bravado shattered. They were now merely pawns in Mujin's new, expanded retinue. The master himself was left kneeling, utterly broken by the experience. His wealth, his dignity, and his freedom had been stripped away. He watched in despair as his carriage, laden with his former possessions, disappeared into the distance. It was a stark visual of his complete and utter loss. The master cursed his fate, lamenting the merciless heavens and questioning what he had done to encounter such a lunatic. His world had been turned upside down. Back at the Flame Hua clan, one of Mujin's subordinates, a young man, stared in wide-eyed shock at the sudden influx of gold. He had never seen such a haul. Boxes of shining gold ingots were unloaded from the newly acquired carriage. The sheer volume of wealth was amazing, a testament to Mujin's efficiency. The subordinates, including Ma Sok, gathered around, their faces a mix of awe and concern. They wondered what had truly happened to acquire such a fortune. The young subordinate, unable to contain his curiosity, directly asked Mujin if he had resorted to killing for the money. Mujin simply responded with a dismissive, Mujin calmly denied any killing, stating he merely collected what was owed. He instructed them to properly store the gold, shifting their focus from his methods to the task. He then turned his attention to the newly recruited bodyguards, now standing awkwardly. He began to assess their potential roles within the clan. Ma Sok, remembering an important detail, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh right!" He had forgotten to relay a crucial message to the young master. Mujin, sensing a potential problem, turned to Ma Sok with a wary expression. He had a knack for anticipating trouble, especially when it involved his clan. Mujin, now dressed in his clan attire, strode purposefully toward the reception hall. His presence commanded attention, radiating an aura of authority. Inside, Chief Du and Elder Zhou, two venerable figures of the Flame Hua clan, warmly welcomed Mujin. Their faces showed relief and respect at his arrival. They began to introduce the important guests, three merchant group leaders who had generously supported their clan through its most difficult times. These were key allies. Peng Quan, leader of the Peng Yang merchant group, greeted Mujin with respect. He spoke of rumors about the hidden dragon awakening now proven true. Dong Guanyo, leader of the Muryang Merchant Union, offered his own respectful greeting. He expressed relief at seeing Mujin healthy after his hardships. Huang Youchong, master of the Golden Finance Manor, also paid his respects. He acknowledged the long time since their last meeting, emphasizing the gravity of the occasion. Mujin, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, introduced himself as Hua Mujin of the Flame Hua clan. His tone was firm, signaling his directness. A subtle shift occurred in the room as the merchants exchanged uneasy glances. Mujin's directness was clearly making them uncomfortable. Mujin, wasting no time on pleasantries, immediately asked if they had come to collect the debts the clan owed them. His question hung heavy in the air. The merchant leaders, clearly flustered, quickly denied any intention of pressing for repayment. They insisted their visit was purely to congratulate him. Mujin acknowledged their good intentions but firmly stated that repayment should be handled properly. He wasn't one to shy away from obligations, however inconvenient. He offered a rare moment of humility, apologizing for his lack of full awareness regarding the clan's current financial state. He wanted all the facts. He then requested the exact total of the debt the Flame Hua clan owed each of their groups. He needed to understand the full scope of their financial situation. Elder Zhou, one of the clan's elders, looked at Mujin with a hint of concern. The financial situation was more complex than a simple tally. One of the merchant leaders, recognizing Mujin's practical approach, agreed that his request was indeed correct. Transparency was necessary. The leader of the Pengyang merchant group nervously disclosed their claim, 5,300 nyang. It was a significant sum for the struggling clan. Next, the Golden Finance Manor Master revealed their portion of the debt, 3,200 nyang. The numbers were quickly adding up. Finally, the Muryang Merchant Union leader stated their amount, 1,900 nyang. The collective burden was becoming clear. The total debt owed by the Flame Hua clan was a staggering 10,400 nyang. A heavy silence fell over the room as the sum was revealed. Suddenly, one of the merchant leaders confessed a deeper, more troubling truth. They had been under immense pressure from the Changhua merchant group. Mujin's eyes widened, a rare display of shock on his usually impassive face. The mention of the Cheonghua merchant group clearly struck a nerve. The merchant explained that the Cheonghua merchant group sought to acquire the rights to the debt the Flame Hua clan owed them. This was a hostile takeover. They had strongly resisted, knowing that such a move would severely harm the Flame Hua clan. Their loyalty had been tested but held firm for a time. However, after Mujin's duel, the Cheonghua merchant group had intensified their pressure, using their massive financial power to squeeze the smaller groups. They had monopolized all the merchants' trading goods, effectively cutting off their supply lines and stifling their businesses. It was a campaign of economic warfare. Cheonghua had even poached their branch managers, further crippling their operations and demonstrating a ruthless, shameless approach to business. The merchants admitted their shame, confessing they no longer possessed the strength to endure the relentless assault. They were at their breaking point. Before being forced to surrender the debt, they felt compelled to warn Mujin. It was a final act of loyalty, hoping he could still avert disaster. Mujin listened, a grim expression on his face. He understood the immense pressure they had faced and the heavy toll it had taken on them. He reflected on the unwavering loyalty of Elder Zhou, Chief Do, and these three merchant groups, who had remained steadfast when others abandoned the clan. Mujin, his eyes burning with determination, declared that debts of gratitude were paramount. They had to be repaid, not just in coin, but in action. He vowed to repay every single debt the Flame Hua clan owed them, and he would do it immediately. His commitment was absolute and unwavering, but his promise extended beyond mere money. In return for their unwavering support, he would free their groups from the tight grip of the Cheonghua merchant group. The merchant leaders stared, stunned and hopeful, as Mujin's eyes glowed with fierce resolve. This was only the beginning. The true battle for the Flame Hua clan's future had just been declared. Young Master Mujin stood resolute, promising to repay the Flame Hua clan for their unwavering support. He would free their groups from the greedy clutches of the Cheonghua merchant group, even if it meant confronting the powerful Kongdong sect. The Flame Hua clan members were stunned by his bold declaration, overwhelmed with a mix of fear and profound gratitude. They couldn't believe his willingness to use force on their behalf against such a formidable opponent. Mujin dismissed their concerns about the Kongdong sect, assuring Chief that simply removing the debt would prevent further trouble. For the Flame Hua clan, this alone was an immense blessing, a sign that a sleeping dragon had truly awakened in their young master. The clan members watched him, their expressions a blend of awe and disbelief at his audacious plans. It was the kind of moment that shifted loyalties and cemented a new, terrifying respect for their young leader. As the Flame Hua clan took their leave, Mujin turned his attention to the next phase of his intricate plan. He instructed Chief Do to gather comprehensive information on the Qianghua merchant group, leaving no detail unchecked. Mujin wanted everything, from their finances and operating regions to their trade goods and deep ties with the Kongdong sect. His clan members questioned his seriousness, their faces etched with doubt, but Mujin's resolve remained unwavering. Grudges and kindness alike, he stated, must always be settled clearly and decisively. He reminded them of the injustices suffered by their allies, emphasizing that inaction would only invite further aggression. A quiet, determined intensity settled over the courtyard as his words sank in. At this point, he reasoned, it was all or nothing. Their future depended on this singular, bold move. If a decade of their support yielded only this betrayal, then their supposed allies wouldn't help them anymore. The following day brought new developments, a shift in the clan's internal dynamics. Mujin gathered his clan members, preparing them for a significant introduction. He presented them with 4 new warriors, powerful figures who would join their ranks. These were the formidable Zhongshan's 4 demons, renowned for their strength and martial prowess. His elder and chief steward were visibly shocked by the announcement, their eyes wide with surprise. Mujin then revealed an even more astonishing detail. These renowned fighters were all younger than himself. The 4 demons, looking hungry, joked about tearing into some meat, oblivious to the elder's stunned silence. The senior clan members were speechless, questioning Mujin's decision to bring such fearsome figures into the clan without consultation. Mujin, however, quickly reasserted his authority as the future clan patriarch, his gaze firm and unyielding. He reminded them that his approval was all that mattered and his decision was final. The elders understood, acknowledging his position, though still visibly unsettled by the sudden changes. When the chief steward mentioned their lack of funds after repaying the Flame Hua clan's debts, a practical concern arose. Mujin calmly revealed a solution, a surprising source of new wealth for the clan. He had acquired a substantial fortune and a valuable folding screen from the scammer who caused so much trouble. His clan members were shocked by the sudden influx of wealth, wondering about the origin of such a valuable artifact. They recognized it as a piece by Zhang Sosan, an artist whose work commanded immense prices. Mujin clarified that he hadn't killed the man, merely taken what was rightfully his, a subtle warning in his tone. With the funds secured, he dispatched his steward to buy meat, signaling an end to the discussion and any further questions. The night passed, and the next morning brought a new, harsh reality for the entire clan. Young Master Mujin summoned everyone at dawn, declaring the immediate start of special physical training. He explained that a strong body was the absolute foundation of swordsmanship, the vessel for all martial arts. Even the greatest martial art, he asserted, was utterly useless if the wielder's body was weak and undisciplined. Therefore, starting today, they would all embark on an intensive physical conditioning regimen. Mujin would personally oversee this grueling training, leaving no room for leniency or excuses. He hoped there would be no dropouts as they followed him through the trials to come. He then introduced their new training partners, sacks of rice, each weighing a staggering 144 kilograms. He warned them explicitly that this was not food, and any attempt to eat it would result in swift death. There was always someone, he noted, who tried to eat the training rations, a fate they should all avoid. His younger siblings, however, pointed out their own sacks seemed much smaller, perhaps only 15 kilograms. Mujin ignored them, his gaze fixed on the larger sacks, and ordered everyone to hoist the massive weights onto their shoulders. The warriors, including the mighty 4 demons, struggled immensely, finding the task almost impossible. They protested that it would take 2 men to lift such a colossal weight, their bodies already straining. Mujin's eyes glowed with fierce, chilling determination, his patience wearing thin. He commanded them to shut up and pick it up, threatening to beat them shotless if they failed to comply. His words carried an undeniable weight, a promise of pain that sent shivers down their spines. Mujin then demonstrated his own power, a single, devastating blow that made his point clear. While his sword might not slice cleanly, he warned, one hit from him would crush every bone in their bodies. He gave the 4 demons an ultimatum: lift 3 of the enormous sacks or spar with him, a choice that left no good option. Seeing his terrifying resolve, the demons, gritting their teeth, reluctantly complied with the impossible demand. They strained every muscle, veins bulging, as they finally managed to hoist the triple weight onto their shoulders. Mujin found their initial weakness embarrassing for practitioners of demonic arts, a clear sign of their lax discipline. He watched them suffer, sweat pouring from their faces, urging them onward with relentless intensity. Mujin then approved their struggle, declaring that if they decided they could lift it, they truly could. He dismissed any pathetic thought of not being able to, asserting that only death awaited failure. In this world, he preached, nothing else was truly impossible if one faced the ultimate consequence. With a terrifying, almost manic grin, young Master Mujin then issued his next command. He ordered them to begin 200 repetitions of sitting and standing, a brutal exercise with their crushing burdens. Leading the charge himself, he set a pace that left no room for hesitation or weakness. The sound of pained grunts and ragged breaths filled the air as the grueling training began in earnest. The entire clan was pushed to their absolute limits, groaning with exertion under the crushing weight. Each repetition was a testament to their suffering, a raw display of their forced endurance. Every warrior was forced to confront their physical and mental breaking points. This was only the beginning of Mujin's brutal regimen, and nobody knew what fresh torment awaited them next. Mujin, the reborn demon, pushed his clan's disciples through a truly grueling regimen, forcing them to squat endlessly with heavy rice sacks strapped to their backs. This was no ordinary training. Their groans echoed across the training ground, each rep a painful battle against the crushing weight and their own rapidly failing bodies, pushing them to the brink. Mujin's voice cut through the air like a whip, demanding they tighten their stomachs and push up, threatening instant death for any who dared to falter in their efforts. One man, sweat pouring down his face and muscles trembling, roared in agony, his entire being screaming under the unbearable strain. Another disciple, a young woman, gritted her teeth, pushing herself upwards with a fierce resolve, her face a mask of determination against the pain. The strain was immense, a horrifying feeling as if their entire bodies were collapsing from the legs upward, making each movement a profound and agonizing struggle. He knew he had to endure this though, or young Master Mujin might just beat him to death for his perceived weakness, a fate he desperately wished to avoid. Mujin watched their suffering with a chilling indifference, a cynical smirk playing on his lips as he scoffed at their pathetic displays of exhaustion. He recalled their past idleness, how they had merely wasted the clan's food, acting like martial artists while doing nothing but complain about their tasks. Such people, he declared with cold certainty, did not deserve to live, and anyone who dared to whine over this level of training would surely meet their end. The intense warm-up alone consumed the entire day, leaving the disciples utterly depleted and barely able to stand, their bodies screaming for rest. Mujin, however, was far from finished. His training methods were just beginning to reveal their true, relentless, and unforgiving nature. He announced that from that moment on, they would become one with these rice sacks, their constant companions in every waking and sleeping moment of their lives. They were to eat with them, train with them, and even sleep with them, carrying their heavy burdens always, never letting them out of their sight. He would tell them when they could finally put them down, a time frame that felt impossibly distant and uncertain to the exhausted and terrified trainees. Mujin's gaze was sharp, his smile unsettling as he issued his next command, the air growing thick with unspoken threats and a sense of dread. He turned to Jiang So-san, instructing him to tie all the disciples and their rice sacks together with rope, binding them to their fate. So-san, his face pale with dread, quickly agreed to the command, understanding the severe implications and the absolute authority of his young master. Mujin then issued a chilling warning. Anyone who untied their ropes would have their life untied as well, a stark promise of fatal consequences for disobedience. He walked away, leaving the disciples to ponder the terrifying reality of their new existence, now literally bound to their burdens and their harsh master. A moment of unexpected vulnerability flickered across Mujin's face as he thought of his mother, wishing he could somehow see her face today. He then gave a surprising order to Masak, instructing him to ensure everyone received beef for every meal, a sudden luxury they hadn't known before. When offered bathwater, he declined, saying he would tell her later, his mind already moving to the next complex phase of his ambitious plans. Mujin returned to his chambers, the immense weight of his day's actions settling upon him as he stretched out on his bed for a brief rest. He lay there contemplating the harsh path ahead, the quiet solitude, a stark contrast to the brutal chaos he had just unleashed upon his clan. That night, the training continued in a different, more subtle form, as the disciples were forced to eat their meals, still burdened by their omnipresent sacks. A young girl, Soyeon, looked down at her food, her expression a mix of profound exhaustion and a dawning, unsettling realization about their new normal. The men struggled, trying awkwardly to eat with their hands and bodies constrained, the sacks making every simple task an arduous and frustrating ordeal. One man looked up, his eyes wide with a strange confusion, as he tried to articulate the bizarre physical sensations he was experiencing. He observed that despite only training their legs, his hands were shaking uncontrollably, a bizarre and unsettling side effect of Mujin's methods. His companions quickly confirmed the same sensation, realizing this had never happened even with their previous master, adding to their growing bewilderment. They felt a profound shift within their bodies, an unsettling realization that this training was fundamentally different, pushing them beyond anything they'd known before. The next day, the arduous routine continued, what they now called torture rather than training, pushing their limits even further. The relentless squats resumed, the disciples straining under their loads, each difficult movement a testament to their growing, albeit reluctant, endurance. Mujin watched, pushing them harder, yelling at them to move faster, threatening more sacks if they dared to be slower than him. He spurred them on, counting out the reps with a relentless pace, demanding focus and precision even as their bodies screamed in protest. The thought of 120 more reps was a crushing weight in itself, yet they pushed through, driven by fear and a strange new, desperate resolve. They marveled at their own resilience, wondering what kind of monsters they were becoming to endure such relentless and demanding physical trials. The following day brought a new, bizarre exercise, duck walks, with the heavy rice sacks, forcing them to waddle awkwardly across the training grounds. Spectators watched in disbelief, muttering about the strangeness of this new training method, completely unlike anything they had ever witnessed before. The disciples, forced to mimic ducks while still burdened by their sacks, felt a new level of humiliation and profound physical exhaustion. Mujin, however, merely observed their progress with a quiet, almost imperceptible satisfaction, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He noted that the kids, surprisingly, were keeping up far better than he had expected, their young bodies adapting with remarkable speed. A flicker of excitement crossed his face. It was clearly time to raise the difficulty, to push them even further beyond their perceived limits. He led them to a new location, a stunning natural wonder that quickly transformed into a terrifying and unexpected new challenge for them all. The thunderous roar of a massive waterfall filled the air, leading into a raging river with a current too fast and powerful to safely cross. Mujin announced their next daunting task. They would cross this treacherous river, a declaration that struck absolute fear into the hearts of his disciples. Two older disciples stared at the churning water, their faces etched with horror and disbelief, knowing the extreme danger that lay ahead. They knew this place was infamous, a spot where many had lost their lives, even for those attempting to cross without any burdens. Mujin dismissed their worries with a wave of his hand, claiming everything had been thoroughly tested before they proceeded, his words ringing hollow and unconvincing. The disciples challenged him, asking when he had ever tested such a deadly form of training, their voices filled with desperation and growing panic. He offered them a chilling choice: cross the deadly river or fight him, a decision that left no room for easy escape or negotiation. The men looked at each other, the grim reality setting in. Both options were terrifying, but one held a sliver more hope for survival. Zhang Tai, a seasoned warrior among them, made his decision first, leaping into the treacherous current without a moment's hesitation or a second thought. His sudden plunge into the frothing water sent a ripple of shock through the remaining disciples, forcing their own hands and choices. The water exploded around him, a violent splash marking his entry into the deadly torrent, a point of no return. Cheo Mook, another disciple, turned to his companion, asking what they should do now. Seeing that Zhang Tai had already gone ahead, he knew the undeniable truth. The chances of survival were far higher in the dangerous river than fighting young Master Mujin, a fate they all dreaded more. One by one, they made their desperate leaps, plunging into the frothing water, each splash a testament to their terrifying and life-altering choice. They screamed, a raw mix of fear and adrenaline, as they struggled against the powerful current, knowing this was truly do or die. The water thrashed around them, a chaotic blue, as the heavy sacks dragged them down, making every single stroke a Herculean effort. Some cursed their cruel fate, their voices strained with exertion, but they kept moving, propelled by the primal instinct to survive against all odds. A young girl, Soyeon, also plunged into the water, her small body struggling valiantly against the immense, unforgiving force of the river. Another disciple noted how Soyeon's speech had subtly changed, a transformation brought on by the brutal and relentless training they all endured. Young Master Dojin, a proud warrior of the Flame Hua clan, made his own courageous leap, a fierce, unwavering resolve burning in his eyes. He declared that this challenge wouldn't make him back down, a testament to his pride and the newfound strength he had discovered within himself. The disciples thrashed through the water, the heavy sacks threatening to pull them under with every powerful, relentless wave that crashed over them. They knew that if they fell, they would truly die, the swift current and their heavy burdens ensuring a swift, watery grave for them all. Soyeon, gasping desperately for air, pushed herself onward, her small hands and feet moving non-stop against the strong, unyielding resistance of the current. She concentrated, her entire being focused on the singular goal of survival, refusing to yield to the overwhelming force of the river's flow. The young girl, despite her profound fear, found a deep well of determination, believing with all her heart that she could accomplish something like this. Her eyes, wide with a fierce intensity, reflected her unwavering resolve. Even as the turbulent water turned violently around her small form, she was pulled under by the relentless current, the heavy sack a formidable and relentless anchor, yet her spirit remained utterly unbroken. The water enveloped her, a cold, dark embrace, but her desperate struggle continued, a silent defiance against the overwhelming forces of nature. Her fate, and the true test of Mujin's brutal methods, hung suspended in the churning depths, waiting to be revealed in the perilous journey ahead. Young Dojin, tied to a heavy sack, fought with all his might against the churning waters, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve that defied his current struggle. He was being dragged under by the currents, the heavy weight on his back pulling him deeper into the violent waves, each breath a desperate gasp. From the shore, a fellow warrior watched in horror as Dojin was relentlessly swept away, the sheer power of the ocean threatening to swallow him whole. Without a moment's hesitation, the warrior, Mujin, declared his intent to go after him, leaping into the treacherous waters with a powerful splash. He cut through the waves with surprising speed, reaching Dojin just as the young man seemed on the verge of succumbing to the relentless current, pulling him close. Dojin, sputtering and gasping, struggled to catch his breath, the cold water having robbed him of his air and strength. Mujin urged him to breathe deeply. Mujin then gave a start command. When he said the word, Dojin must take a deep breath and hold on tight, as they would charge directly through the next massive wave. The formidable wave crashed down upon them with immense force, and Dojin braced himself, clinging to Mujin as they were engulfed by the tumultuous water. Back on the shore, two older mentors watched the harrowing scene unfold, their expressions etched with profound worry for their young charges. After what felt like an eternity, Mujin and Dojin broke through the surface, both battered but alive, with Dojin still holding on to his rescuer. Dojin, weak but relieved, managed to stammer out his thanks to Mujin for saving his life, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him. Mujin simply asked if the young man was all right, his tone gruff but laced with concern, and Dojin confirmed he was, if a bit shaken. Mujin then inquired if Dojin had hit anything during the ordeal, and Dojin replied that he was fine, crediting Mujin's quick action for preventing further harm. One of the elders on the shore, Elder Cho, expressed surprise at Mujin's sudden appearance, reminding him not to push himself too hard, as his safety was paramount. Mujin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground, seemingly contemplating the elder's words about the risks he took. Dojin, however, spoke up with renewed determination, declaring that he refused to remain a child forever, his voice firm despite his recent brush with danger. He vowed to stay by Mujin's side until the very end, aspiring to become a true martial artist of the Flame Hua clan, his words stirring something deep within Mujin. The intense training continued, as warriors were forced to scale a perilous cliff face, each burdened with a heavy sack, their hands scrambling for purchase. Another warrior struggled below, his exhaustion evident as he slowly lost his grip, the sheer drop below a terrifying prospect. The harsh instructor, a man with a cruel smirk, stood above them, mocking their efforts and threatening dire consequences if they failed to climb. He warned them that if they fell from such a height, not even their bones would be found, urging them to hurry and crawl their way up the unforgiving rock. The struggling warrior, pushed to his absolute limit, grimaced in agony and fear, the weight of the sack and the height overwhelming him. Then, with a sudden, horrifying lurch, his hand slipped from the rock face, and he began to plummet downwards, his eyes wide with terror. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as he fell, the wind rushing past him, certain that this was the end of his grueling journey. Just before he hit the jagged rocks below, another warrior, quick as lightning, managed to grab him, preventing his fatal descent. The falling warrior, still screaming in panic, pleaded for help, his mind unable to process the sudden reprieve from certain death. His rescuer, a stern but steady presence, barked at him to stop panicking and grab the rock in front of him, trying to snap him out of his terror. The scene shifted to another grueling training exercise, as the warriors sprinted across a courtyard, each still burdened by their heavy sacks. A woman and a young boy watched the spectacle, the boy innocently asking if these warriors were death row convicts, to which the woman clarified they were Flame Hua clan members. Among the runners were two young female warriors, both visibly exhausted, their faces flushed and bodies heaving from the immense effort. One of them, Soyeon, could no longer maintain her pace, her legs giving out beneath her as she collapsed onto the ground in utter fatigue. As the other warriors continued to run past, Soyeon lay prone, unable to move, her body screaming for rest. Elder Cho, noticing her plight, quickly rushed to her side, his concern evident as he asked if she was alright after her collapse. Soyeon, with a surprisingly cheeky request, asked Elder Cho to carry her for a little while, hoping to evade the rest of the arduous training. Elder Cho stared at her, utterly dumbfounded by her audacity, a mix of shock and exasperation on his face at her bold suggestion. To the dismay of the other struggling warriors, Soyeon ended up riding on Elder Cho's back, even giving a triumphant thumbs up, making their own suffering feel even more unfair. The harsh instructor, the bully, watched Soyeon's antics with a sneer, stating he wouldn't stop her from acting like a child, but warned her of the life or death stakes involved. He then barked at everyone to resume running, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted group, leaving no room for argument or further rest. The warriors, though weary, had no choice but to obey, forcing their aching bodies to start moving again, pushing through their pain. Inside a building, several warriors lay strewn across the floor, their bodies completely spent, indicating the brutal toll of the day's training. The struggling warrior, who had nearly fallen from the cliff, was among them, barely able to move, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The bully approached him, his voice laced with contempt, pointing out that this warrior consistently lagged behind during every training session. He demanded to know how long the warrior planned to remain in such a pathetic state, his patience clearly at its end with the man's perceived weakness. The bully vented his frustration, questioning how much longer he would have to endure suffering because of the warrior's constant shortcomings. He brutally told the struggling warrior that if he couldn't handle the demands, he should just crawl away on his own and stop dragging other people down with him. The warrior looked up, his face a mask of shock and despair, reminded of the bully's earlier threat to kill anyone who couldn't keep up. He confessed that he didn't want to continue and had long wished to quit the warrior's path, but the fear of consequence held him back. Mujin, who had been listening nearby, seemed to process the warrior's words, a flicker of understanding or perhaps scorn crossing his face. Mujin then confronted the warrior, asking if he was afraid of being beaten to death if he voiced his desire to quit, mocking his perceived cowardice. He grabbed the warrior, declaring that it was clear he wasn't cut out for a warrior's life, and offered to mercifully end his struggle right then and there. The terrified warrior cried out, asking why Mujin was doing this, just as another voice shouted for Mujin to stop his aggressive actions. The warrior insisted that not everyone could be like Mujin, but Mujin was unmoved, his fist raised, ready to strike. Mujin's anger flared, his resolve unwavering, as he prepared to deliver a punishing blow to the struggling warrior. Suddenly, Dojin appeared, bravely grabbing Mujin's arm, his single word, "Stop!" ringing out, halting the impending strike. Dojin argued that the warrior was doing his best in his own way, and as part of the Flame Hua clan, he deserved to be treated as a brother, urging Mujin to back down. Mujin reacted with disbelief and fury, demanding to know how Dojin could possibly consider trash like this to be his brother, his eyes wide with indignation. Mujin challenged Dojin, questioning his idiotic stuff and asking if he truly believed they could become strong by being so soft. He scoffed, pointing out his own years of experience with the sword, implying Dojin's naive approach was inferior to his hardened methods. Dojin, undeterred, countered that everyone had their own path and told Mujin to only speak such words after he had truly surpassed him. Mujin's fury intensified, and he issued a chilling threat. If Dojin ever caused him suffering again, he would ensure Dojin died by his hand before anyone else's. With that dark warning, Mujin turned and stalked away, his heavy footsteps echoing the simmering rage he felt towards Dojin's defiance. Later that night, one of the warriors, needing to use the facilities, grumbled about the long walk to the toilet, the silence of the night broken only by his complaints. He then heard an unusual sound and wondered who else would be awake and active at such a late hour. His curiosity piqued. Peeking around a corner, he caught a glimpse of a figure moving with incredible speed and precision, practicing sword forms under the moonlight. The warrior's eyes widened in stunned realization. The figure was none other than young Master Mujin, secretly pushing his limits far beyond what anyone knew. Young Master Mujin, a formidable swordsman, was practicing in solitude, honing his terrifying abilities. His movements were a blur, each strike infused with an otherworldly power that cracked the very ground beneath his feet. He moved with a speed that defied human comprehension, a radiant purple aura surrounding him as he spun his blade. A hidden observer watched, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and utter disbelief at the display before him. The swordsman leaped, his long hair flowing behind him, the enormous blade appearing weightless in his grasp. He was not merely fast, and immense strength flowed through him, yet his every motion remained perfectly fluid and graceful. The observer, a man burdened with heavy rice sacks, couldn't reconcile their similar ages with such a vast difference in skill. How could anyone wield a sword with such mastery, reaching what felt like the true realm of martial talent? Mujin paused, his gaze sharp and piercing, sensing the unseen presence nearby. He spoke with an unsettling calm, demanding the hidden person reveal themselves before he decided to crack their skull open. The man, startled, stumbled out from the shadows, identifying himself as young Master Mujin's attendant. Mujin questioned what his attendant was doing there, his tone laced with a hint of suspicion. The attendant nervously explained he had merely been returning from the restroom and had not intended to spy on the training. Mujin dismissed the excuse, stating he was bored anyway, and this unexpected encounter worked out perfectly for him. He instructed the attendant to put down his burdensome rice sacks and pick up one of the swords nearby. The attendant was stunned, letting out a small gasp of confusion at the sudden, unexpected command. With a resigned sigh, the man complied, dropping his heavy load and reaching for a practice blade. Mujin simply beckoned him forward, inviting him to spar with a chillingly confident gesture. The sparring began, Mujin's attacks swift and precise, forcing the attendant onto the defensive immediately. The attendant gritted his teeth, doing his best to block the relentless onslaught, his face etched with strain. Mujin, however, looked entirely unimpressed, his expression unchanging as he effortlessly overpowered his opponent. He unleashed a powerful strike, the impact echoing loudly as the attendant struggled to withstand the blow. The man was sent reeling backward, defeated once again, a familiar sense of resignation washing over him. He realized he was faster than before, a small flicker of pride amidst the pain, but still vastly outmatched. Mujin offered a rare, almost imperceptible nod, acknowledging that his attendant was finally becoming somewhat usable. However, he quickly followed with a critical observation, pointing out a fundamental flaw in the man's technique. He criticized the attendant for focusing too intently on what was directly in front of him, neglecting his periphery. A swift counter-attack landed, catching the attendant off guard and eliciting a pained cry from him. The man staggered, falling to one knee as the force of the blow echoed through his body. He managed to push himself back up, his body aching, but his resolve unbroken despite the pain. He grunted, confirming Mujin's observation, understanding the mistake that had led to his downfall. Mujin noted the improvement, remembering how easily the attendant had been knocked down in previous sessions. A faint smile touched Mujin's lips, admitting that the attendant's toughness was also becoming somewhat usable now. The attendant looked at his sword, a moment of reflection as he processed the day's brutal lesson. He realized the impact of Mujin's blows was still immense, but he could now withstand them without being completely incapacitated. Mujin decided the training was sufficient for the day, bringing the intense session to a close. The attendant bowed respectfully, thanking his young master and wishing him a peaceful rest. Mujin simply turned and walked away, leaving the exhausted attendant to his own recovery. The next day, a new phase of rigorous training began for a group of men, all burdened with heavy rice sacks. Mujin watched them, remembering these were once the fearsome Zhongshan's 4 demons, now reduced to carrying supplies. He observed them performing strenuous pull-ups, their faces contorted in pain and immense effort. Other men struggled to carry their heavy loads, their bodies straining with every step. Mujin was genuinely surprised by their sheer dedication, noting how they still moved despite the extreme weights. One man grimaced, pushing past his physical limits, refusing to give in to the burning fatigue. He fought against the urge to quit, his mind screaming that he could not endure much more of this torment. Mujin, however, knew they were close to the finish line, silently urging them to persevere for just a little longer. After approximately a month of this grueling regimen, the special training finally came to an end. Mujin announced the completion, allowing the exhausted men to finally shed their heavy rice sacks. A collective sigh of relief and exhilaration swept through the group as they dropped their burdens, cheering loudly. Their celebration, however, was short-lived, as Mujin delivered the next part of his plan with a wry smile. He informed them that this exact training would become an annual ritual, occurring every summer and winter. The next session was only a few months away, scheduled for the upcoming winter season. He offered a small consolation, assuring them that future training would be somewhat easier than this initial ordeal. Their previous suffering had forged invaluable experience, making the next round more manageable, he explained. Mujin then declared the physical conditioning complete, but immediately transitioned to the next stage of their development. He would now conduct practical sparring sessions, designed to deepen their combat experience to an entirely new level. He called them forward, instructing each man to choose a weapon and step into the arena. The men's faces collectively fell, their momentary joy replaced by the stark realization of renewed hardship. They were repeatedly beaten senseless, knocked unconscious, trapped in an endless cycle of pain and endurance. Yet, this arduous period of suffering gradually transformed into invaluable experience for them. This newfound experience brought about a profound and unexpected change in their roles. The notorious Zhongshan's 4 demons, once feared bandits, had now become the martial arts instructors of the Flame Hua clan. And so, the Flame Hua clan began its quiet yet swift resurgence under Mujin's resolute leadership. They gradually regained their former glory, a bright flame that once illuminated the lands of Xichang long ago. Young Master Dojin, too, seemed to have fully recovered his former self, much to the relief of the clan elders. They marveled at Mujin's ability to forge such a powerful force from the most unlikely of individuals. Despite the clan's newfound stability, a lingering worry about Mujin's unpredictable nature remained amongst the elders. Deep within a secluded chamber, Mujin confronted an ancient folding screen, pouring all his energy into its intricate patterns. It had been 4 days, and the screen pushed back with increasing force, creating a powerful, silent struggle that would determine the victor. Our protagonist, Jinwoo, was deep within a hidden chamber, seeking ancient knowledge. A strange, subtle energy pulsed from a concealed spot, drawing his attention. Moving closer, he found a cleverly hidden compartment within the wall. Inside lay a small green jade device, glowing with an eerie light and emanating an odd scent. Pungent, almost sickly sweet odor wafted from it, making him wrinkle his nose in distaste. His curiosity was piqued despite the foul smell, sensing a deeper secret hidden within. Behind the glowing device, he discovered an old, tattered scroll, its edges brittle with age. The title, Mind-Severing Sword Art, was etched in ancient script, promising a profound technique. He felt a pang of disappointment, expecting a grander, more immediate power than a sword art. This technique focused on the blade, a stark contrast to his own reliance on swift, fluid movements. His unique martial arts style centered on agility and hand-to-hand combat, not traditional swordsmanship. He pondered the clash of his inherent strengths against the scroll's rigid, blade-focused instructions. Delving deeper, he realized the art used the sword as a conduit for mental manipulation, a potent force. Its true power lay in its ability to control and disrupt the minds of his foes, a terrifying prospect. He decided to integrate this mental sword art into his existing, movement-based martial arts. He envisioned himself becoming the sword, his movements sharp and precise, his will unyielding. This very technique, he remembered, was spoken of in legends as a high-level martial art, long lost to time. Indeed, it was a truly formidable and revered martial art, its secrets almost forgotten by the world. His companions, seeing the scroll, erupted in cheers, thrilled by the potent discovery he had made. Our boy felt a surge of determination, knowing this art would elevate his power to new heights. Without delay, he began his rigorous training, eager to unlock the full potential of the mind-severing sword art. He pushed himself relentlessly, his focus unwavering as he practiced the intricate mental and physical forms. Remarkably, he quickly grasped the core principles, his innate talent accelerating his learning pace. He felt a profound shift within, his spiritual energy and martial prowess expanding rapidly with each passing moment. With this new power at his command, he knew he was ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. Soon, he arrived at Xichang, the bustling city where the fabled Little Dragon Ascension tournament was to be held. The morning air was crisp and clear, the city slowly awakening to the promise of a busy day. He walked through the streets, scanning for signs or directions to the tournament grounds. Despite his efforts, the entrance remained elusive, leaving him puzzled and a little annoyed. His patience began to thin. He hated wasting time on trivial matters like finding a location. He spotted 2 older men, similarly lost, wandering around with confused expressions. Approaching them, he asked directly where the Little Dragon Ascension tournament was being held. They replied with a sigh, admitting they had just arrived and were also searching for the venue. The older men then asked him with hopeful eyes to share the location if he found it first. Our boy simply scoffed, telling them sharply to find it themselves, his tone dismissive. They exchanged stunned glances, clearly taken aback by his blunt and disrespectful demeanor. One of them observed his unusual behavior, noting how his madness seemed to have completely consumed him. The man then realized the young man's identity, a flash of understanding crossing his face. He was Hua Mujin, the grandson of the Flame Hua clan's leader, Hua Jutai, a name whispered with apprehension. A profound chill ran down the old man's spine, sensing that a major storm was about to brew over Xichang. Indeed, a palpable tension filled the air as various clans began to gather, each with their own agendas. Word had spread that young Master Mujin had recovered from his condition, improving the clan's standing. The Baek clan's chief steward, Jiang Xiyun, also arrived, his presence adding to the uneasy atmosphere. He wasted no time in mocking the Flame Hua clan's past struggles, reminding them of their unpaid membership fees. Mujin, though seething, calmly stated that their delayed fees would be repaid soon, his voice tight. Siyun chuckled, openly scoffing at Mujin's promise, questioning when soon would actually arrive. He then provocatively inquired if the Flame Hua clan had finally passed on their secret arts. Siyun hinted at their broken traditions, where only the eldest son was permitted to inherit such techniques. He sarcastically mentioned Mujin's recovery from madness, suggesting they were rushing things. Siyun's words were a clear attempt to provoke a reaction, pushing the Flame Hua clan to their limits. He declared his anticipation to witness the incredible red flame art once more, a thinly veiled challenge. Hua Mujin's fist clenched, his knuckles white, as he struggled to contain his mounting rage. Siyun, noticing Mujin's restraint, dared him to draw his sword, escalating the confrontation. Mujin held back, his eyes darting to the young children present, unwilling to cause a scene. Siyun pressed on, finding amusement in Mujin's struggle, pushing his patience further. Our protagonist, witnessing the prolonged drama, grew visibly annoyed by the pointless squabble. He then spotted it. The true tournament grounds, a vast and vibrant arena bustling with activity. This was no mere training ground. It was a grand spectacle, far exceeding the initial, drab area. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Finally, the real event was before him, ready for his participation. He quickly moved towards the grand arena, leaving the bickering clans behind him. At the entrance, he saw Baek Sean and Chief Steward Jang Siwon from the Baek clan. Siyun expressed surprise at seeing them, especially after their clan's recent misfortunes. He continued his verbal assault, questioning the Baek clan's ability to even pay the entry fees. Siyun's taunts grew sharper, asking if they even had food for their practically starving young masters. Baek Seon's eyes narrowed, her expression a mix of anger and humiliation at the public shaming. Our boy, however, paid them no mind, his gaze fixed on the tournament ahead, eager to compete. The stage was set, the air charged with anticipation. The Little Dragon Ascension tournament was about to begin. Mujin, a young master with a heavy past, watched as a small dispute threatened to erupt into a full-blown conflict among the adults. Swords were drawn, and the tension crackled in the air. A quick intervention was needed before the situation spiraled out of control, as it was supposed to be a day of celebration. He knew this day was reserved for the younger generation, a time for the children to spar and prove their worth. Adults had no place in this spotlight. The main event was meant to showcase the future of Xizang, the young talents who carried the hopes of the region. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air, an older man arriving with a casual, almost mocking tone. He seemed to recognize Mujin. The newcomer immediately identified Mujin as the infamous Crazy Young Master, a title he had heard much about. He wondered what brought this man all the way to this particular event, sensing a deeper purpose behind his unexpected appearance. Mujin's companions were clearly caught off guard by the man's direct address, unsure how to respond to the sudden confrontation. One of them stammered an explanation, trying to justify their silence by claiming they had planned to surprise Mujin with a victory. Our boy found their antics unbelievable, shaking his head at their naive enthusiasm and lack of foresight. The new arrival then made a pointed comment, suggesting that a martial clan should pride itself on its martial arts, not its wealth. He continued, implying that boasting about riches would only earn them a reputation as third-rate practitioners in the martial world. A true martial artist, he argued, placed faith in their sword and skill, not in the fleeting power of gold. This bold declaration sparked immediate outrage from Mujin's companions, who bristled at the stranger's audacity. The older man, however, seemed amused, finding Mujin's outspoken nature refreshing and unexpected. Another figure from Mujin's group, an older man with a long beard, stepped in, attempting to de-escalate the brewing conflict. He suggested that since it was a special day, they should put their swords away and maintain the peace. The first old man, the one who had spoken so boldly, then inquired if Mujin's group was from the Flame Hua clan. The bearded elder advised him to mind his own business and depart, clearly annoyed by the man's meddling. The bold old man chuckled, finding their response impudent and beneath him. He then turned his attention back to the bearded elder, questioning if poverty was something to brag about for a martial clan, addressing him as Young Master Hua. He further implied that the elder had come merely to cheer on his younger siblings, perhaps unable to afford new clothes for them. The old man even suggested that the entry fee might have depleted all their funds, a jab at their perceived lack of wealth. This final insult pushed the bearded elder to his limit, threatening to kill the insolent man. Mujin, however, interjected, asking what was so important about clothes anyway, dismissing the material insult. He asserted that dressing well did not transform a weak martial artist into a master, emphasizing that skill mattered above all else. The bold old man, still unfazed, questioned why Mujin kept butting into their conversation, his gaze sharp and probing. The bearded elder finally sighed, declaring that there was no point in arguing with someone who simply wouldn't understand their ways. He then challenged the bold old man to demonstrate his self-proclaimed great skills in the sparring ring, daring him to prove his words with action. Mujin's companion, a younger man, tried to console him, urging him not to let the old man's words get to him. He reminded Mujin that there were always people like that wherever they went, full of bluster and empty boasts. Mujin acknowledged his companion's words, agreeing that he was right, though a faint sense of unease lingered. The bold old man, however, seemed lost in thought, his expression distant and contemplative. He felt a strange familiarity about the old man, wondering if it was just his imagination playing tricks on him. Soon after, a host approached Mujin's group, inquiring if they were indeed from the Flame Hua clan. Mujin confirmed their affiliation, and the host's demeanor immediately shifted to one of respect. The host then warmly invited them to follow him, indicating that special seats had been prepared for them. As they walked, Mujin noticed the lavish preparations, the abundance of food, and the sheer scale of the event. His companions were wide-eyed with excitement, exclaiming at the sight of the elaborate spread before them. Mujin, however, cautioned them not to overeat, as they didn't know when the sparring matches would actually begin. Meanwhile, the Bake clan members were also directed to their VIP seats, signaling the arrival of another important group. The bold old man, who had been causing a stir earlier, casually joined Mujin's table, seemingly unfazed by the earlier tension. Mujin's companions were confused by the old man's persistence, wondering why he kept hovering around them. Mujin, however, simply allowed it, telling the old man to do whatever he wanted, dismissing his presence with a shrug. Suddenly, the bold old man used a frequency whispering technique to secretly instruct Mujin's group. He commanded everyone to put their food down and not touch any of the tea or alcohol until he had eaten first. Mujin's companion, Hai-Ah, offered the old man a drink, showing him respect despite his earlier provocations. The old man accepted graciously, thanking her for the gesture. Mujin, observing, asked the old man why he wasn't holding a cup, inviting him to join in the drink. The old man declined, stating he had eaten not too long ago and told Mujin not to mind him. Then, the head of the Seok clan, Seok Ildo, began his opening speech, his voice booming across the arena. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending the Little Dragon Ascension tournament, held only once every 5 years. Seok Ildo, the head of the Seok clan of Sichung, introduced himself with pride and authority. He announced that simple food had been prepared, encouraging everyone to eat their fill and enjoy the day's sparring. But before he could continue, another figure, the bearded elder from earlier, rushed forward to pay his respects. Seok Ildo was surprised, questioning what the elder was doing there. The elder then introduced himself as Seok Ildo, head of the Seok clan, confirming his identity. The bearded elder recognized him immediately, having seen his esteemed face from afar long ago. He addressed him as Tang Sumun, the Poison Emperor, a name that sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. The revelation stunned everyone, including Mujin and his companions, who gasped at the mention of the Poison Emperor. News quickly spread that the Poison Emperor, Tang Sumun, had graced the children's tournament with his presence. In the Central Plains, only 4 individuals held the revered title of Emperor, signifying their immense power and influence. Tang Sumun, the Poison Emperor, was one of the strongest martial artists in the entire Central Plains. His unexpected appearance at a small children's sparring tournament in Xichang was an event that sent the venue into an uproar. Mujin, recalling the past, remembered the old man and the title. Young Master Hua found himself amidst the bustling preparations for a significant martial arts event, the kind of place people spoke about in hushed, reverent tones. He was surprised when asked if he would participate in the Orthodox Mirum tournament, a grand competition held only once every 5 years. Declining, he calmly stated it wasn't in his current best interest, leaving his companion visibly disappointed. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with the sudden arrival of the formidable Poison Emperor, a man whose presence commanded immediate respect. His companion, startled, hastily apologized for not recognizing the esteemed figure, showing deference. The Poison Emperor, a man with a long beard, simply nodded, his quiet demeanor belying his immense power. His young ward, Hai-Ah, seemed equally stern, her long dark hair flowing as she quickly echoed her grandfather's desire for quiet. Lady Tang then took charge, her voice firm and clear, swiftly restoring order to the bustling area. She commanded everyone to return to their own business, ensuring the proceedings could continue without further commotion. With the crowd settled, the Poison Emperor watched on, his expression unreadable. As the tournament was about to commence, Lady Tang announced the immediate start of the matches, her voice carrying across the entire arena, signaling the beginning of the day's events. She then outlined the simple rules for the competition, ensuring fair play and safety for all participants. Only non-lethal wooden weapons, such as wooden swords or spears, were permitted, emphasizing the non-fatal nature of the contest. Crucially, killing strikes was strictly forbidden, reinforcing the focus on skill rather than harm. A blue pouch thrown into the arena would signal a temporary halt, allowing for adjustments or interventions. A red pouch, however, meant an immediate forfeit, bringing the match to an abrupt end. With the formalities complete, the Little Dragon Ascension tournament was officially underway, a chance for many to prove their worth. The first match was called, pitting Baek Sahian of the Baek clan against Hwa Soyeon of the Flame Hwa clan. Hwa Soyeon, a young girl with a casual demeanor, was seen enjoying a drumstick when her name was announced. From the sidelines, Hwa Mujin, the protagonist, offered quiet encouragement, a subtle nod of support for the young competitor. Baek Sahion, however, brimmed with arrogance as he stepped into the arena, already picturing his easy victory. He sneered at the young girl, vowing to break the Flame Hwa clan brat's arms, his confidence bordering on cruelty. Hwa Soyeon, initially unbothered, had planned an easy win followed by a good meal, her focus on post-match rewards. But Baek Sahien's dismissive attitude ignited a fierce resolve within her, her eyes glowing with a sudden intensity. With a chilling smile, she declared him the first offering for her glorious ascension, a chilling prophecy for her opponent. Baek Sahian was enraged by her audacious disrespect, his face contorting in an ugly snarl. Hwa Soyeon simply told him to shut up, her composure unwavering, effectively silencing his taunts. She moved with astonishing speed, a blur across the arena floor, leaving Baek Sahian stunned by her rapid advance. Her initial kick landed hard and fast, a powerful strike that echoed across the quiet arena. She warned him that his punishment would extend beyond mere broken limbs, promising a much harsher lesson. From the viewing area, Hwa Mujin inquired about the long-standing animosity between the Flame Hwa clan and the Baek clan. Elder Joe explained that the Baek clan had always been troublesome, their history marked by constant provocations. Their aggression, however, was somewhat tempered when the previous Flame Emperor was still alive, acting as a deterrent. But after the succession ceremony, several key vassals, including Chief Steward Jang, defected to the Baek clan, shifting the balance of power. This exodus weakened the Flame Hwa clan significantly, creating a void that the rivals were quick to exploit. As the Flame Hwa clan's influence waned, the Baek clan became increasingly overt in their hostility, seeing an opportunity to assert dominance. Elder Joe grimaced, referring to the defectors as traitors, lamenting their betrayal and its consequences. He explained that the Baek clan had leveraged the animosity of these former vassals to bolster their own numbers and power. This strategic move allowed them to grow stronger, exploiting existing grudges to their advantage. Back in the arena, Baek Sahian furiously swung his wooden sword, his frustration mounting with each failed strike. But Hwa Soyeon proved incredibly elusive, dodging each attack with effortless grace and agility. She moved with a fluid, almost dance-like quality, baffling her opponent with her quickness. She landed another blow, a precise strike that sent Baek Sahion reeling back, further infuriating him. He watched in disbelief as she moved with such unexpected skill, a tiny opponent proving far more capable than he imagined. His nose began to bleed from her strikes, a clear sign of the damage she was inflicting. Hwa Soyeon coolly pointed out his injury, her expression unchanged, adding insult to his pain. Elder Joe, observing keenly, noted her impressive kick techniques, a testament to her training. Young Master Hwa Mujin confirmed he hadn't taught her, having been in a compromised state during that time. Elder Joe proudly stated that he had laid the foundation of her basics, acknowledging his role in her development. The elegant Lady Tang observed her dynamic vision and athletic prowess, acknowledging her high-level abilities. Yet, she pondered how long Hwa Soyeon could withstand an armed opponent, given she was fighting with only her bare hands. Infuriated and wounded, Baek Sahien's eyes glowed with a dangerous resolve, fueled by humiliation. He vowed to kill her, his earlier arrogance replaced by a raw, murderous intent, his composure completely shattered. Charging forward with renewed aggression, he unleashed a barrage of wild swings, aiming to overwhelm her. But Hwa Soyeon continued to evade him with an impressive movement art, a display of grace under pressure. This elegant footwork drew a quiet admiration from Lady Tang, who recognized genuine skill. Baek Sahion, growing increasingly frustrated, screamed, calling her a slippery loach, unable to land a decisive hit. He pressed his attack relentlessly, finally managing to corner her against the arena wall, seemingly trapping her. The Flame Hwa clan members watched in alarm, their faces etched with worry, urging her to get out of danger. Baek Sahian's supporters cheered him on, their voices rising in a clamor, demanding he show no mercy. They urged him to finish her swiftly, eager to see their champion claim victory. He channeled his energy into a glowing blue strike, a powerful blow aimed for a decisive end to the match. Just as it seemed she was trapped, Hwa So-yeon executed a brilliant feint, making it appear she was thrown back. Instead, she used the momentum to vault gracefully over Baek Sahian, landing silently behind him. He looked utterly confused, calling her a flying squirrel, bewildered by her unexpected maneuver. He realized too late that he had fallen directly into her trap, his overconfidence proving to be his downfall. Now in a superior position, Hwa So-yeon declared her intent to beat him without being pushed back, her voice firm. Her body glowed red with power as she challenged him to block her next attack with his slow wooden sword. She unleashed a devastating flurry of powerful kicks, each strike imbued with fierce energy, a blur of motion. The outcome of this final, furious assault hung precariously in the air, a moment of intense, unresolved tension. Baek Sahian could only watch, bloodied and stunned, as the young girl he underestimated delivered a relentless beating. What happens next changes everything, and nobody sees it coming. Hwa So-yeon found herself in a brutal sparring match, facing an arrogant opponent who reveled in her pain. Her face was already bruised and bleeding, but her eyes still held a fierce defiance. The blows continued to rain down on her, each one accompanied by the mocking laughter of her opponent. He was relentless, determined to keep her down. With every strike, the crowd roared, some cheering for her opponent, others simply thrilled by the violence unfolding before them. So-yeon took hit after hit, her body absorbing the impact, but her spirit remained unbroken. She was down, but not out. The title, Rebirth of the Divine Demon, hung in the air, a subtle reminder of the power simmering beneath the surface of these seemingly ordinary events. Her opponent, a bulky man, smiled broadly, enjoying the spectacle of her suffering. He felt confident in his victory. "Stomp on his face too," a voice from the crowd cheered, urging him to be even more brutal. He grinned wider, clearly relishing the approval. "Great, love it," another voice shouted, fueling the opponent's desire to utterly humiliate So-yeon. He was determined to crush her. "Make sure he can never crawl back up again," the voice demanded, and the opponent prepared to deliver a finishing blow, his eyes glowing with malicious intent. So-yeon lay on the ground, struggling to breathe, her body aching, but a deep resolve began to stir within her. She was far from finished. The referee, noticing her state, began to approach, ready to intervene and stop the fight. He saw her as defeated. "Ugh, you cocky bastard," So-yeon rasped, pulling herself up with surprising effort, her wooden sword still clutched in her hand. Her opponent, taken aback, watched as she slowly rose. He had been so sure she was done, but her eyes now burned with a dangerous fire. "If you get up again," he began, trying to intimidate her, but So-yeon cut him off, her voice low and steady despite her injuries. "I'm telling you, it's useless," she declared, her stance shifting, betraying a newfound determination that surprised him. She launched herself forward, a blur of motion, her wooden sword striking with unexpected force. The crowd gasped, suddenly silent. "Ki-hook," her opponent cried out, reeling from the sudden attack. He hadn't anticipated such a fierce counter. So-yeon continued her assault, her movements precise and powerful, driving him back with a flurry of blows. He was no longer the aggressor. "Ugh!" he groaned, falling to the ground as his wooden sword shattered under her relentless attack. The arena fell into stunned silence. The referee, his eyes wide, could barely believe what he was seeing. Her wooden sword had broken his opponent's. His wooden sword broke! Someone from the crowd shouted, a mix of shock and awe in their voice. "Hurry up and throw in the blue pouch," another person urged, referring to the signal to suspend the match. The fight had taken a dangerous turn. A blue pouch soared through the air, landing with a soft thud on the ground. It was the official sign to stop the sparring. So-yeon, however, paid no mind to the signal. Her eyes remained locked on her fallen opponent, a cold fury in her gaze. Her opponent, battered and bleeding, looked up at her, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He realized his taunts had awakened something terrifying. He choked out, still trying to maintain some semblance of his former arrogance, but his voice trembled. Oh dear, you broke my sword," he said, attempting to sound dismissive, but the fear was evident in his strained smile. "This isn't over, just you wait," he threatened, pulling himself up, his eyes filled with hatred. He refused to admit defeat. "I'll bring warriors and wipe out your pathetic clan," he snarled, trying to regain control of the situation with a grand declaration. "Like always, your mouth is the problem," So-yeon replied calmly, her voice devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to his rage. "Your sword broke during a duel, and you're telling me to stop? Who decided that?" she asked, her tone chillingly cold. I have no intention of stopping, she stated, her words a direct challenge to the rules and the referee. What? Her opponent stammered, completely flustered. He couldn't comprehend her defiance. The blue pouch being thrown in means the sparring match is suspended, he tried to explain, but Soyeon cut him off again. What's that got to do with me? She asked, her expression unchanging. The rules meant nothing to her in this moment of retribution. She stepped forward, her foot coming down hard on the blue pouch, crushing it into the ground. It was a clear act of rebellion. Do whatever you want later. Bring warriors all you want, she said, her voice a low, dangerous growl. But for now, you're dead meat, she finished, her eyes glowing with a fierce, almost demonic light. Her opponent's face was a mask of sheer terror. His bravado had completely vanished, replaced by a primal fear. What the hell? He whimpered, unable to move as she approached him, her presence overwhelming. Soyeon launched herself into the air, a powerful kick aimed directly at his face. The force of her attack was incredible. What? The referee cried out, stunned by her continued assault despite the match being called off. She landed another brutal kick, sending her opponent sprawling across the ground. He lay there, defeated and broken. He groaned, barely conscious, his body battered beyond recognition. He had underestimated her rage. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a wild grin watched from the sidelines. He was Hwa Mujin, Soyeon's older brother. That's the way. Bahahaha, Mujin roared with laughter, clearly delighted by his sister's brutal victory. Our referee wasn't the blue pouch thrown, another official cried out, confused and agitated by the blatant disregard for rules. Why didn't you stop her? He demanded, turning his frustration on the hapless referee who had been too stunned to act. Soyeon's opponent was dragged away, leaving a trail of blood. He was utterly defeated, his earlier arrogance completely shattered. Hwa Soyeon of the Flame Hwa clan, disqualified, the referee announced, his voice strained. The decision was a formality. So this is how it ends, Mujin commented, watching his sister return, a proud smile on his face. Good. Well done, he praised her, completely unbothered by her disqualification. He admired her spirit. Soyeon returned with a mischievous grin, her tongue sticking out playfully, utterly unrepentant for her actions. Inside, another man, likely the clan head, watched her return, a fire of anger burning around him. He was not pleased. I'm back, Soyeon announced cheerfully, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened, joining her clan at a table laden with food. Lady Soyeon, didn't they say that once the blue pouch is thrown, you have to stop the sparring match? A clan member nervously inquired. I know, Soyeon replied, taking a bite of a drumstick, her expression completely calm. But what can I do? Beating that jerk up is more fun than winning, she explained, her priorities clear and unapologetic. Mujin, observing her, nodded slowly. I agree, he said, a matching mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bahahaha, as expected of my little sister, he boomed, embracing her with boisterous pride. This is great. My sister got disqualified, so why am I so happy? Mujin wondered aloud, then started to dance wildly. You can dance pretty well too, another clan member joked, finding amusement in Mujin's antics. I feel great, Mujin exclaimed, continuing his bizarre dance with abandon. What kind of bizarre dance is that, young master? A clan elder asked, mortified by Mujin's lack of decorum. Stop it, please, the elder pleaded, his face red with embarrassment. What you're doing is so tacky, Mujin, another elder added, equally horrified. Ugh, let go of me. I'm so happy that I want to dance. What's wrong with that? Mujin retorted, refusing to be reined in. Mujin, please preserve your dignity, the elder implored. But Mujin was in his own world of joyous celebration. Come, let's have a drink. Drink as much as you want today, Mujin declared, inviting everyone to join the revelry. I'm not the one paying though, he added with a wink, prompting laughter from the others. Haha, that sounds great. The Poison Emperor, a distinguished guest, agreed, raising his cup. Even in the midst of the celebration, the Poison Emperor maintained a calm, observant demeanor, taking everything in. But still, the Poison Emperor began, turning to Mujin, his expression thoughtful. If you used the clan's secret art, you would have won even more easily. Why didn't you use it? He asked, curious about Soyeon's decision. Come on, did I really need to use our secret art on that guy? Mujin scoffed, implying the opponent wasn't worth the effort. Seok Yolso, a young martial artist, found himself at the center of a manipulative scheme designed to control the region's power. The Flame Hwa clan, once dominant, was losing its grip, and the Seok and Bayek clans saw an opportunity to rise. This chapter delves into their ruthless strategy to fill the power vacuum left by the fading Flame Hua clan. Their plan revolved around the Little Dragon Ascension tournament, held every 5 years, a stage they used to elevate their own. They meticulously manipulated the tournament brackets, ensuring their apprentice martial artists would win. This victory would then secure them a prominent place in the Orthodox Miram tournament, boosting their group's fame and power. This strategy allowed them to monopolize the tournament and steadily expand their influence across the land. Now, the tournament had reached a critical juncture. The final match in the top 32. Among the young hopefuls was Ban Yawol, the young master of the Half Moon sect, a formidable opponent. His match was against Seok Yoso of the Daenkang sect, a challenge that promised an exciting clash. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the matchup, igniting a fresh wave of excitement among the spectators. Watching from the sidelines, figures of authority observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Whoever wins this match, an elder remarked with a knowing smirk, will be facing your younger brother in the next one. The other man, surprised by the implication, suddenly realized something was amiss with the matchups. Wait, he stammered, his eyes wide. Why is that guy here? He asked, pointing towards the arena. He turned to the Elder Joe, asking if the opponent was strong enough to pose a threat. Elder Joe simply gave a small, telling hiccup, acknowledging the young fighter's unexpected prowess. He then revealed his opponent's identity. He's the champion of the previous Little Dragon Ascension tournament. The man was stunned, believing the champion had already joined the Daenkang sect for advanced training. Even a child nearby reacted with surprise, having heard similar rumors about the formidable champion. On the arena floor, our boy, recognizing Ban Yawol, asked with a hint of amusement, "Huh? You again?" Ban Yawol, equally surprised by the familiar face, could only manage, "Huh? Yeah, you are." Ban Yawol, still reeling from the surprise, questioned the young fighter's presence in the tournament. He reminded him that the competition was strictly for participants up to 14 years old. Our boy, with a confident smile, simply acknowledged the rule. He then asserted that he, too, was precisely 14 years old, confounding his opponent. Ban Yawol scoffed, accusing him of lying, claiming he was already 15, too old for the junior division. However, his words were cut short before he could finish his accusation as our boy moved. Our boy, growing tired of the pointless talk, declared, "Man, you talk too much." He swiftly launched his attack, ending the verbal exchange with a burst of motion and skill. The fight was quick and decisive, a flurry of strikes that left no room for doubt. With a final, powerful strike, our boy emerged victorious, his opponent defeated on the ground. He stood over the defeated Ban Yawol, remarking with disdain, "Squealing too much like a dog." He then clarified his age with a sly grin. "My birthday hasn't passed yet," solidifying his claim. The elder and his companion from the Seok clan expressed their outrage. They wondered how such a trick could be used to bend the rules of the tournament. The companion threatened to demand an explanation from the organizers for the clear manipulation, but the elder calmly dismissed him, seeing a greater opportunity in the situation. "Forget it," he advised, his eyes fixed on the arena, already plotting. "He's the best opponent we could ask for," the elder concluded, recognizing the challenge's value. Hua Dojin, the young master of the Flame Hua clan, stood ready, an imposing figure on the field. The announcer's voice cut through the air, signaling the next match with dramatic flair and rising excitement. Above the arena, a vibrant, glowing symbol shimmered against the sunset, marking the Flame Hua clan's presence. "Up next," the announcer proclaimed, his voice echoing, "we'll proceed with the next match." He urged everyone to pay close attention to the upcoming spectacle, promising a memorable fight. "This is the eye of the storm in this tournament," he declared, introducing the highly anticipated bout. It was Hua Dojin, the young master of the Flame Hua clan, against the champion candidate from the Daenkang sect. The announcer directed them to the sparring arena, setting the stage for the clash of titans. The elder and the smirking Seok clan leader exchanged a look, understanding the gravity of this early clash. "Ho, so it's a finals match in advance," the elder mused, sensing the impending drama. The Seok clan leader watched with keen interest as the two young masters prepared to face each other. The crowd, especially those loyal to the Flame Hua clan, erupted in cheers, confidently proclaiming Dojin's victory. As they stood across from each other, Dojin spoke first, acknowledging his opponent's sword technique as pretty decent. Then, his tone shifted, revealing a deeper, more sinister motive behind his words. Dojin revealed that because of his opponent, his younger brother, who should have secured at least second place, had been eliminated. Our boy, unfazed by the accusation, simply asked if Dojin was seeking revenge for the outcome. Dojin laughed, calling the idea ridiculous, claiming he didn't stoop to such stupid stuff. However, His eyes began to glow with a malevolent red light, betraying his earlier words. With a sinister smile, Dojin declared his intention. I'm going to make it so worm-like you can never hold a sword again. He unleashed his signature. 12 radiant sword strikes. A flurry of glowing red slashes. The brutal force of the attack descended upon our boy, forcing him onto the defensive immediately. Our boy skillfully blocked the initial onslaught, parrying each strike with precision. Dojin, seeing his opponent on the defensive, taunted him relentlessly, enjoying the struggle. Haha. Hey worm, if all you do is block, your skull's going to get smashed in no time. He gloated. Despite the pressure, our boy held his ground, enduring the barrage of attacks. The relentless assault continued, pushing him further back with each glowing strike. The elder, observing from the stands, recognized the style. Ho. So that's the Diankang sect's signature fast sword style, he noted, acknowledging its potential to be troublesome. The Seok clan leader, however, remained confident, urging our boy to show those lowly bastards the overwhelming gap in skills. Dojin pressed his advantage, mocking his opponent's defensive stance. Haha, look at you flailing. Our boy continued to block, but the relentless force of Dojin's attacks began to wear him down. He took a heavy hit, groaning in pain as he was knocked backward from the blow. Dojin pressed his advantage, continuing his barrage, relentless in his assault. With a triumphant grin, Dojin revealed his calculated strategy. I was waiting for you to do this. Haha. Dojin then prepared to deliver his final, devastating blow, unleashing another 12 radiant sword strikes. The powerful attack struck our boy directly, sending him crashing to the ground. Dojin stood over his fallen opponent, his voice dripping with arrogance. Well, it's a bit early, he sneered, but shall we finish this? He raised his sword for the killing strike, ready to end the match with a final crippling blow. Hua Mujin, a man destined for greatness, found himself caught in the intricate web of martial arts politics. The air crackled with raw power as two young warriors clashed in the arena, their movements a blur of practiced skill. Spectators jeered, predicting a grim fate for the losing side. A new pair of crippled brothers about to be born in Xichang. In this brutal world, defeat often meant permanent disfigurement, a stark reminder of the cost of ambition and failure. Dojin's opponent fought with the ferocity of a wild beast, each strike aimed to incapacitate, to secure his own victory. Despite the overwhelming pressure, young Hua Dojin held his ground, his eyes fixed on victory and the promise of a brighter future. The arena floor vibrated with the impact of their techniques, energy surging with every powerful move they made. Before the match, his older brother, Hua Mujin, had asked him a simple question: did he truly want to win this fight? Tears welled in Dojin's eyes as he affirmed his desperate need for victory, to restore their clan's tarnished and forgotten honor. His big brother offered comfort, promising to make their clan the greatest in Xichang once again, to reclaim their lost glory. Mujin then revealed the surest move to win, a hidden path to triumph that only he seemed to perceive in the chaos. He explained that the instant his opponent executed a sword technique, a tiny opening would appear in his defense. Right in the center of his guard, a fleeting vulnerability, visible only to the keenest eye and the quickest mind. At that precise moment, Dojin was told not to waver, not to doubt, but to commit fully to the attack. His foe prepared a devastating blow, unaware of the trap that awaited him, the weakness his opponent was about to exploit. With a surge of courage, Dojin charged forward, just as his brother had instructed, his heart pounding in his chest. The words echoed in his mind, a clear, unwavering directive that fueled his final, desperate assault. The fate of their clan, and Dojin's own future, hung in the balance with this single audacious action. His blade found its mark, piercing through the fleeting opening, a perfect strike born of desperation and trust. The force of the impact sent both warriors reeling, caught in a whirlwind of motion, a chaotic dance of blades. Dojin's opponent reeled back, utterly stunned by the unexpected counterattack, his eyes wide with disbelief. A sharp pain lanced through his body as the attack landed true, a burning sensation spreading from the point of impact. His face twisted in agony, unable to comprehend his sudden defeat, the swiftness of his downfall. With a cry of pain, the warrior fell, defeated, his grand ambitions crumbling around him in an instant. He lay on the ground, staring up at the sky, his world spinning, the cheers of the crowd a distant buzz. Dojin, overcome with relief, shouted that he had done it, he had won, his voice raw with emotion. His opponent clutched his side, the pain a searing reminder of his loss, of the humiliation he now faced. The wound was deep, a testament to Dojin's precise strike, a testament to the effectiveness of Mujin's advice. The elder family members cheered, proud of Dojin's hard-won victory, their hopes reignited by his success. Yet, the defeated warrior slowly rose, his anger outweighing his pain, a dark fury simmering beneath the surface. He glared at Dojin, swearing to kill the filthy little insect who had dared to strike him down in front of everyone. Young Dojin recoiled, intimidated by the raw fury of his opponent, fearing what might come next. Before the enraged fighter could advance, Mujin threw a small dark object directly at his face. A swift intervention. The unexpected projectile struck with a dull thud, diverting the man's attention, momentarily disorienting him. His focus shattered. The warrior looked around, wondering who had dared to interfere in his moments of rage. Mujin, calm and composed, declared himself the one responsible, stepping forward to face the angry man. Dojin watched his brother, a silent appreciation in his gaze, a profound trust in his elder's protection. A small smile played on Mujin's lips as he faced the furious warrior, completely unbothered by the threats. He then announced his withdrawal from the tournament, much to his servant's surprise and confusion. Mujin stated he had already gained everything he needed and saw no reason to continue in a mere martial arts tournament. He refused to stake his younger brother's future on such an event, prioritizing their well-being above all else. With a simple command, Mujin and his family turned to depart, leaving the tournament behind them. He cast one last glance over his shoulder, a contemplative expression on his face, before walking away. The Hua clan began their journey home, their departure noticed by many, some with hidden agendas. The defeated warrior grumbled, lamenting that Mujin's withdrawal had ruined the fun he had anticipated. Meanwhile, social sect's Hong Jo-hung watched, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, his plans disrupted. Another man turned, recognizing the departing figure, a flicker of dark intent in his eyes. A gathering of dangerous individuals had come, their true intentions hidden beneath cloaks of civility. He was Soso sect's Hong Jo-hung, and his target was none other than the hidden dragon of Sichang. Beside him, Soso sect's Death Black Crow affirmed their deadly purpose, believing Mujin was a bastard who must be killed. They spoke of twisting the hidden dragon's neck, certain of their success with their combined strength. Crimson Sword sect's Ju Suging stood with them, a formidable ally in their sinister plot against the Hua clan. As Mujin's group walked, unseen eyes followed their every move, a sinister plot unfolding around them. Soon, they reached the familiar gates of their clan residence, a place they hoped was safe from outside threats. But their peace was shattered when a rude man abruptly kicked down their front gate, showing immense disrespect. The old wood groaned and broke apart, scattering pieces across the ground in a shower of splinters. A follower looked on, surprised by the brazen act of vandalism, though he said nothing to stop it. The men stood by the shattered gate, completely unabashed by their actions, their arrogance palpable. The perpetrator offered a casual apology, claiming the gate was so rotten he thought it had no owner. Mujin's servant stepped forward, protesting the destruction, questioning the man's audacity and lack of manners. The man merely patted his full stomach, ignoring the servant's words, his expression one of utter disdain. His companions watched, their expressions mirroring his arrogance, their group openly mocking the Hua clan. He laughed, dismissing the servant's protests as the insolence of a mere subordinate beneath his notice. Another among the intruders remarked on the damaged gate, finding humor in the destruction they caused. They looked at the splintered wood, making light of the destruction, their contempt for the clan evident. Mujin's eyes narrowed, a cold anger beginning to stir within him, his calm demeanor slowly cracking. It became clear that their arrival was not peaceful. A fallen guard already lay underfoot, brutally beaten. The injured guard moaned, struggling to breathe, the pain radiating through his broken body. The aggressor stood casually over the injured man, utterly devoid of remorse, a cruel smile on his face. They continued their insults, calling Mujin's people back alley riffraff and sick bastards, their words dripping with malice. Ma Sok, the leader of this unruly group, openly ridiculed Mujin's guards, calling them clowns. A chilling aura began to emanate from Mujin, his patience completely worn thin, a dangerous shift in his presence. Among the attackers, Ju Sugan suddenly recognized the man before him, his eyes widening in alarm. His gaze intensified, a silent declaration of war, promising swift and brutal retribution for their insolence. At his unspoken command, Mujin's loyal men drew their weapons, ready for battle, prepared to defend their master. The hidden dragon stood firm, prepared to defend his home and his family against this unexpected invasion. The true fight had just begun. Mujin, the eldest young master, returned to find chaos had erupted at his family's estate. The scene before him was one of utter pandemonium, a stark contrast to the peace he had left behind just moments ago. His clan members, Elder Zhou and Ma Sok, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding disaster, their expressions conveying a mix of shock and disbelief. This was clearly not a typical day. Mujin himself, usually calm and composed, narrowed his eyes, a silent question forming on his lips as he surveyed the damage. He knew something was terribly wrong. A brutal sight met his gaze. A foot pressed firmly onto the face of a man lying prone on the ground. The force of the blow was evident in the man's pained grimace. Around them, a fierce brawl was underway. Several figures clad in black attacked with swords, while others were already defeated, scattered across the courtyard. The courtyard itself bore witness to the violence, with broken planks of wood and debris strewn everywhere. It was clear a significant confrontation had just taken place. One of Mujin's servants, Ma Sok, cried out in distress, his face streaked with tears and dirt. He was visibly shaken, recounting the terrifying ordeal he had just endured. "It was so scary, young master," Ma Sok wailed, rushing towards Mujin. He explained how a group of punks had beaten him up and caused a huge scene. Mujin's gaze hardened as he listened. He then turned to Ma Sok's earlier statement, realizing the extent of his servant's distress and the need for immediate action. Ma Sok clarified that after the initial attack, Mujin had arrived and given the troublemakers a little massage, implying he had dealt with them decisively. Mujin's eyes then landed on a familiar face among the defeated, a man he had encountered before. His memory jogged. He recalled their previous interaction. He reminded the man that he had clearly spared his life and instructed him to bring money as recompense. This confrontation was not what he had expected. Instead of payment, the man had returned with sword-wielding friends, clearly intending to cause more trouble. Mujin's patience was wearing thin. The man, now terrified, stammered apologies, pleading with Mujin to spare him once more. He understood the gravity of his mistake and the potential cost. Mujin, ever practical, simply ordered one of his men to get the remaining culprits back on their feet. There was still business to attend to before any mercy could be considered. He then brought up the half-blinded fool from their previous encounter, questioning if the man had returned seeking revenge for his comrade. Such a move would be foolish. The man, trying to regain some composure, introduced himself as Ju Sugang, proudly declaring his title, One Step One Kill of the Crimson Sword Sect. He hoped it would impress. Mujin, unfazed, noted the impressive nickname. He then reasoned that if the man held such a title, he must certainly possess a considerable amount of money. He continued to press, asking if the Crimson Sword Sect was aligned with the prestigious Four Martial Heavens. His tone was casual, yet the question carried immense weight. Ju Sugang's eye widened in sheer terror. The mention of his sect and its implications for the current situation sent a chill down his spine. A powerful, imposing figure then appeared, radiating an oppressive aura. This was no ordinary martial artist. His presence alone commanded fear. The Crimson Sword Sect had dared to trespass onto Sichuan land, attempting to raid an orthodox clan. This act was nothing short of a direct challenge. Such an aggressive move could easily be interpreted as a declaration of war against the established order. The implications were dire for all involved. The powerful figure's aura intensified, a swirling vortex of green energy engulfing the area. It was a display of raw, overwhelming power. The other martial artists recoiled, their faces contorted in expressions of pure terror. They shrieked and scrambled, desperate to escape the oppressive force. Even the sturdy figures of Ma Sok and the children nearby were visibly shaken, their small forms trembling under the immense pressure. They clung to each other in fear. The sheer killing intent emanating from the old man was terrifying, making the very ground feel as though it was trembling beneath their feet. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. They wondered why such a formidable man was present and what his connection to the Flame Hua clan could possibly be. The truth was revealed. This imposing figure was none other than the Poison Emperor, recognized as one of the strongest martial artists in the current Murim world. Ju Sugang and his men instantly realized the catastrophic error they had made. Offending such a legendary figure would mean the complete annihilation of their sect. Without hesitation, they prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing deeply and begging for the Poison Emperor's forgiveness. Their lives depended on his mercy. The Poison Emperor, however, merely smiled, a chilling expression on his face. He suggested they had truly intended to test his and the Tang clan's martial prowess. He then delivered a horrifying threat. He would use their bones as drinking snacks and skin their families alive by morning. His words were a promise of utter devastation. Ju Sugang, desperate, tried to explain it was all a misunderstanding, but his words were cut short. The Poison Emperor was beyond reasoning. With a sudden burst of energy, the Poison Emperor unleashed a powerful force, sending all of Ju Sugang's men flying backward through the air. Ma Sok and the children watched in stunned silence, their faces pale with shock. They had never witnessed such raw, destructive power. The Poison Emperor's typhoon-like killing intent, which had just terrified everyone, was casually scattered by Mujin. His composure remained unshaken. Mujin then calmly advised the Poison Emperor to take it easy, reminding him that there were impressionable children present who shouldn't witness such brutality. The Poison Emperor chuckled, admitting he got a little carried away by the thrill of intimidating the trespassers. His laughter echoed with casual disregard. Mujin then instructed Elder Zhou to escort Ma Sok and the children to the clinic for treatment. The immediate danger had passed, but the aftermath remained. The children, however, were captivated by the display of power. They wanted to stay and watch more, their curiosity overriding their fear. Mujin, with a knowing glance, simply told them it was time to leave. The show was over, and there were other matters to address. As he walked away, he retrieved a broken piece of wood from the ground, the remnants of what was once a sturdy gate. His expression was thoughtful. He turned back to the remaining culprits, pointing out that they had not only beaten up a servant, but also smashed the precious oak front gate of his estate. He emphasized the gate's immense value, a 100-year-old artifact, blessed by lightning, imbued with the energy of the Big Dipper and his grandfather's spirit. It was not just any gate. It was something irreplaceable, a piece of history that could not simply be found anywhere. Its destruction was a grave insult. Mujin then demanded compensation. Zhu Sogang, still reeling from the Poison Emperor's attack, screamed in pain as Mujin intensified his pressure. Mujin clarified that even if Zhu Sogang hadn't personally kicked the gate, he had stood by and allowed it to happen, making him an accomplice in the act. Zhu Sogang's face contorted in agony. He was trapped, unable to deny his complicity or escape Mujin's relentless demands, the pain becoming unbearable. Mujin then coolly stated his price: 10,000 yang for the gate. The sum was exorbitant, a clear act of extortion, yet entirely within his power to demand. The other members of the Crimson Sword sect were aghast at the audacity. They couldn't believe someone dared to talk back to the eldest young master. Mujin grabbed one of the men, who immediately began screaming, begging him to stop. The man was in immense pain, pleading for mercy. Mujin's grip tightened, and he simply remarked that the man should have shown such compliance from the very beginning. Resistance was futile against his will. He then asked the man directly if he was the one who had physically damaged the gate. The truth was about to be revealed to everyone present. The man, terrified and in pain, immediately confessed, admitting his guilt and declaring that he had committed a sin worthy of death. He was truly broken. Mujin, satisfied with the confession, then revised the compensation. For the man's direct involvement in the gate's destruction, he demanded 20,000 yang. The man, desperate to escape, immediately agreed to the new, even higher sum. Any price was better than enduring Mujin's wrath for another moment. Mujin then turned to another trembling member of the sect, his gaze cold and unwavering. The man knew his turn for punishment had arrived. The man stammered apologies, promising that such an offense would never happen again. He hoped to appease Mujin with his desperate pleas. Mujin simply stated that there would be no second chances. His decision was final, and the consequences for their actions were absolute. He then declared that all of this particular man's property now belonged to him. It was a complete seizure, leaving the man with nothing. Mujin instructed his own men to liquidate all of the confiscated property and bring the proceeds directly to him. His command was swift and efficient. The terrified sect members, having no choice, immediately complied, acknowledging their new master's orders without question. Their resistance had completely crumbled. Mujin gave them until tomorrow to vacate his property and disappear. His message was clear: stay away or face further retribution. A few days later, the clan estate began a remarkable transformation. The damage was being repaired, and significant improvements were underway, signaling a new era. The old, peeling front gate was replaced by a magnificent, thick, oiled oak gate, a symbol of renewed strength and prosperity for the entire household. Walls, roofs, and even the cracked stone flooring were meticulously replaced with new, high-quality materials. The estate was being rebuilt to a higher standard. Mujin watched the renovations with a satisfied smile, overseeing the meticulous work. His vision for the clan was taking shape beautifully. The physical improvements were not the only changes, however. Mujin's reputation and the clan's allure had grown exponentially since the incident. A continuous line of aspiring martial artists now gathered, eager to take the clan's warrior test. Receiving a stipend and advanced training was an unprecedented opportunity, drawing talent from far and wide. Even as the clan prospered, Mujin still found himself fielding playful jabs from Elder Zhou about his perceived stinginess. His work was far from over. Our protagonist, the Flame Hua clan's oldest son, found himself in a bustling town, a place radiating with the vibrant energy of everyday life. He watched the diligent townspeople, impressed by their efforts. The old man, observing the lively scene, reflected on how such vitality made a place truly feel like home. He mused that their hard work added flavor to simple meals and made him forget the passage of time. It was then that our protagonist approached, politely seeking the old man's attention. The old man, surprised by the sudden interruption, asked about the protagonist's intentions, specifically regarding his displayed movement art. The protagonist, without further explanation, requested the old man's understanding. Before the old man could grasp the meaning, an unexpected tension filled the air between them, signaling a shift. With shocking speed, the protagonist launched a swift, powerful sword strike, green energy flaring around his blade. The attack came without warning, catching the old man completely off guard. The old man, a master himself, barely managed to block the sudden assault, a grunt of surprise escaping his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer audacity of the young man's move. The protagonist pressed his attack, his face a mask of intense focus and determination. He seemed intent on a specific outcome, pushing the old man to his limits. The old man's initial surprise quickly morphed into a deeper sense of bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why this young man had suddenly turned hostile, a fight breaking out in broad daylight. Their techniques clashed, green energy sparking with each rapid exchange. The air crackled with power, the sounds of their battle echoing through the peaceful courtyard, startling everyone nearby. From a distance, Haye, the old man's granddaughter, watched in utter horror, calling out to her grandfather in a desperate plea for him to stop, fearing the worst. The fierce duel continued, a blur of motion and flashing blades. Each combatant moved with incredible speed, their forms a testament to years of rigorous training and innate talent. Onlookers nearby reacted with gasps and shouts, bewildered by the sudden, intense fight. They couldn't understand why these two powerful figures were clashing so violently, seemingly without reason. The old man took a hit, his expression shifting to confusion as he felt an unexpected, debilitating sensation spread through him. A strange weakness began to set in, hampering his movements. The protagonist then unleashed his signature poisonous explosive punch, a potent, energy-infused strike that seemed to confirm the old man's uneasy feeling about the attack's nature. The old man, despite the strange affliction, countered with a powerful technique of his own, the formidable Peerless Nine Sword's third form. Its blue energy flared brightly, pushing back the attack. The protagonist cried out in shock, taken aback by the old man's unexpected mastery and the sheer power of his counterattack. It was a complete surprise to him. The old man followed up with his key destruction, a devastating blue energy attack that tore through the air. He pushed through his pain to deliver the blow, determined to end the fight. The force of the strike impacted the ground, sending ripples of power through the courtyard. The ground shuddered, a testament to the raw might unleashed by the old man. The old man visibly strained, clearly affected by the earlier blow from the protagonist. He was fighting through something, his body showing signs of immense fatigue and discomfort. He let out a deep, pained grunt, battling both the protagonist and whatever lingering effect he felt from the earlier punch. His resolve was tested to its very core. The protagonist, observing the old man's reaction, began to piece together a crucial detail about the poison he thought he had inflicted, realizing his assumption was incorrect. He realized the initial hit hadn't been poison at all, but merely powder, a clever misdirection designed to test the old man's abilities rather than harm him. His suspicion confirmed. Our protagonist named the old man's technique Peerless Nine Swords, a name that clearly held immense significance in the martial world. The old man, unfazed, acknowledged the name, admitting he'd only seen it once before. He explained that such a unique display was impossible to forget even after all this time. The protagonist, now understanding, asked if the old man truly knew the sword technique. He confirmed, recalling it from a distant past, a memory burned into his mind. Our protagonist apologized for his aggressive approach, explaining his need to identify the old man's martial art. The old man, surprisingly casual, then invited him to sit. Our protagonist, internally amused by the old man's eccentric nature, found himself intrigued by his demeanor. The old man, meanwhile, complained about his aching back after the unexpected sparring. The old man, with a thoughtful sigh, reflected on the unlikely turn of events, never expecting to witness that specific sword art again in his lifetime. He wondered aloud how the Flamehua clan's oldest son had come to possess such a rare and powerful technique, a skill he thought lost to time and history. The protagonist, eager for answers, politely insisted on his own questions first, asking how the old man had recognized the skill from so long ago. The old man began his tale, explaining it was a vivid memory from a very long time ago, a pivotal moment in his youth that shaped his understanding. He recounted a time when he was young, fishing with his grandfather and brothers in a desolate, dangerous land. It was a harsh existence, full of peril. He described a world plagued by deadly poison arts, a threat so pervasive that it earned his grandfather the fearsome title of Heavenly Poison Emperor. Though retired, The Heavenly Poison Emperor had once been an absolute master in his prime, a legend whose power was respected and feared by all. One day, a mysterious figure appeared, radiating an aura of immense power. The old man identified him as our protagonist's master, a man of profound skill. The master approached the Heavenly Poison Emperor, their eyes meeting in a silent challenge. The air grew heavy with anticipation, a prelude to conflict. The emperor, sensing the gravity of the situation, instructed his young grandson to stand aside, away from the impending conflict, prioritizing his safety. He then emphatically told the boy not to peek and to hide himself from the unfolding events, fearing for his safety above all else. The young old man, obeying, quickly concealed himself behind a rock, watching the two powerful figures from his hidden vantage point, his heart pounding. The master initiated the confrontation, launching a fierce, sweeping attack against the Heavenly Poison Emperor. His movements were fluid and deadly, showing no hesitation. The Emperor, a seasoned warrior, met the strike with a defensive block, his stance firm and unyielding. He deflected the blow with remarkable ease. The master pressed his assault relentlessly, each blow imbued with formidable power. He gave the Emperor no quarter, pushing him back with intense pressure. The Emperor continued to defend, parrying the master's strikes with practiced ease, his experience shining through in every deflection and movement. Their battle escalated, a whirlwind of martial arts unfolding before the hidden boy. The ground trembled with the force of their exchange, a true clash of titans. The Emperor finally retaliated, unleashing a powerful counterattack that sought to create an opening in the master's defenses, hoping to turn the tide. The master responded with his poisonous explosive punch, green energy swirling around his fist, a technique our protagonist had used earlier. The Emperor answered with the peerless 9 swords, a flurry of precise, deadly strikes that cut through the air with incredible speed and accuracy. The master then countered with his chi destruction, a wave of blue energy aimed directly at the Emperor, a devastating final blow intended to finish the fight. The Heavenly Poison Emperor took a direct hit, grunting in pain as the overwhelming force struck him. The battle seemed to reach its climax with this powerful impact. The old man, recalling the memory, described the spectacle as incredible, a sight he could never forget for the rest of his life, burned into his very soul. He believed anyone witnessing such a clash of titans would have felt the same overwhelming awe, a deep impression left upon their soul by the raw power. The image of the peerless 9 swords was etched into his mind forever, a symbol of unmatched skill and martial prowess, a technique he greatly admired. He remembered cheering for his grandfather with all his young heart, a silent plea for victory against the formidable opponent, wanting his hero to win. But despite his grandfather's fearsome reputation, the master had defeated the Heavenly Poison Emperor far too easily, a shocking display of power that defied belief. The master, having achieved his goal, simply continued on his way without a single word, leaving behind a stunned young observer to grapple with what he had seen. After that day, the only words that truly stuck with him, the name that echoed in his mind, were Peerless 9 Swords, a testament to its profound impact. Our protagonist inquired if that was the master's actual name. The old man clarified that it was the name of the sword technique itself, not the man. Our protagonist acknowledged this, finding the explanation interesting and a deeper understanding of the martial world, connecting the pieces of the puzzle. He then directly asked if the old man himself was the master's disciple, given his familiarity with the technique and its history. The old man explained that while not officially a disciple, he had indeed continued the master's martial arts, albeit, for now, hinting at a temporary stewardship. He went on to explain that he would teach the powerful sword technique to a legitimate heir should one ever appear, passing on the legacy to the rightful successor. Our protagonist, understanding the old man's unique position, apologized once more for his earlier aggression and the test he had imposed upon him. He then shifted the conversation, asking if the old man knew anything about something called swordless mark. The old man, however, had never heard of it. Accepting the answer, our protagonist stated he had other business and prepared to take his leave, concluding their intense discussion with a final nod. The old man, however, stopped him, revealing he had one more question of his own. He admitted this was the true reason for his frequent visits, a secret intention, with a mischievous glint in his eye. The old man asked what our protagonist thought of his granddaughter, Haye, as a potential wife. Haye, overhearing, was utterly shocked. Our protagonist stood frozen, his mind reeling from the unexpected marriage proposal. The old man's final words left him in complete stunned silence, speechless and bewildered. Hua Mujin, the young master of the Flame Hua clan, found his day taking an unexpected turn when a significant family matter was suddenly brought before him. It was a formal marriage proposal, carefully orchestrated to secure his future. His grandfather, a man deeply rooted in tradition and clan prosperity, proudly presented a potential bride, Haye, without much preamble. He seemed to assume his powerful grandson would naturally be pleased with such a suitable match. The other clan members present buzzed with barely contained excitement, their faces lighting up. The thought of their young master finally settling down, marrying into a prominent family, seemed to delight everyone in the room. They whispered amongst themselves, delighted at the prospect of a grand wedding, some even expressing open envy for the beautiful girl chosen to be his future partner. Hai, herself, a woman of strong will and clear expectations, demanded to know more about this surprising arrangement, her voice sharp with a mix of curiosity and irritation. She wanted answers. She repeated the astonishing news of her impending engagement, clearly frustrated by the suddenness and lack of clear information. This was a significant decision, and she expected to be involved. Hua Mujin, however, remained pensive and distant, his expression giving little away as he quietly considered the life-altering proposition laid out before him. His thoughts were far away. He eventually made his feelings clear, stating firmly that he had no intention of marrying anyone at this particular moment, certainly not in the current life he was living. His grandfather, visibly taken aback by the blunt refusal, could only echo Hua Mujin's strange choice of words, questioning the curious emphasis on this life, with a puzzled expression. Hua Mujin then added that the proposed bride, simply did not fit his personal preferences. It was a statement that only fueled the growing tension in the room. Overhearing his casual dismissal, erupted in a fiery retort, declaring with absolute certainty that she had no interest in a man like him either. The grandfather, attempting to make sense of the unexpected turn in the conversation, then awkwardly suggested that Hua Mujin might be interested in men instead. Hua Mujin immediately denied the suggestion, his voice rising in disbelief and frustration at the strange question. He wondered what could have possibly led his grandfather to such an idea. Still fuming from the rejection, pressed him further, unable to comprehend how anyone could possibly turn down a woman as desirable and accomplished as she was. Hua Mujin calmly explained that he simply couldn't understand her perspective, reiterating that every individual was entitled to their own unique and personal preferences in a partner. Feeling deeply insulted by his continued indifference, angrily told him that she expected him to respect her preferences, making it clear she demanded dignity and understanding. With the conversation quickly devolving and going nowhere productive, Hua Mujin decided to end the discussion, stating simply that he had other important matters to attend to. His grandfather watched him leave, pondering the strange exchange and wondering if his grandson simply hadn't yet recognized his own true inclinations or desires. He quickly dismissed the thought, however, convinced that such an idea couldn't possibly be the reason for his grandson's unusual and perplexing stance on marriage. Mortified by the entire embarrassing ordeal, loudly reprimanded her grandfather, wishing she could simply disappear from the scene and forget the awkwardness. Her grandfather, still trying to mediate, defended himself by claiming that she hadn't seemed entirely opposed to the idea earlier, which was why he had brought it up. He vehemently denied any such approval, bewildered by his words and questioning when she could have possibly given him that mistaken impression. She was genuinely confused. She reiterated her complete lack of interest in such an arrogant man, especially one who engaged in what she considered frivolous and even obscene public dances. Her grandfather, accepting the rejection as a temporary setback, sighed deeply and acknowledged that this particular match couldn't be helped, though a new plan was already forming in his mind. He then casually mentioned that perhaps next time, he would introduce Hua Mujin to Haye's younger sister instead, hoping that a different sibling might yield a more favorable outcome. He even went so far as to compare the sisters, subtly suggesting that Jong-ah, the younger one, possessed a gentler nature and a far better personality overall. The grandfather then tried to console Hai, reminding her that finding a man as powerful and promising as Hua Mujin was a rare and difficult task in their world. He insisted that he couldn't simply let such a valuable individual slip away from their family's influence, determined to secure a suitable match for his powerful grandson. Hai, utterly exasperated by his persistent meddling, retorted that he should just live with Hua Mujin himself if he was so incredibly fond of him. She then stormed off in a huff. Her grandfather, flustered by her sudden departure, quickly called out to her, saying he was finished drinking and would accompany her, trying to mend the fractured situation. The scene then shifted dramatically to a grand courtyard within the clan estate, where a large group of aspiring warriors had gathered, their faces a mix of anticipation and nerves. Hua Mujin stood before them, a commanding presence as he prepared to address the 230 recruits who had arrived by the recruitment deadline. He was ready to begin. He introduced himself simply as Hua Mujin, promising to keep his speech concise and to the point. Wasted words were not his style, especially in such serious matters. He made it abundantly clear that he cared little for their personal reasons or motivations for joining the clan. His expectations were far more practical and demanding. All he truly wanted was for them to grow incredibly strong and faithfully carry out the challenging duties they would be assigned. Nothing more, nothing less than absolute competence. He then announced the immediate start of the clan's warrior selection test, a trial that would push them to their absolute physical and mental limits. He warned them that for many, this brutal test would prove to be the most grueling ordeal they had ever encountered in their entire lives, a true test of spirit. Despite the inherent harshness of the trials, he offered a clear option. Anyone who wished to quit midway through the difficult process was free to do so. But for those who chose to endure the trials and push through the pain and exhaustion, he promised that the rewards would be undeniable and truly significant. With his instructions delivered and the terms laid out, Hua Mujin commanded his 4 martial arts instructors to step forward, signaling the official start of the rigorous selection. These 4 formidable figures, the clan's martial arts instructors, positioned themselves before the recruits, their presence alone radiating the intensity of the arduous training ahead. Hua Mujin gave his final, unwavering order. From that moment on, every single instruction given by the instructors was to be followed without question or hesitation. He then offered them a cold, parting wish of luck, before demonstrating his power by leaping away dramatically, leaving them to their daunting fate and the instructor's mercy. Senior instructor Chiomuk immediately took charge, his stern voice cutting through the air as he formally announced the commencement of the true warrior test. He then commanded all the recruits to hoist incredibly heavy rice sacks onto their backs, a seemingly simple yet physically demanding first task that tested their raw strength. The recruits reacted with shock and disbelief, their faces contorted in confusion and dismay, as they questioned how they were possibly expected to lift such an immense weight. Chiomuk, unyielding and relentless, then presented an alternative. If they couldn't carry the sacks, they could instead attempt to defeat him and his fellow instructors in a match. He even sweetened the deal, promising that anyone who managed to win against an instructor would not only pass the test, but also immediately earn a respected instructor's position. Faced with the impossible task or a daunting fight, many recruits quickly decided to quit, not wanting to risk their lives so early in the process. But as they attempted to leave, an instructor stopped them abruptly, challenging their assumption that they were free to simply walk away unscathed. The bewildered recruits protested, recalling that Hua Mujin himself had clearly stated anyone could quit. Feeling betrayed by this sudden and unexpected change in the rules, the instructor then delivered a chilling clarification. Hua Mujin had indeed said they could quit, but he never promised they would leave the clan in one piece. The recruits were left with a stark, terrifying choice: participate in the grueling test or face a brutal beating that would leave them barely alive. Forced into submission, they began to struggle under the crushing weight of the rice sacks, groaning in agony as the instructors relentlessly pushed them forward. The instructors shouted terrifying threats, promising to force-feed any dropped rice and to split anyone who dared to complain about the harsh treatment. Hua Mujin watched the grueling spectacle from a distance, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face, observing their suffering with a calm and detached resolve. He internally noted that from the very beginning, these aspiring recruits had never truly possessed a genuine choice in their ultimate fate. Meanwhile, on the bustling outskirts of the clan estate, a severely injured man stumbled through the market, desperate to deliver an urgent report of great importance. He collapsed, barely managing to gasp out a plea for help and to inform young Master Hua Mujin about something terrible before finally losing consciousness. Bystanders rushed to his aid, quickly realizing the man's critical condition and the extreme urgency of his fragmented, desperate message. Back at the estate, Hua Mujin received an immediate update on the injured man, learning that his life was fortunately no longer in immediate danger. He listened intently to the full report, his expression hardening as he confirmed the Chonghua merchant group's brutal and widespread atrocities against innocent traders. Hua Mujin swiftly ordered his subordinate, Ma Sok, to make immediate preparations for a counterattack, surprising him with the sudden and decisive urgency. He explained his unchanging philosophy: debts and grudges must always be settled decisively, and they were simply moving their plans forward a little earlier than anticipated. Leaving Dong Jiok to manage the ongoing warrior test, Hua Mujin gathered his trusted team, Gyomuk, Nosak, and Zhang Tai, for the impending mission. With his team ready, Hua Mujin stepped out into the night, a determined look in his eyes, knowing this was only the beginning. The real storm hasn't hit yet. Hua Mujin, a formidable warrior, found himself in a desperate race, guiding two young clan members through a dangerous land while enemies closed in fast. Their speed was incredible, leaving their pursuers far behind, yet a sense of unease settled over Mujin as they flew across the terrain. The children, Hua Soyong and Hua Dojin, pushed themselves to their limits, their faces etched with determination and a hint of fear. Mujin suddenly brought them to a halt, his keen senses picking up on something unsettling in the air around them. The quiet forest, dense with trees, seemed to hold a silent threat, figures lurking just beyond their sight. An ambush was swift and brutal, enemies emerging from all directions, forcing Mujin to act instantly. The children, startled, could only watch as the situation exploded into chaos around them. They exchanged worried glances, fear tightening its grip on their young hearts as the attackers closed in. Mujin's face, usually calm, hardened as he prepared for the fight, recognizing the true nature of their predicament. The battle began with a powerful strike, Mujin moving with lethal precision against the assailants. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each one swift and decisive, leaving no room for his enemies to react. The first attacker fell, his body collapsing under Mujin's overwhelming force, the fight escalating quickly. Another tried to block, but Mujin's momentum was unstoppable, driving him back with ease, a blur of motion. The sheer power radiating from Mujin was palpable, a dark aura surrounding him as he dominated the fight. He moved like a shadow, striking down his foes with an efficiency that left them no chance of escape. Mujin's eyes glowed with an intense, fierce light, reflecting the raw power he wielded in combat against his attackers. The remaining assailants scattered, overwhelmed by his might, realizing they were outmatched and fleeing in panic. "Stop him!" one cried, a desperate plea as Mujin continued his relentless assault, a force of nature unleashed. He moved through them like a whirlwind, each strike a testament to his incredible skill, leaving chaos in his wake. The children watched, stunned into silence, the brutal reality of their world unfolding before their innocent eyes. Mujin, his hand glowing, delivered a final, impactful blow, ending the skirmish with chilling finality. The last man fell, defeated, leaving Mujin as the undisputed victor in the silent forest, his work complete. The brutal efficiency of the fight settled over the clearing, a stark reminder of the dangers they often faced. Mujin stood over a fallen foe, his expression unreadable, the battle over as quickly as it had begun. He gestured to his companion, Kyo-muk, to restrain one of the survivors, an interrogation about to begin. Kyo-muk gripped the man's head, forcing him to face Mujin, who demanded answers about who hired them. The terrified man confessed, revealing they were from the Death Forest faction, commissioned by the Cheonghwa merchant group. Mujin's gaze sharpened, recalling earlier incidents where children were targeted by this very faction, a grim thought. He then surprised Kyo-muk by instructing him to release the captive, a decision that seemed unexpected given the circumstances. The freed man, disoriented but hopeful, slowly began to stand, anticipating his escape from this terrifying ordeal. Mujin's voice cut through the silence, a chilling decree for the survivor to deliver a message to his faction. "I'll kill every last one of you I see," Mujin declared, his words a terrifying promise of future retribution. The man fled in terror, Mujin's threat echoing in the silent forest, a stark warning to all who would cross him. The children, still processing the brutal display, shivered slightly, the cold night air and the recent events chilling them. Mujin turned to them, his expression serious, knowing they needed to understand the true nature of their world. He pointed towards the fallen enemies, their bodies lying still, a grim lesson for the young ones to witness. "Do you think they knew they were going to die today?" he asked, his voice somber, prompting deep thought. He explained that most people don't get to choose their own death, a harsh truth in their dangerous world. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't end up like those fallen men, he continued, emphasizing the constant peril. In a single moment, a choice could decide life or death, a heavy burden for even the most experienced warriors. "That is what this place is, the Murim," he stated, defining the brutal reality they inhabited with such clarity. Death, he warned, was always lurking right behind them, an unseen companion in their daily lives. He urged them never to act rashly, asking if they understood the gravity of his words and the lessons he imparted. The children, wide-eyed, absorbed his lesson, their fear slowly transforming into a deeper understanding of survival. They both affirmed their understanding, acknowledging the wisdom and harshness of his teachings. A solemn promise. Mujin then gathered kindling, preparing to make a fire, ensuring their safety and comfort for the night ahead. He ignited the flames with a focused gaze, the fire quickly growing, casting long shadows in the dark woods. The blaze consumed the fallen, a final act of respect, or perhaps a grim warning to any who might follow. The roar of the fire filled the night, the sound of flesh burning, a gruesome but necessary task for him. This sound was both familiar and unfamiliar, a memory that would forever be etched in their minds. The thick, acrid smell of smoke and burning flesh spread through the dark forest, a scent that clung to everything. It left behind a memory they would never be able to forget. A harsh truth impressed upon the two children. The next morning, the sun broke through the trees, bathing the forest in a soft, golden light. A new day dawning. Mojin stood with the children, now heading back, the grim events of the night fading behind them. He urged them to pick up the pace, knowing their clan would be in an uproar by now, worried sick. Back at the Flame Hua clan estate, a frantic search was indeed underway for the missing young master and lady. A worried servant directed others to search every corner, confirming the children were last seen sleeping. Zhang Tai, a seasoned clan member, correctly deduced that Lady Hua Soyun had likely convinced young Master Hua Dojin to join her adventure. He sighed, knowing the energetic Soyeon's mischievous nature and Dojin's tendency to follow her wherever she led. "That's right, Zhang Tai, you're so sharp," another clan member agreed, confirming his accurate assessment. The frantic search continued, the clan members spreading out, hoping to find the children unharmed and safe. Unbeknownst to them, Soyeon and Dojin had stumbled upon a distressing scene in broad daylight. They witnessed a group of thugs harassing a woman, her cries for help echoing through the quiet woods. Soyeon, courageous and impulsive, confronted the thugs, only to be roughly grabbed herself. A terrible mistake. One of the thugs, a cruel smile on his face, tightened his grip on her, mocking her defiance. Dojin, enraged at seeing his sister in danger, bravely stepped forward, demanding they release her. The thugs, amused by the child's unexpected outburst, simply laughed at his pathetic attempt to intervene. One of them pushed Dojin away, telling him to get lost, completely underestimating the boy's resolve. Dojin glared, his small frame trembling with fury, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming odds. "Get that hand off of her right now," he yelled, his voice surprisingly firm, demanding respect from the thugs. The thugs were taken aback by his unexpected bravery, a mere child daring to challenge their authority. Dojin stood his ground, his eyes burning with determination, ready to protect his sister, no matter the cost. The thugs exchanged surprised glances, realizing this situation might be more complicated than they initially thought. The leader's expression shifted, a new menacing glint in his eyes as he looked at Dojin, a dangerous sign. Dojin's defiance, however, only seemed to fuel their amusement, turning the encounter into a perilous game. The thugs now grinned, eyes wide with malicious intent, seeing a new target for their cruelty and torment. Their laughter turned sinister, a chilling sound that promised trouble, leaving the children in grave danger once again. Mujin, a young martial artist, found himself confronting a sinister man who had dared to seize a nun in broad daylight. Our young hero, driven by a strong sense of justice, did not hesitate to demand the man release her immediately. The sinister man, clearly annoyed by the interruption, lashed out with a swift, powerful strike. Mujin, however, moved with an almost impossible speed, evading the blow entirely. This unexpected agility left the attacker utterly stunned, his face twisting in a mix of surprise and anger. He could not believe a mere boy had managed to dodge such a direct assault so easily. Recovering quickly, the man's expression turned menacing as he questioned Mujin's audacity. He threatened to brutally dismember our young hero, promising to enjoy his screams alongside the nuns. At that moment, a burly man named Zhang Tai, a loyal guardian, stepped forward, his eyes filled with grim determination. He quickly told Mujin to prepare, instructing him to run with the young lady towards Sichuan the moment he gave the signal. Zhang Tai emphasized that Mujin should not stop for even a single moment, trusting in his practiced movement arts. With that urgent command, Zhang Tai launched himself into the fray, confronting the sinister man directly. The two martial artists clashed, their movements a blur of strikes and parries. Zhang Tai fought with all his might, but the opponent's skill was far greater than he had first assumed. His attacks were met with equally powerful defenses, creating a whirlwind of force around them. The fight quickly took a toll on Zhang Tai, who found himself struggling to keep pace. He realized with a heavy heart that his opponent was truly a master of martial arts. Zhang Tai knew he could not afford to lose this fight. If he fell, both Mujin and the nun would be in grave danger. He pushed past his pain, determined to buy them enough time to escape. The sounds of their intense battle echoed through the quiet forest, a harsh disruption of the peace. Just as Zhang Tai began to falter, a familiar voice cut through the air, shouting his name with urgency. Mujin had returned, his eyes wide with worry and a determined glint. He immediately called out to Zhang Tai, asking if he was alright, his voice trembling slightly. The sinister man was surprised to see the boy again, noting that Mujin was a martial artist after all. Zhang Tai, still locked in battle, urged Mujin to run with the nun as planned, but Mujin did not heed the warning. Instead, he drew his own sword, its blade gleaming in the light. He moved with astonishing speed, entering the fray and engaging the sinister man directly. The sudden intervention left Zhang Tai stunned, watching as the young boy faced such a formidable foe. Mujin's sword clashed against the man's, creating a shower of bright sparks with every rapid exchange. Zhang Tai watched in disbelief, amazed at the young master's unexpected skill and courage. He could not comprehend how Mujin was matching such a powerful opponent. The sinister man too was taken aback, noticing that his own sword was actually being pushed back. He acknowledged Mujin's ability, remarking that the boy at least knew how to swing a sword. The intensity of their battle continued to escalate, each strike more forceful than the last. From a distance, two other figures, Kale Mook and Sak, watched the unfolding fight with growing unease. Sak wondered aloud if the mysterious attacker possessed some kind of divine weapon to be so powerful. Kale Mook, however, quickly corrected him, recognizing the opponent as an incredible martial master. Declaring they should prepare to go at maximum inner energy, he ready to join the fight. But Sak, observing the sheer power on display, hesitated, realizing this battle might be beyond their league. He worried that if they jumped in now, they would only get in the way and become a burden. Kale Mook, though, urged Sak to look closer at Mujin's fighting style. He pointed out that Mujin was deliberately avoiding every lethal wound, despite the fierce exchange. The young hero was, in fact, reading the opponent's sword, learning from every single strike. Mujin's mind worked at an incredible pace, analyzing the sword's speed and the impact force of each blow. In that very instant, he was observing even the slightest amount of sparks that flew from their clashing blades. The sinister man, still fighting, internally questioned Mujin, wondering if the boy was parrying all of his attacks. He felt an odd sense of joy, realizing he had found a worthy opponent to truly test his skills. He laughed, admitting he had not expected such a chance to loosen up his body. The man complimented Mujin's efforts, finding the boy's struggle quite a sight to behold. He urged Mujin to show him more, eager to witness the full extent of the young master's power. As the fight raged on, the sinister man revealed the true essence of his martial art, the peerless 9 swords. He claimed its true power was only revealed when it met a strong sword, hinting at Mujin's potential. Mujin, with a knowing look, then asked if it was even stronger than his own demonic spirit sword art. The man chuckled, confidently asserting that his sword was, of course, stronger by just a tiny bit. Their swords clashed again, the sound echoing sharply through the air, each strike a testament to their skill. Mujin continued to adapt, his every move showing a deeper understanding of his opponent. He was getting closer to fully grasping the nuances of the sinister man's technique. The sinister man, surprised by Mujin's rapid growth, began to push back with even more force. He unleashed a powerful technique, a devastating strike he called Moon Slash. The attack landed squarely on Mujin, sending him reeling back with a painful grunt. Blood splattered into the air, a stark contrast to the earlier precision of their fight. But even after taking such a direct hit, Mujin remained standing, his resolve unbroken. His eyes, though pained, still held that same intense focus, analyzing the aftermath of the blow. The sinister man watched, his expression a mix of shock and growing admiration for the boy's resilience. He could not believe that Mujin was still able to stand, let alone continue fighting after that attack. Mujin clenched his jaw, knowing that if he succumbed now, Zhang Tai and the nun would surely face dire consequences. He had to stay strong, to keep fighting, not just for himself, but for those he was protecting. The battle raged on, an unending dance of blades, each warrior pushing the other to their absolute limit. Mujin, now wounded but wiser, prepared for the next exchange, his mind already formulating a new approach. The true test of his strength and the ultimate revelation of his own power had only just begun. Hua Mujin, a young master of the Flame Hua clan, had just concluded a brutal fight, his bloody sword a stark symbol of his victory. The vanquished martial artist lay gasping, cursing his fate, a bitter laugh escaping his lips at being bested by a mere brat. As his life ebbed away, he demanded to know the name of his killer, a final act of defiance. Mujin, with a cold, almost indifferent demeanor, revealed his identity, Hua Mujin. The dying man's eyes widened in recognition, the infamous name and clan affiliation clearly known to him. With a final, chilling pronouncement, Mujin condemned him to eternal unrest, a curse echoing through the quiet forest. He warned the man never to challenge someone of his caliber again in any future life. Watching from a distance, Miol Ryong, a first-generation disciple of the Ime sect, gasped in profound shock. She had heard the whispers of Hua Mujin, the notorious young master, but seeing his power firsthand was truly unsettling. The legends, she realized, barely scratched the surface of his terrifying strength. Mujin then turned to his companions, Jiang Tai and young Dojin, his immediate concern for their well-being. Jiang Tai quickly assured him they were unharmed, crediting Mujin's swift intervention for their safety. Mujin, having sensed something amiss earlier, explained his unexpected presence was due to an uneasy feeling, a gut instinct. His intuition had proven correct, leading him to the scene just in time. He inquired about the sudden, violent escalation of events. Jiang Tai recounted the grim details. The slain man had been attempting to violate a group of nuns. Though they had initially planned to simply pass by, young Master Dojin had bravely stepped forward. Unable to tolerate such injustice, Dojin had confronted the assailant, sparking the deadly fight. Mujin expressed a hint of surprise at Dojin's courageous yet risky actions. Dojin, blushing, humbly apologized, admitting he simply couldn't stand idly by and watch. A rare, approving smile touched Mujin's lips as he acknowledged Dojin's innate sense of righteousness. He found the boy's moral compass both surprising and admirable. Miol Ryong, having regained her composure, formally introduced herself to the powerful young master. She expressed profound gratitude for him saving her life, a debt she felt she could never repay. Mujin, however, brushed off her thanks, redirecting her to Jiang Tai and Dojin, stating his appearance was not for her sake. He then pressed her for the identity of the man he had just killed. He had no prior knowledge of a martial master of such formidable caliber in the region. Miol Ryong revealed the man was the Crimson Moon Sword, a peak martial master from the notorious Crescent Moon Sword sect. This sect was one of the infamous Four Martial Heavens, a name that carried significant weight. The man had appeared suddenly, demanding information about their junior sister. True to his reputation as a lecher, he had attacked without any provocation. Mujin scoffed at the description of the man's crude swordsmanship, a sign of his low regard. He noted with disdain that this was yet another problematic figure from the Four Martial Heavens. Miol Ryong, reiterating her thanks, offered to repay her immense debt. Mujin again instructed her to thank his companions, emphasizing his lack of altruistic intent for her specifically. She turned to Dojin, offering her sincere appreciation. Dojin, still flustered by the attention, downplayed his role, blushing profusely. With the immediate danger past, Mujin announced his departure, urging the nuns to proceed safely on their journey. Miol Ryong watched him go, contemplating the unsettling rumors surrounding the Flame Hua clan and its young master. She felt a profound shift in the air, a new era dawning in Xicheng, heralded by his formidable presence. Later that night, under the full moon, Hua Mujin arrived at a grand traditional estate, its walls looming silently. The guards, initially stunned by his sudden appearance, quickly recognized him, their shock turning to awe. The merchant group master emerged, disbelief etched across his face, questioning if this was truly happening before his eyes. Mujin calmly affirmed his presence, stating he had come to fulfill a promise he had made. Overjoyed and overwhelmed, the master barked orders to his servants, demanding immediate preparations for their esteemed guest. A lavish feast was to be prepared without delay, a testament to the guest's importance. As Mujin ate, the merchant group master observed his guest's lean appearance, expressing concern for his hardships. Mujin, ever nonchalant, dismissed it with a self-deprecating laugh, downplaying any difficulties. Other members of the merchant group, equally astonished, clamored around, marveling at his personal visit. They praised his power, comparing him to an entire army, an unstoppable force. They inquired about his journey, expressing worry for his safety given the known dangers of the road. Mujin, with a casual wave, recounted his travel, mentioning a skirmish with 30 assassins. Almost as an afterthought, he added his encounter with the Crimson Moon Sword, a powerful figure. The merchant group erupted in shocked exclamations, recognizing the formidable reputation of the Crimson Moon Sword. Their disbelief was palpable as they grappled with the casual revelation that Mujin had struck down such a master. Mujin, unfazed by their astonishment, simply asked if there was an issue with his actions. The merchant group master, recovering, hailed it as an incredible feat, a true display of power. He predicted this would only further solidify the terrifying reputation of the nameless hidden dragon. Reflecting on the recent events and the severe beating of their deputy, the master acknowledged his own complacency. He worried about an impending attack, fearing their enemies would soon storm the place with an army. Mujin, cutting through their despair, asked if they had any solutions, declaring he had come too far not to draw his sword. He confirmed his deliberate intent to intervene, a statement that stunned the group into silence. Mujin, however, clarified that his intervention required a legitimate justification, a reason for his actions. He proposed they begin their campaign on the nearby Cloth Street, a place right for his intervention. The three group heads were instructed to begin their preparations, the gravity of his words sinking in. Mujin, his eyes now glowing with an ominous purple energy, challenged his detractors to stop talking and face his formidable power. Hua Mujin, a formidable martial artist, simply wanted to enjoy his noodles when he was interrupted by arrogant thugs. They came from the Changhua merchant group, rudely criticizing his food choices and demanding he move with them. Our protagonist, unbothered, calmly told them his meal was his business, not theirs. This only angered the thugs more, and they quickly escalated the situation, drawing their swords and making threats. Hua Mujin, however, was far beyond their league. His calm exterior hid immense, barely contained power. He moved with swift, overwhelming force, ready to teach these men a harsh lesson. The first strike was a blur, too fast for the thugs to even register. He continued his assault, each movement precise and devastating. He launched himself into the air, a dark silhouette against the vibrant sky. His landing shook the ground, a clear display of his raw strength. The thugs, despite their numbers, stood no chance against such a master. He dispatched them one by one, a whirlwind of controlled chaos. The shop owner watched in terror and awe as his establishment was nearly destroyed. One thug screamed that he had promised not to break things, but the damage was already done. The shop owner and his son were terrified, but also amazed by the sheer power they had just witnessed. The aftermath was stark. Broken tables, scattered debris, and defeated men. Hua Mujin calmly returned to his seat, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. His expression remained impassive, betraying none of the intensity from moments before. He then demanded to know who their boss was, his voice chillingly calm. A crucial scroll was delivered, carrying news of Hua Mujin's actions. The man reading it understood the gravity of the message. The thugs were easily defeated, left groaning on the ground, bound and brought before him. They were forced to kneel, humbled by their swift defeat. One thug, still reeling, could only stare up at his conqueror. Hua Mujin looked down at the defeated men, expecting answers. He knew exactly who these men were, despite their attempts to hide their affiliation. He declared their actions a declaration of war, raising the stakes considerably. The thug quickly denied it, fear now replacing his earlier arrogance. He realized the true identity of the man before him and the power he commanded. Hua Mujin merely smiled, a predatory glint in his eyes. He pressed on, demanding to know the location of their boss. His gaze alone was enough to make the man tremble, desperate to avoid his wrath. Hua Mujin then ordered his subordinate to act, ready to extract information by any means necessary. The subordinate moved swiftly, executing the command without hesitation. The impact was brutal, a clear message of what awaited those who resisted. One thug was brutally dispatched, his life ending in a burst of red. The remaining thug, horrified, begged for his life, promising to reveal everything. The threat was real, and the thug knew he had no other choice. He screamed in pain and terror, desperate to make the torture stop. Hua Mujin simply stated he should have cooperated from the start. He continued his ruthless interrogation, his hand glowing with dark energy. His face was cold, merciless, as he forced the information out. The terrified thug revealed their boss was at the Zigong Taishan Martial Hall. This revelation sent a jolt of shock through Hua Mujin. News of Hua Mujin's incredible feats spread quickly through the martial world. Shaolin Grandmaster Hyun Woo and Taishan Martial Hall Master No Il-chong discussed the reports. They spoke with great admiration, recalling how Hua Mujin was once thought to be unable to enter the secular world. Now, he had truly taken flight, astounding everyone with his power. Grandmaster Hyun Woo decided it was time to move. Finishing his drink, he announced his departure, planning to visit Sichuan. He planned to visit the Amei sect, a place of historical significance. At the Amei sect, Miol Ryong was surprised by the sudden news of a journey. Abbess Jinhua explained her intention to convey thanks to Hua Mujin and offer a small gift. She spoke highly of Hua Mujin and his two younger siblings, describing them as bright and clever. Miol Ryong watched her leave, wondering about the true nature of this small gift. She knew there was more to the abbess's intentions than simple gratitude. Abbess Jinhua smiled, her true motives carefully hidden. Meanwhile, at the powerful Tang clan, internal conflicts brewed. The poison Emperor Tang Samun received a crucial message from Hua Mujin. The current Tang clan head, Tang Zhongchon, reacted with fury, vehemently opposing a potential marriage. He cited his daughter, Tang Hozhong's young age, and his desire to keep her close within the clan. Tang Samun, exasperated, dismissed Zhongchon's overprotective nature. Tang Hozhong, eager for adventure, wanted to go with her grandfather. He agreed to let her travel, knowing she couldn't be kept confined forever. Tang Sohee, a member of a collateral line, volunteered to accompany Tang Hojong on her journey. Jung Cheon questioned Sohee's sudden interest, knowing her previous disdain for the Flame Hua clan. Hojong, tired of her father's overbearing ways, excitedly agreed to the trip. She dreamed of good food near the Flame Hua clan estate, oblivious to the underlying politics at play. Tang Sohee, however, harbored a deeper motive, planning to bring a small gift for Hua Mujin's siblings, hinting at a far more complex game. This journey was set to begin, promising new developments for both the Tang clan and Hua Mujin. What happens next changes everything. Hua Mujin, a formidable warrior, arrived at a pleasure district with a hidden agenda. He and his companions walked through the bustling streets, the vibrant energy of the place almost distracting. Soon, beautiful women emerged from the establishments, greeting them with inviting smiles and promises of a good time. They urged the newcomers to stay and play for a while. One of Mujin's companions, a burly man with a beard, looked around in surprise, realizing the nature of the place they had stumbled upon. His eyes widened slightly. As the women pressed closer, their hands reaching out, the companion felt a flush creep up his neck. He tried to politely decline their advances. He awkwardly explained that he might not be old enough to be called a Mr., an attempt to deflect the attention that was now making him uncomfortable. Mujin, however, watched the scene with a subtle, knowing smile. He understood something about this district that his companions did not. He began to calmly explain that this was the very heart of Sangryu, a pleasure district that had risen after the original cloth merchants were driven out. His companions listened, their expressions shifting from amusement to growing concern as Mujin recounted the true, unsavory history of the place. They realized with dawning horror that the Cheonghua merchant group, who supposedly managed the shops properly, were the ones who had orchestrated the displacement of the legitimate businesses. The burly companion, now looking deeply troubled, could only stammer, asking if that was truly what had happened to the district. Mujin confirmed it, adding that his companions themselves had unknowingly been the hands and feet that helped make the transformation happen. A wave of guilt washed over the burly man, who quickly apologized, admitting he had been completely unaware of the district's dark origins. Mujin then posed a rhetorical question, asking if they even knew how the people who were chased out were living now, knowing they likely didn't care. He then cut off the somber reflection, asking if they had finally reached their destination, ready to move past the explanations. His companion quickly confirmed their arrival, stating they were almost there, guiding our boy towards the Twin Flower House. They stood before the Twin Flower House, an imposing structure that looked more like a grand palace than a mere brothel, its opulence a stark contrast to the earlier revelations. Without further hesitation, Mujin gave the order to enter, stepping into the lavish, red-lit interior of the establishment. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with a strange, intoxicating scent. One of the women immediately approached Mujin, her eyes gleaming. Mujin met her gaze, his expression unreadable, his senses already picking up on the unsettling nature of the environment. As the woman touched him, a faint glow emanated from her, confirming our boy's suspicions about the true nature of the brothel. He internally noted the distinct smell, a peculiar aroma that seemed to disorient the senses and cloud the mind. Suddenly, the bearded companion who had been behind him clutched his head, groaning as if struck by a sudden, intense headache. The woman who had been with him tried to comfort him, her words laced with a subtle manipulation, urging him to relax. He was clearly under the influence, his words slurred and his actions uncontrolled as he swayed, eyes glazed over. She continued to press him, her voice soft and seductive, asking him to hold her, taking advantage of his vulnerable state. He responded with a desperate plea, his voice filled with longing, asking her to hold him as if she were a long-lost love. Mujin watched the scene unfold, his eyes narrowing, a cold fury beginning to simmer beneath his calm exterior. The companion, fully disoriented, looked at Mujin and asked, "Why are you so late?" mistaking him for someone else entirely. He then expressed how much he had missed him, his voice thick with emotion, his longing amplified by the hallucinogenic smoke. Mujin's eyes widened in shock as the companion uttered the name. "Why, Yeonhwa?" A name that clearly held deep significance for our boy. The companion reached out a trembling hand towards Mujin, desperate for contact, still caught in his powerful delusion. Mujin's hand began to glow with a potent energy, a clear indication that he was about to unleash his power. With a swift, powerful motion, Mujin struck, a wave of energy erupting from him, aimed at the source of the deception. Figures around him were sent flying, their forms indistinct in the red haze as our boy's attack ripped through the brothel. One man was forcefully thrown back, his body twisting in mid-air from the impact, a clear demonstration of Mujin's immense strength. A collective scream of UWAAAGH, echoed through the building as chaos erupted, and the structure began to crumble. People were blasted through the air, their bodies soaring across the room, as the very foundations of the brothel were shaken. The younger companion coughed violently, struggling to clear his lungs of the thick, hallucinogenic smoke that filled the air. The bearded companion still clutched his head, slowly beginning to regain some clarity, but his face remained a mask of confusion. Mujin explained that the entire place was filled with hallucinogenic smoke, a deceptive tactic used to manipulate their patrons. He then made a decisive declaration. As of that day, the Twin Flower House was officially shut down, its reign of deception over. With a powerful surge of energy, Mujin set the entire brothel ablaze, the flames consuming the building as a fiery act of justice. The younger companion, now fully recovered and understanding, responded with a relieved, "Yes, sir," affirming his trust in Mujin's actions. Our boy and his companions calmly walked away from the inferno, leaving the burning Twin Flower House behind them. Mujin then instructed Cheolmuk to prepare a messenger pigeon the moment they arrived, indicating a new, urgent task awaited them. The scene then shifted dramatically to the Grand Flame Hua clan estate, a place of power and influence. Elder Zhou and his entourage arrived, immediately asserting their presence, ready to make their demands known. Elder Zhou declared that they should handle matters in order of arrival, questioning anyone who disagreed, establishing his authority. He then dismissively told Shaolin's envoy that there was no need for him to go inside, deeming his business unimportant. The Shaolin envoy responded with a calm "Amitabha," his composure masking his clear displeasure at the slight. The Emi sect, present at the estate, expressed their surprise, wondering why they were suddenly involved after acting indifferent to the Flame Hua clan. A stern voice from within the estate demanded to know what these lowlifes were doing there, signaling a confrontation. Then, the Tang clan's Poison Emperor Sumong made his dramatic entrance, an unexpected and powerful new player in the unfolding drama. Sumong explained his presence, stating he had rushed over after receiving a letter from young Master Hua, implying a direct invitation. Elder Zhou quickly reasserted his priority, telling the Poison Emperor to take care of his business later, unwilling to yield his position. Sumong merely laughed, a mocking sound that clearly conveyed his disdain for Elder Zhou's attempts to pull rank. He then challenged them, asking if they had forgotten the ways of the Jianghu, openly questioning their understanding of martial world etiquette. Elder Zhou, his face contorted in anger, retorted sharply, calling them insufferable. As the tensions reached a boiling point, amidst the escalating argument, a desperate voice called out, "Young Master Hua, please hurry and come back." The various factions continued their heated exchange, their impatience and frustration palpable, unable to resolve their squabble. From a distance, the Flame Hua clan estate stood, seemingly calm, yet a powerful, unresolved tension lingered in the air. All these powerful figures waited, their intentions clashing, setting the stage for an inevitable confrontation that would soon erupt. This assembly of formidable forces, all vying for the young master's attention, promised a storm was brewing, and its impact would change everything. Hua Mujin, a figure of immense power in a world of martial arts, found himself enjoying a cup of tea, noticing how exceptionally good it tasted in this particular place. Soon, he was joined by two unexpected guests, an old monk from the Shaolin Temple and a venerable abbess representing the Ame sect. It had been quite a while since these three powerful individuals had last gathered, with the abbess noting it had been a full 5 years. The monk expressed his surprise, never imagining he would find both of them in such a setting after all this time. The abbess, with a warm smile, remarked on Hua Mujin's robust health, which put her mind at ease, hinting at a past concern. Hua Mujin, curious about their true intentions, then directly asked what brought the two esteemed leaders to his current location. The monk was quick to respond, claiming the Flame Hua clan shared a karmic bond with the Shaolin Temple, a statement that surprised Hua Mujin. He elaborated, explaining that one of their most respected elders, Hai Guang, was the first to discover young Master Hua's extraordinary martial talent. The monk considered this discovery a significant enough reason to call it a karmic bond, using the opportunity to press his point further. Hua Mujin, however, simply scoffed at the monk's reasoning, finding it rather convenient and self-serving. Turning his attention to the abbess, Hua Mujin then asked if the Ame sect also shared a karmic bond with his clan, anticipating a similar justification. The abbess asserted an even closer connection, referring to the infamous Crimson Moon Sword incident, a tragedy known throughout the martial world. She reminded them that it was young Master Hua who had saved her disciples from certain death during that dark period, creating an undeniable debt of gratitude. For the abbess, it was only natural to repay such a great debt by seeking out young Master Hua and offering something of value to his clan. She declared that the only way to truly repay such an enormous kindness was to offer something precious from their sect, hinting at a significant proposal. The abbess then revealed her intention to directly transmit several secret arts of the Ma sect to the Flame Hua clan, a truly remarkable offer. The monk, not to be outdone, called it a remarkable coincidence and shared his own reason for being there, mirroring the abbess's intentions. He explained that he too had been wandering the secular world, unable to find the suitable disciple to pass on his teachings. Hearing of the Flame Hua clan's second son possessing extraordinary martial talent, he had made his way here, clearly eyeing a potential recruit. Hua Mujin watched their transparent maneuvering, internally noting how shamelessly they were putting forth their desires to gain disciples from his clan. He knew that young Master Hua's two younger siblings had already completed their initiation into the Flame Hua clan's secret arts, making their offers somewhat redundant. The idea of his young siblings entering temple ranks was unacceptable to Hua Mujin, as it would sever the bloodline succession of his clan. He questioned their presumptuousness, pointing out that making such a grave decision, affecting the clan's continued existence in a place without proper authority, seemed out of line. The monk, perhaps sensing Hua Mujin's rising displeasure, quickly apologized, asking if his remark had been too harsh. He then commented that those who uphold the law of the Central Plains, like Hua Mujin, seemed far too worked up over such matters. He then clarified that there was no rule stating a disciple must enter temple ranks, suggesting a compromise to ease the tension. His only wish, the monk claimed with a laugh, was to leave a mark of his small achievements in this world by imparting his knowledge. Hua Mujin watched the monk's brazen display, his expression tightening as he realized the depth of their manipulative intent. An attendant, noticing the escalating tension, silently worried for young Master Hua, hoping he would return quickly to handle the situation. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Tai reported to Dong Jok, revealing the contents of a message he had just received. Dong Jok, with a grim expression, acknowledged the report and declared that they should begin moving as well, signaling an imminent departure. He then called out to the warriors, ordering them to prepare themselves for whatever lay ahead, their faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and readiness. Back inside, the two young siblings, visibly scared, wondered when young Master Hua would return, frozen in fear by the powerful martial artists surrounding them. They, who usually found conversation with women difficult, were completely frozen in place, unable to utter a single word in the presence of the formidable abbess. Far away, the scene shifted to the holy ground of the Kongdong sect, nestled high in the Kongdong mountain of Gansu province. Inside, the sect leader was urged by his subordinates to make a decision, as a pressing matter demanded his immediate attention. The issue revolved around the Changhua merchant group, which had supported the Kongdong sect during their hottest times. One of the pavilion masters argued that they had no grounds to interfere directly, as taking sides in a personal dispute could be problematic. He emphasized that they could not draw their swords without proper justification, highlighting the sect's principles. However, the other pavilion master reminded them that Chongbodo, a Kongdong disciple, had been completely crippled in the conflict. He questioned whether they truly needed to meddle in personal disputes, suggesting that their intervention might be overstepping. Another voice pointed out that the Flame Hua clan was an orthodox sect, just like their own, making direct conflict against them difficult. This matter, if handled carelessly, could bring great shame upon the Kongdong sect, making a diplomatic approach essential. Sect leader Tai Howen, deep in thought, acknowledged the difficult position they were in, unable to truly ignore the Cheonghua merchant group. He knew that if they abandoned those who had aided them in their time of need, they could no longer speak of righteousness within their own sect. After careful consideration, the sect leader concluded there was but one path they could take to resolve this delicate situation. He believed the answer was to prevent the Flame Hua clan from acting rashly, while simultaneously upholding their debt to the Cheonghua merchant group. Their plan was to send a martial master who could mediate the situation without resorting to violence, a wise and strategic move. The sect leader confessed that he had been thinking the same thing, finding common ground with his subordinates on the approach. The discussion then turned to selecting someone among their ranks who was both trustworthy and greatly skilled for this crucial mission. They decided that they must send Jia Yul, the law pavilion master, recognizing his unique ability to handle such a sensitive situation. Jia Yul, arriving at the Changhua merchant group's headquarters, was met by Deputy Group Master Chong Hoyon, who expressed his gratitude for Jia Yul's personal appearance. Chong Hoyon noted it had been a long time since they last met, indicating a prior acquaintance between the two men. Jia Yul, however, immediately clarified one thing to avoid any misunderstanding. He was not there to be the sword of the Cheonghua merchant group. He firmly reminded Chong Hoyon that the Flame Hua clan was also an orthodox sect, and his role was mediation, not partisan enforcement. Jiayul asked Chong Hoyon to bear that in mind, setting clear boundaries for their interaction and the scope of his involvement. Chong Hoyon confirmed that he fully comprehended the situation, having already received word from his sect leader regarding Jiayul's role. Jiayul was pleased, taking it that Chong Hoyon accepted the request for mediation under those terms. With their agreement reached, Jiayul declared it was time for them to go, preparing to confront the Flame Hua clan. The scene shifted back to the Pengyang merchant group's territory, where Hua Mujin's warriors were still engaged in their intense training. The warriors moved with incredible speed and power, their blows landing with bone-jarring force, the sounds of impact echoing through the training ground. One warrior, wielding a staff, blocked a fierce sword strike, sparks flying as the weapons clashed in a display of practiced skill. Another warrior, watching the relentless exchange, wondered if this was truly just training, as it looked more like a fight to the death. Keol Mook, one of Hua Mujin's warriors, grunted in pain as he took a powerful blow, his body reeling from the impact. Hua Mujin, observing Keol Mook, remarked on his improved stamina, acknowledging that he had also hit him quite hard just now. Hua Mujin continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur as he struck at Cheol Mook with incredible speed and precision. He critiqued Cheol Mook's attempts at an ambush, telling him his movements were too slow to be effective. Hua Mujin then demonstrated the proper way, moving with a burst of agility that left Cheol Mook stunned and unable to react. Cheol Mook, catching his breath, admitted that young Master Hua was simply unreasonably fast, making it difficult to keep up. Hua Mujin, however, simply told him not to talk back, maintaining his stern demeanor during the intense training. He also criticized Cheol Mook's attacks for being too monotonous, lacking variety and unpredictability. Cheol Mook was instructed to find new approaches and techniques to expand his martial repertoire. Cheol Mook, though exhausted, acknowledged the command, indicating his resolve to improve. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, calling out to young Master Hua with urgent news. The servant announced that representatives of the Cheonghua merchant group and the Kongdong sect had arrived. Hua Mujin, now seated, calmly greeted his visitors, Jiayul and Chong Hoyon, who had come to mediate the dispute. Jiayul introduced himself as the Law Pavilion Master of the Kongdong sect, expressing his pleasure in finally meeting young Master Hua. Hua Mujin, however, barely gave a nod, his dismissive demeanor clearly registering with Chong Hoyon. Chong Hoyon, ignoring the slight, directly asked Hua Mujin why he and his warriors were harassing his merchants and establishments. Hua Mujin responded with a proverb, implying that Chong Hoyon was the true instigator, shocking the deputy group master. He then defiantly stated that backing himself with the elders of the Kongdong sect would not make him bow, his eyes glowing with an unyielding resolve. Young Master Hua, a divine demon reborn, found himself confronting the powerful Cheonghua merchant group, whose aggressive and deceitful actions had severely threatened his allies. A heavy tension filled the air, thick with unspoken threats and simmering resentment from all sides, setting the stage for a dramatic showdown. Our boy held a confident smirk, completely unfazed by the powerful figures before him, ready to assert his will and bring swift justice. The Cheonghua elder, a man with a long goat beard, bristled with indignation at Hua's unexpected presence and his audacious demands. He accused Hua and his hired warriors of harassing both his merchants and their establishments without any justifiable cause. Hua simply chuckled, noting that the one who broke wind often blamed the one who smelled it, implying the elder was truly at fault for the conflict. The elder's face contorted in disbelief and outrage, unable to process such a blatant disrespect from a young master. Hua then observed the formidable influence of the Cheonghua merchant group, clearly aware of their extensive reach and power within the region. He hadn't expected the Kongdong sect to chase him so eagerly, eager to protect the merchant group they were tied to. The elder, known as Goatbeard, asked Hua for his reasons behind such aggressive and unyielding behavior, demanding an immediate explanation. Hua made it clear that backing themselves with the Kongdong elders would not make him bow to their demands or empty threats. The Cheonghua elder's face flushed with anger, finding Hua's words incredibly insolent and disrespectful to his status and age. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, causing him to pause and reconsider the true depth of the situation before him. Taoist Jia, the Kongdong sect master, questioned what young Master Hua was truly saying, seeking clarity amidst the escalating chaos. The Cheonghua elder, clearly flustered, claimed he wasn't really sure what Hua was talking about, feigning complete ignorance. Hua then calmly laid out the true facts of the situation, exposing their lies and manipulations to everyone present. 6 days prior, 2 warriors from the Flame Hua clan had been attacked by the Gui merchant group in the Fabric Street. starting the chain of events. Many shops belonging to the Pyongyang merchant group suffered significant damage during the ensuing violent fight, causing great financial loss. The fire at the Cheonghwa merchant group's pleasure house was an accident that occurred during their visit, not a deliberate act of arson. They had been pursuing responsibility for what happened to their merchant group members, not causing trouble as falsely claimed. Taoist Jia stood there, utterly shocked and confused, realizing he had been misled by the Cheonghwa elders' false narrative. He tried to downplay the incident, calling it a mere dispute between hot-blooded young people, hoping to ease the escalating tension. Hua dismissed his words, telling him firmly not to distort the actual facts of the situation any further. Taoist Zhao then asked Hua what he truly wanted from all of this confrontation, seeking a clear and peaceful resolution. He wondered if Hua was merely asking them to compensate the Pyongyang merchant group for the damages incurred. Taoist Jia then argued that the Cheonghwa merchant group had also suffered considerable losses from Hua's hands during their retaliation. Hua found such a statement absurd, given that the Pyongyang merchant group's territory was where the initial conflict began. He clarified that they had merely returned what was stolen to its rightful owner, correcting their false narrative of victimhood. Hua told the goat-beard elder that his words had been nonsensical from the very start, silencing his empty protests. He commanded the elder to shut up and listen, taking full and undeniable control of the entire discussion. Hua then demanded the Cheonghwa merchant group completely withdraw from the entire region, ending their presence there. He also forbade them from suppressing the Pyongyang, Muryung, and Golden Finance merchant groups through financial power. The Cheonghwa elder was outraged, questioning if Hua truly thought his word was law, openly defying his authority. He explained that financial competition was the most basic principle of merchant group operations, a fundamental rule Hua seemed to ignore. Hua simply stated that he was not done talking yet, his voice firm and unwavering, holding their attention. He held up a document, asking if they knew what it was, a subtle threat in his tone that hinted at darker truths. Taoist Jia looked confused, wondering what Hua was referring to with such a serious expression and ominous gesture. Hua then revealed the document was a confession from assassins hired on the elder's direct orders, shocking all present. These assassins had dared to touch his younger siblings, a grave offense that ignited his deep personal fury. He demanded a reason why he should spare the elder's life right now, his eyes glowing with menacing, divine intent. The elder was overcome with tremendous bloodlust, his whole body tingling with intense, paralyzing fear. Taoist Jia, alarmed by the sudden escalation, stepped in, asking young Master Hua to calm himself and avoid further conflict. He questioned the meaning of assassins and an assassination attempt, expressing his profound surprise and doubt. The Cheonghwa elder, still denying everything, claimed it was the first he'd heard of such a treacherous plot. Hua asked if he planned to keep denying the truth, his patience clearly wearing thin with their transparent lies. The elder, seeing no way out of the damning accusation, simply said, "Fine," conceding the point reluctantly. Hua then declared he would handle this his own way, a chilling promise of swift and personal retribution. Taoist Jia argued that a confession from underworld scoundrels was not reliable evidence, trying to protect the elder and his sect's reputation. Another Kongdong sect member agreed, believing it was clearly a scheme to frame them, casting further doubt on the document. Taoist Jia appealed to Hua, stating the Cheonghwa merchant group had long-standing ties to their sect, pleading for leniency and understanding. It was hard for him to believe they would resort to such vicious methods, given their shared history and mutual respect. He asked if they could truly fight over mere words from money-crazed scoundrels, urging caution and a peaceful resolution. Hua agreed to find other evidence, but only if they met his condition without any further delay or argument. The Cheonghwa merchant group's withdrawal must happen immediately for no further fight to occur. That was Hua's non-negotiable term. The Cheonghwa elder scoffed, thinking Hua believed his martial arts were superior just because he was from a martial clan. He declared he had the powerful Kongdong sect behind him, certain that things wouldn't unfold as Hua naively thought. Hua refused, stating he could not withdraw their business over such absurd and utterly unfair terms. Hua then said he had nothing more to say, concluding the fruitless discussion with finality. The Cheonghwa elder taunted him, saying they would see if he was still singing that tune days from now, confident of his backing. Taoist Jia frantically pleaded with young Master Hua to hold on, concerned for their sect's reputation and dignity. Hua dismissed his concern, telling him to relay the refusal to the elder who caused all this trouble. He then stated the Kongdong sect would withdraw from mediating the conflict entirely, leaving them to their fate. He told them to stop deluding themselves that the Kongdong sect could do anything to change the outcome, exposing their weakness. The Cheonghwa elder was utterly shocked by Hua's declaration, suddenly losing his powerful backing. Hua accused Taoist Jia of defending only the Cheonghua merchant group, despite his claims of impartiality and justice. He stated he was not someone who could be swayed by such things, standing firm in his unwavering resolve. Taoist Jia acknowledged Hua's stubbornness, realizing he was far more defiant and powerful than expected. He worried that ending things like this would severely damage the Kongdong sect's reputation and standing in the martial world. Taoist Jia reminded Hua that the Cheonghua merchant group had greatly helped their sect in the past, seeking understanding. He clarified that he had no personal intention of attacking Hua's clan, but his sect's long-standing honor and alliances were now at stake. Taoist Jia then proposed a duel. They would cross swords, and the defeated party would entirely withdraw from the conflict, accepting the outcome. Hua found the idea both amusing and profoundly interesting, a rare chance to settle matters with true martial prowess, and readily accepted the challenge. They agreed to conduct the duel with fake swords, ensuring no lives would be at risk, only honor, reputation, and the very future of their groups. Awa Mujin, a powerful figure, found himself in the dire aftermath of a conflict as the Cheonghua merchant group reeled from a devastating loss. Jeol, a key leader, had been easily defeated by the Flame Hua clan's Hua Mujin, leaving the entire group vulnerable and desperate for salvation. The chief steward, Li Sumin, saw no way to resist the powerful Flame Hua clan, fearing for the entire merchant group's fate. He believed even the group master would understand the grim decision they faced, a choice between surrender and utter destruction. However, just as the situation seemed hopeless, our Hua Mujin, a hooded figure, swiftly intervened. He moved through the building with chilling efficiency, stopping the ongoing attack from the Flame Hua clan's forces. He confronted the aggressor, a dark figure with a blade, who was about to strike the Cheonghua merchant group master, Bu Choyong. With a powerful, decisive strike, Hua Mujin defeated the assailant, splattering blood across the scene in a brutal display of force. The immediate threat was neutralized, leaving the merchant group in stunned relief, barely able to comprehend what had happened. Hua Mujin then calmly told Bu Choyon to close her eyes, sparing her the sight of the brutal end he had just delivered. The grand building, once a symbol of peace, now carried the heavy scent of conflict and the quiet hum of shock. A few days later, the Pungyang merchant group, known as the Zhongshan's Four Demons, gathered to report on the aftermath. They had successfully tracked down and dealt with the remaining Death Forest faction bastards, ensuring their complete dismemberment and silence. One of them, after losing an arm, had written a confession without complaint, a testament to the fear Hua Mujin inspired. They spoke of the incredible reputation of the Flame Hua clan and young Master Mujin, which had made their cleanup operations smoother. Everyone had bowed just hearing those names, a sign of their widespread influence and the fear they commanded. Hua Mujin listened, satisfied with the thoroughness of their work, his gaze unwavering and sharp. He then inquired about two other individuals, asking if they had been disposed of thoroughly, leaving no loose ends. His subordinates confirmed they were completely dismembered, ensuring no chance of the return or future interference. Hua Mujin accepted this, urging them to rest assured that the job was done. He then emphasized the need for absolute secrecy regarding this incident, ensuring no word would ever leak out. His subordinates understood, their expressions grim but resolute, knowing the importance of discretion. With the crisis handled, Hua Mujin prepared to leave, much to the surprise of the Pungyang merchant group. They wished to entertain him properly, but Hua Mujin politely declined, stating he had been away from his clan for too long. He promised to visit again, looking forward to it next time, maintaining his composed and distant demeanor. The merchants gratefully bid him farewell, urging him to return and visit them again soon. As his carriage departed, the townsfolk, who had witnessed his heroic actions, cheered and thanked him. They invited him back for delicious noodles or to their various establishments, eager to show their gratitude. Hua Mujin reflected that this kind of public recognition, while unusual for him, wasn't so bad. Upon his arrival back at the Flame Hua clan, Hua Mujin was met with an explosion of joy from his younger siblings. His younger brother, Dojin, and sister, Soyen, rushed to him, expressing how much they had missed him. They anxiously checked for any injuries, their concern evident in their excited chatter and movements. Hua Mujin gently pushed Soyeon away, trying to maintain some decorum, though a faint smile touched his lips. He asked Dojin if he had been training, always keen on their progress and discipline. Dojin excitedly recounted how the Tang sisters had kept them entertained, preventing any boredom during Hua Mujin's absence. Hua Mujin was puzzled by the mention of these mysterious Tang sisters, his brow furrowing slightly in thought. The chief steward then formally greeted Hua Mujin, acknowledging his return and the difficulties he faced in Sangriyu. He explained that the Tang sisters were guests who had been waiting for him with great longing, adding a layer of intrigue. Hua Mujin, still perplexed, was urged to come inside, as his presence was clearly anticipated. Inside the main hall, he was met by several individuals, the atmosphere thick with expectation. A woman, Tang Hojong, introduced herself, complimenting his appearance and expressing her pleasure at meeting him. The chief steward, meanwhile, muttered about 2 serpents crossing the fence, hinting at his apprehension about these unexpected guests. Hua Mojin then met Hyunwoo of Shaolin and Jinhua of Eme, who formally greeted him with respect. The chief steward warned Hua Mujin not to let his guard down, suggesting these guests could cause unforeseen trouble for his siblings. Hyunwoo and Jinhua explained that they had come to repay the kindness Hua Mujin showed by saving their sisters from villains. This act, they emphasized, had preserved Eme's reputation, making their gratitude profound and their visit necessary. Hua Mujin humbly dismissed it as merely circumstances unfolding, downplaying his heroic intervention. As repayment, the Ime sect offered to pass on their secret arts, specifically the formidable snow-drifting cloud, piercing palm strike, to the Flame Hua clan. Hua Mujin was taken aback, knowing these sacred arts were not usually taught to outsiders, his expression turning serious. He expressed his appreciation but questioned to whom exactly they intended to pass these arts within his clan. He explained that he and his older brother were already masters of their clan's unique arts, and his 2 younger siblings were also mastering them. Jinhua then revealed their intention to pass the secret arts to Soyeon, assuring Hua Mujin she could train sufficiently alongside her clan's arts. This unexpected declaration deeply unsettled Hua Mujin. Realizing the true target of their offer, he firmly apologized, stating that Soyeon was his one and only younger sister, and he could not allow her to be taught the secret arts of Eme. As Hua Mujin reiterated his refusal, protecting his sister from what he perceived as a dangerous entanglement, the tension in the room thickened. Just as he was about to speak again, Soyeon, his little sister, unexpectedly appeared, her eyes glowing with an intense, almost possessed red light. She declared her desire to learn the snow-drifting cloud, piercing palm strike, leaving Hua Mujin in stunned horror, realizing the guest had already done something to his beloved sister. Dojin, a young martial artist, faced a pivotal choice about his future training. His younger sister, Soyeon, had just witnessed a powerful palm strike and was captivated by it. With glowing eyes, she declared her desire to master the snow-drifting cloud, piercing palm strike. Mujin, Dojin's guardian, watched her intently, a surprised expression on his face. He asked Soyeon what exactly had been shown to her that sparked such a strong reaction. Soyeon, looking up at him, explained it was just a basic palm strike. However, she added with wide, eager eyes, it felt incredibly strong, unlike anything she had ever seen before. She had been promised an even stronger technique upon Mujin's return, and desperately wanted to learn more palm strike techniques. Mujin, along with Elder Tang, thoughtfully considered her request. He knew the Flame Emperor's red flame art, their clan's advanced martial art, was a powerful yang-based technique. While excellent for a man with strong yang energy, it would be difficult for a young girl like Soyeon to master. Soyeon, sensing his hesitation, asked if her pursuit of it would cause him trouble, offering to give it up if it did. Mujin simply smiled, assuring her that he was not someone easily put in a tough spot. Few people in the world could truly trouble him, he mused, a hint of his power in his calm demeanor. Elder Tang, however, knew the complexities involved in training a child from another sect. Mujin then suggested that the martial arts of the Ime sect might be more suitable for Soyeon's natural aptitude. Elder Tang, her grandfather, firmly stated they had no intention of sending their only daughter far away from the clan. He pleaded with Mujin to take good care of her, emphasizing her importance to their family. The Ime nun, Hojong, beamed, proclaiming that the Buddha's grace blessed the connection between Ime and Soyeon. Other masters, including the Shaolin monk Hyunwoo, offered congratulations, though a subtle tension lingered. Hyunwoo, in particular, seemed to harbor a deeper agenda for the Flame Hua clan. He considered Dojin a truly remarkable child, his martial talent exceeding all imagination. But what truly captured Hyunwoo's heart was the very foundation of Dojin's character. He was calm and composed, yet a competitive spirit burned within his chest like a hidden flame. Dojin was exactly the disciple Hyunwoo had been seeking for a long time. He was absolutely determined not to let the talented young man slip away from his grasp. Hyunwoo decided he must inform Dojin of this good news, oblivious to the brewing conflict. Elder Tang, witnessing Hyunwoo's blatant intent, warned him to be careful. He questioned Hyunwoo's desire to form connections with the secular martial clan, as Buddhists typically propagated their teachings in isolation. Hyunwoo, with a sly smile, brushed off the concern, saying circumstances could always change. Elder Tang called him a formidable opponent, noting his lack of awareness or outright shamelessness. Hyunwoo then stated that Dojin had an important destiny to master the clan's secret arts, which he himself had failed to achieve. He added that their circumstances did not permit sending Dojin away to be his disciple, asking for understanding. However, Hyunwoo quickly proposed a compromise, suggesting he could gradually teach Dojin from the side if given a small room. Elder Tang was utterly shocked by this audacious proposal, realizing the monk intended to live there. He wondered if Hyunwoo was normally so shameless, recognizing this behavior as typical of the great Shaolin. Elder Tang decided he needed to consult Dojin first and suggested they step outside to discuss it. Once outside, Elder Tang directly asked Dojin about his wishes. He reminded Dojin of his mission to inherit his grandfather's secret arts, which were crucial to their clan's legacy. Dojin affirmed he had no intention of abandoning his grandfather's arts. Yet, he confessed, the technique Hyunwoo had shown him had deeply impressed him. He truly wished to learn it, a desire that was evident in his earnest expression. Mujin, hearing this, looked utterly exasperated, wondering what exactly these old snakes had done in his absence. Hyunwoo, with a knowing smile, simply said he had merely shown Dojin a small insight of his own. To further illustrate his point, Hyunwoo offered to show a little of his strength, despite claiming it was nothing to boast about compared to Elder Tang. With a powerful display, he executed a palm strike, unleashing an immense force. The impact was tremendous, shaking the very ground beneath him. A nearby tree was utterly decimated, splintering into countless pieces. Elder Tang and Mujin watched in stunned silence, realizing the true power of the monk. Hyunwoo calmly explained that he had exercised restraint with his strength, not wishing to break the clan's tree. He then revealed the technique was the 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, a Shaolin secret art revived after 30 years. Dojin, his eyes glowing with renewed determination, expressed his desire to learn this powerful skill. He believed adding the precision of the 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike could further develop his clan's fierce fist techniques. Mujin, watching the scene unfold, found it bitter and ironic that the Shaolin secret arts, which he had once eradicated, were now being continued through Dojin. Nevertheless, he instructed Hyunwoo to teach Dojin well, accepting the new connection. In the end, even Shaolin managed to form a connection with the Flamehua clan, much to Mujin's chagrin. He felt his efforts to stop the troublesome sects were in vain, disliking the loss of talent from Sichuan to Mount Song. Mujin then provocatively asked Elder Tang if he would consider entrusting his granddaughter, Soyeon, to Ime. Elder Tang reacted with outrage, asking if Mujin thought he had gone mad, firmly rejecting the idea. Mujin then dropped a bombshell, revealing that 3 heavenly martial bodies were emerging from one household. Elder Tang was utterly dumbfounded, asking if such a legendary physique truly existed in reality. Mujin explained it was a physique that was the opposite of demonic energy, leading to exceptional achievement in orthodox techniques. This rare convergence was precisely why he did not want to let Elder Tang and his family slip away. Elder Tang, recovering from the shock, diverted the conversation, asking Mujin what he thought of Hojong. Mujin was taken aback, reminding Elder Tang that he had already made his feelings clear about Hojong. Elder Tang then asked Mujin what he saw in him, a younger man who spoke disrespectfully. Mujin admitted he always thought Elder Tang was that way, but found their conversations flowed in mysterious harmony, like old friends. Elder Tang then began to recount a tragic tale from his past, of a woman he loved, whose death at the hands of orthodox warriors set him on a bloody path of vengeance, leading him to tear through all 9 sects. Jongcheon, the divine demon, began to calmly recount the bloody path that had led him to tear through all 9 of the martial sects. This terrifying journey, he explained, had its origins in a seemingly trivial fight with the Namgong clan, which quickly spiraled out of control. That small conflict culminated in the death of the woman he loved, and soon after, her 2 younger siblings also fell. With nothing left but rage, he saw nothing but red, unleashing a fury that would forever change the Central Plains. For the next 15 years, his battle against the 9 sects continued relentlessly across the land. It started with the Namgung clan, and he killed every single member his eyes laid upon without mercy. Before long, all the orthodox sects of Murim, including the powerful Ma and Shaolin, set their sights on his head. He killed them all, without exception, leaving a trail of destruction that would become legend. Not long after, the people gave him an amusing yet terrifying nickname, the Divine Demon. The Poison Emperor, still reeling from the revelations, could only stare in wide-eyed horror. He couldn't comprehend how his young guest knew a name like Namgung Cheonyong, a name completely erased from Murim 45 years ago, but Jongcheon simply stated it was the name of the enemy he hadn't forgotten for even a single moment. The Poison Emperor then questioned if Jongcheon was still suffering from madness, but the Divine Demon simply smiled. He mused that the Poison Emperor's expression was exactly the same as when they first met in Guizhou. It was a time when the Poison Emperor was sitting with the 4 great clan heads, excluding the Namgung clan. That was when Zhong Qian, with youthful arrogance, first set foot in the Central Plains. The Poison Emperor was stunned. He couldn't fathom how this young man knew such a deeply personal and hidden event from his past. Zhong Qian explained he was unaware that the clan heads had rented out the tavern that day, and he would have simply found another place to eat. But fueled by his master's words that no martial artist in the Central Plains could match him, he jumped into the fight. The Poison Emperor, his face contorted in a mix of fear and disbelief, demanded he stop, unable to bear the weight of these memories. He asked who had told Zhong Qian all this, wondering if he was a disciple of the divine demon himself. Zhong Qian observed that the Poison Emperor still couldn't believe it, though it didn't truly matter to him. He then noted that the Poison Emperor seemed to have overcome his right arm's deformity. He also acknowledged that the Poison Emperor had grown strong enough to earn the title of Poison Emperor, and his Poison Swallow sword strike was sharp even then. The Poison Emperor was utterly shocked, wondering how Zhong Qian knew about an abnormality only he was aware of. He began to question if this young man truly was Zhong Qian, the divine demon. The Poison Emperor reflected on how the divine demon's madness had disappeared overnight and how he achieved tremendous martial progress. Zhong Qian then turned the conversation, asking the Poison Emperor if he considered himself an orthodox or a demonic martial artist. The Poison Emperor, surprised by the question, asked if Zhong Qian, a man of such stature, truly needed to ask. Zhong Qian elaborated, "If one builds martial arts through demonic methods, they are a demonic martial artist. But if one learns orthodox arts, are they always orthodox?" He argued that even if one learns orthodox arts, if they do not walk an orthodox path, they are considered unorthodox and demonic. He then challenged the Poison Emperor, asking if the 9 sects, who had murdered innocents and caused bloody tempests for years, were truly orthodox or demonic. The Poison Emperor was forced to acknowledge that the event of eliminating the divine demon clearly showed all orthodox martial artists the horrors they could wreak. He questioned if they could have truly called themselves orthodox martial artists back then. He then tried to dismiss it as a distant memory, something left behind in the past. But Zhong Qian countered, saying that for the Poison Emperor and others, it might be the past, but for him, it was only yesterday. He then asked if it truly mattered what path one walked, as everyone lives their own way. Just because things are different, he added, doesn't mean blood must be spilled. He stated that whether he walked the path of an orthodox or demonic martial artist, his only wish now was to do a good job raising the 2 children, his only remaining blood relatives. The Poison Emperor exhaled, relieved, finding it truly fortunate that a new divine demon would not be born in the Central Plains. He admitted that one such tragedy was more than enough for their world. Zhong Qian then asked if the Poison Emperor would have drawn his sword had he walked the path of a demonic martial artist. The Poison Emperor confirmed he would have, as an orthodox martial artist. He then chuckled, saying he hoped Zhong Qian understood, as who wouldn't do the same with the divine demon at their side. Zhong Qian then remarked that the Poison Emperor had been talking about him feeling like an old friend. He asked what the Poison Emperor thought would happen if they were to stake their lives on a fight right now. The Poison Emperor, after a moment of consideration, reluctantly admitted that 9 chances out of 10 he would die. He was utterly shocked, asking if Zhong Qian hadn't been hiding his inner energy. Zhong Qian explained that his body was a heavenly martial body, and he could not cultivate demonic arts. The Poison Emperor wondered how Zhong Qian had come to master the Peerless 9 swords. Zhong Qian revealed that the founder of the Peerless 9 swords was his master's dear friend. However, in his later years, the founder took on a disciple who unfortunately met an untimely death. After that, Zhong Qian's master was entrusted with the art so it wouldn't disappear, and it was then passed down to him. The Poison Emperor absorbed this information, now fully convinced of Zhong Qian's identity. Zhong Qian then provocatively asked what would have happened if he had faced the Poison Emperor in his previous life with the martial arts he possessed now. He calmly stated that if the Poison Emperor hadn't transcended the realm of using enhanced poison, he would have had almost no chance whatsoever. The Poison Emperor gasped, completely taken aback by the casual mention of enhanced poison, a concept he thought was beyond reach. Zhong Qian then confirmed that such a realm did indeed exist and that he himself had reached a similar one. He then made a light-hearted comment about the Poison Emperor's sleeve, wondering how many bottles of liquor could fit inside it. The Poison Emperor, still unnerved, declared it a secret technique and joked that he might have to kill Zhong Qian if he found out. Zhong Qian simply laughed and dismissed it, saying he was no longer curious. He then announced that he would be going, but promised to visit from time to time. The Poison Emperor, surrounded by his subordinates, simply told him not to visit too often. His subordinates were confused, wondering why he would tell such a powerful individual not to visit. The poison emperor simply told them they didn't need to know the details and not to argue about it. He then revealed Zhongchon's true identity to his stunned subordinates. He was Zhongchon, the divine demon. He describes Zhongqiong as a man who slaughtered the central plains for the sake of a single woman he loved. He expressed that even given a new life, Zhongqiong's devotion to live alone was something he should respect. He then cleared his throat, half joking that he had been hoping to make Zhongqiong his son-in-law, but it was too bad. His granddaughter, who had been listening, looked on with a questioning expression. Hua Mujin, a man with a hidden past, found himself at the center of a grand succession ceremony for the Flame Hua clan. The air thrummed with anticipation as the day arrived, marking a new era for the Flame Hua clan. Despite his instructions for a modest affair, Hua Mujin found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of guests. He questioned how any event could be considered humble with 3 such influential figures present, their status commanding respect. Even so, the ceremony proceeded, and he was formally addressed as the new clan head Hua, a title he now carried. The congratulations flowed freely as more important guests arrived, acknowledging the rising power of the Flame Hua clan. He even saw representatives from the distant Bayek Manor, a testament to his clan's growing influence across the land. Hua Mujin smiled, accepting their well wishes, aware that his actions now had far-reaching consequences. He observed that not only the powerful Tang clan, but also the venerable Emei and Shaolin sects had ties with his clan. It was clear that making an enemy of the Flame Hua clan now would bring immense trouble to anyone who dared. He expressed gratitude for their presence, noting that such a joyous occasion called for all to celebrate. 3 major merchant groups then pledged their continued and unwavering support to the Flame Hua clan, an alliance he welcomed. One of the merchant leaders recalled a past kindness, a share of profits from the Chonghua merchant group's tea business. It was rumored that this venture was now generating massive profits, far exceeding expectations for all involved. Hua Mujin feigned surprise, remarking that it was indeed good news to hear of their success. The merchant then presented a small, unassuming gift, a token of their appreciation. Hua Mujin accepted the ornate box, intrigued by its contents, wondering what treasure lay within. It was a lesser purifying pill, a rare and potent elixir known to enhance martial prowess. They claimed it could increase one's inner energy by an astonishing 20 years, a truly remarkable feat. Hua Mujin's eyes widened slightly in feigned humility, insisting they shouldn't have gone to such trouble. He then assured them he would put the pill to excellent use, his smile hiding a deeper, calculating intent. With the formalities complete, the 3rd succession ceremony of the Flame Hua clan officially began. Hua Mujin stood tall, a determined glint in his eye, internally bowing to elevate the Flame Hua clan to unmatched greatness within Sichuan. He thought of the body he currently inhabited, the heavenly martial body of Hua Mujin, a vessel he was merely borrowing for now. People believed Hua Mujin had overcome his madness after a malicious accident, seeing his recovery as a heaven-sent opportunity. Yet, only one person truly knew the secret. Zhongqiong, who had died decades ago, was now residing within Hua Mujin's form. The story that would unfold by his own hands, however, would be passed down through future generations for over 1,000 years. Even Zhongqiong, now Hua Mujin, the former divine demon, could not foresee the full scope of his future impact. Years stretched into decades, marked only by the rhythmic clang of steel as Hua Mujin honed his craft. His relentless training continued, 1,000 strikes echoing through the quiet solitude. He pushed past the 3,000th mark, each swing a testament to his unwavering dedication. The count continued, 3,044, then 3,045, his focus absolute. Finally, he reached 3,046, his blade a blur, before coming to an abrupt halt. His subordinate, No Sak, approached him cautiously, addressing him as clan head. No Sak inquired if it was perhaps time for them to travel to Mount Song, suggesting a specific purpose. Hua Mujin turned, a slight frown on his face, questioning why he would need to go there. No Sak then explained that Mount Song was the site of the Orthodox Murim tournament, a major event for the Central Plains sects. This grand competition happened only once every 5 years, drawing the most talented young martial artists from all over. It was a prestigious martial arts contest, where juniors could showcase their skills and earn immense wealth and honor for their clans. Hua Mujin seemed unimpressed, stating his lack of interest and questioning the point of merely observing such an event. However, No Sak gently reminded him that the young master and young lady had shown considerable interest in the tournament. He suggested that, for them, even just observing the competition could serve as a powerful inspiration. Hua Mujin paused, considering the children's bright-eyed enthusiasm for the martial world. He then called out for Ma Sok, instructing him to prepare the carriage for their journey. He watched as the carriage was brought forth, ready to transport them to Mount Song. He instructed someone to board first, ensuring their comfort before he followed. Before departing, Hua Mujin gave strict orders for a carrier pigeon to be sent immediately if anything unexpected occurred. He then wished his remaining subordinates a safe trip back to the clan. As the carriage pulled away, those left behind commented on how quiet and uneventful things would become for a while. Another subordinate confirmed their departure from Mount Song, noting the sensitive nature of the journey. He stressed that their mission, involving the Shaolin Temple and Ma sect, required absolute discretion, leaving no trace. The other man agreed, assuring him that their operations would remain completely undetectable. Hua Mujin then inquired about them, the hidden figures tasked with a critical mission. The subordinate confirmed that the operatives had already been stationed along the route, awaiting their targets. Hua Mujin's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, telling them to depart and promising good news in return. As the subordinate left, a chilling resolve hardened in Hua Mujin's eyes, whispering a silent promise to finally end Hua Mujin. Meanwhile, in the carriage, the young master and young lady were beaming with excitement, thrilled for the journey. He asked them if they were truly that happy about going to the tournament. They both enthusiastically affirmed their joy, their faces alight with pure delight. The old monk smiled, pleased to witness the children's happiness, finding solace in their innocent excitement. He remarked that thanks to them, he too would have the precious opportunity to see Mount Song once more. Hua Mujin responded, glad to hear that the journey brought him such contentment. The monk then casually inquired why Hua Mujin hadn't mentioned this matter concerning the Shaolin Temple earlier. He brushed off his own absence, stating that he now lived for the simple joy of watching that fellow grow. The young lady then asked if anyone using the powerful 100 steps divine fist strike would be participating in the tournament. The monk chuckled, dismissing the thought, convinced that only he and Hua Mujin could wield such a technique. She then asked about the legendary snow-drifting cloud, piercing palm strike, another formidable martial art. The monk considered it, but concluded it was unlikely, as no one in the Zhong generation had mastered it, and most participants were swordsmen. Suddenly, No Sock's eyes narrowed, sensing an ominous presence, warning Hua Mujin that they were being followed. He felt a distinct murderous intent in the air, urging Hua Mujin to prepare for an imminent confrontation. No Sack quickly identified 30 elites, along with 2 other formidable figures, closing in on them. Our protagonist, the Hidden Dragon, found himself sensing a potent, ominous energy that promised a deadly confrontation. He knew this feeling well. Trouble was brewing right on their path. A deep sense of unease washed over him as the strange power intensified, making him question the very nature of the formidable force they were about to face. This was no ordinary ambush. The distinct glow of a raging fire painted the horizon, casting 2 imposing silhouettes against the inferno. It was a stark and dangerous beacon, signaling a trap ahead on the desolate road. These were the infamous Fire Shadow Twin Elders, Chumian Gun and Chol Gaeok, notorious figures whose presence alone spelled grave danger. Their arrival confirmed the gravity of the situation. Master Hin Wu, the venerable monk, lifted his head, his keen senses immediately picking up the undeniable, metallic scent of fresh blood hanging heavy in the air. His expression hardened with concern. Abbess Jinhua, observing the monk's reaction, confirmed his grim assessment, noting the thick, unsettling aroma of carnage. She quickly warned their clan head to be on high alert. With a calm yet firm tone, the clan head instructed everyone to remain inside the carriage, ensuring the safety of the younger members, while he assessed the escalating threat outside, prioritizing their protection. Inside the carriage, the 2 young children looked out with wide, innocent eyes, a question mark hanging over their heads as they tried to comprehend the unfolding drama. Fear began to creep into their small faces. The clan head, still processing the situation, wondered aloud if the mention of a 4-horse carriage meant these new arrivals were the very individuals they had been trying to avoid a targeted attack. Chu Mian Gun, with a cruel smirk, confirmed the clan head's suspicion, making it clear that their paths had indeed crossed as fate intended. He relished the confrontation that was about to begin. The clan head fixed his unwavering gaze upon the Fire Shadow Twin Elders, his expression unreadable, as he prepared to engage with the formidable adversary standing defiantly before them, assessing their intent. He directly challenged them, demanding to know their identities and the precise reason behind their brazen act of blocking his group's passage, his voice cutting through the tense silence with authority. He then asked if they were the fabled Sichuan Hidden Dragon, a title that carried both renown and danger, seeking to confirm the identity of his powerful opponent and the true scope of the ambush. The clan head, observing their aggressive demeanor, concluded that these aggressors were likely sent by the Crescent Moon Sword Sect, a rival faction he had dealt with before. Recognizing their familiar tactics, he mused to himself that the formidable strength capable of cutting down the Crimson Moon Sword was still very much present, acknowledging the enduring power of his true opponent and their dangerous reputation. Jumion, Gun, amused by the clan head's quick deductions, remarked on his sharp mind but criticized his insolent tongue, adding a touch of personal insult to the already tense standoff, provoking a reaction. The clan head, however, merely chuckled, stating that he preferred their directness to the hypocrisy of the orthodox faction bastards, finding a strange, dark camaraderie in their villainy, a dangerous compliment. The monk and the abbess, recognizing the formidable fire shadow twin elders, exchanged worried glances. Their presence confirmed the extreme gravity of the unfolding confrontation, signaling a major challenge. Chu Myong-gun, relishing the moment, expressed his long-held desire to finally meet Abbess Jin-hwa and Master Hyun-woo face to face, his tone laced with menacing anticipation for the coming battle. A wider perspective revealed the carriage, the main group, and the silhouettes of even more figures approaching from the distance. This signaled that the initial confrontation was about to escalate into a full-scale battle. Master Hyun-woo solemnly invoked Namu Amitabha, a Buddhist prayer, as he observed the demons from Guizhou who had ventured all the way into Sichuan, recognizing their malevolent and invasive intent. Choge, Ak, her eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation, declared that they had been eagerly awaiting this very encounter, her words carrying a chilling promise of brutal violence and bloodshed. She openly confessed her deep desire to slit their throats, a clear indication of her bloodthirsty nature and the brutal intentions of the Fire Shadow Twin Elders, leaving no doubt about their goals. Master Hyun-woo quickly informed Abbess Jin-hwa that their primary opponent was a master of the unorthodox path, one who wielded dark sorcery, emphasizing the unique and dangerous challenge they faced. Abbess Jinhua, ever pragmatic, suggested that if they combined their formidable powers, they might stand a fighting chance against the formidable foes before them, hoping to overcome the odds. Just as they prepared for battle, the clan had noted the arrival of another, more numerous group, the notorious 30 warriors, adding another layer of complexity to their already dire situation. 2 of the 30 warriors stepped forward, their hardened expressions and combat readiness underscoring the immediate threat they posed to the already outnumbered group, their eyes fixed on the target. The full contingent of the 30 warriors emerged from the shadows, their synchronized approach creating an intimidating display of organized force, effectively encircling the beleaguered travelers from all sides. From inside the carriage, the children gasped in fright, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of so many new enemies. The danger was becoming increasingly real and terrifying to their young minds. They whispered nervously to each other, wondering if these new arrivals were allies or additional threats, a desperate, fading hope clinging to their fearful questions amidst the growing tension. Master Hyun-woo, after a quick assessment, grimly stated that the newcomers were definitely not on their side, urging everyone to exercise extreme caution in the face of the rapidly growing danger. Abbess Jin-hwa assured the clan head that she and Master Hyun-woo would somehow forge a path through the enemy lines, offering a glimmer of desperate hope amidst the overwhelming despair. She then instructed him to take the carriage and flee towards Ganliu, prioritizing the escape of the children and their precious cargo above all else, a desperate gamble for survival. The clan head, however, quickly dismissed the plan, realizing that the slow, cumbersome carriage would only hinder their escape and make them easy, vulnerable targets for their relentless pursuers. Abbess Jinhua paused, her face reflecting her growing desperation, as she struggled to conceive of any other viable strategy to save their group from the overwhelming, tightening encirclement. Our boy then posed a critical and audacious question, asking if they could possibly hold off the encroaching warriors for a mere 30 minutes, a seemingly impossible task given their numbers. Both Master Hyun-woo and Abbess Jinhua were visibly stunned by the audacious request, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sheer challenge and the almost suicidal nature it presented. Master Hyun-woo, after a moment of grim contemplation, agreed to the desperate gamble, acknowledging that there truly was no other viable option left for them to pursue. A heavy burden, our protagonist, the hidden dragon, then made a solemn and chilling vow. If they could indeed hold the line for half an hour, he would personally eliminate the warriors at the rear and kill the 2 twin elders himself. Yet, amidst the chaos, a single resolve hardened, setting the stage for the battle to come, where legendary powers would clash in a desperate fight for survival. Chu Mien-gun scoffed at the monk's attempt to buy time, finding it impossible that such a desperate plan could ever succeed against their overwhelming numbers. His arrogance was palpable. Abbess Jinhua, her face set in a mask of steely resolve, stared down her old enemy, prepared to face whatever challenges came her way, unwavering in her commitment to protect her people. The hidden dragon, sensing their hesitation, taunted them, asking if they were still plotting something or needed more time, his words dripping with impatience and a readiness for combat. Chogaye, dismissive of any delayed tactics, declared that whatever they tried would ultimately be useless, confident in their impending victory and the futility of their opponent's efforts. Our boy, his patience worn thin, simply stated, "Now then," signaling that the time for talk was definitively over and the time for decisive action had finally arrived, a calm before the storm. With a swift, decisive movement, he drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the fading light, ready to begin the fierce battle that would determine their ultimate fate and survival. He entrusted the vital safety of the children to No Sok, his loyal subordinate, instructing him to ensure that not a single enemy soul came close to them, a heavy and sacred responsibility. No Sok, understanding the gravity of his mission, responded with a firm, "Understood." His commitment to protecting the young ones absolute and unwavering, despite the overwhelming odds. Chu Myeon-gun, observing the hidden dragon step forward, remarked that it was precisely what he had anticipated, confirming his expectations of the protagonist's bold, predictable movements. He found the hidden dragon's actions utterly predictable, confirming his initial assessment of the opponent's strategy, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he prepared for the clash. With a menacing grin, Chu Myeon-gun declared his intention to take the brat's head, signaling his personal target in the coming skirmish, eager to prove his dominance over the young warrior. The orders were swiftly given to the warriors: clear the fire point and encircle the small wood, a precise tactical maneuver designed to trap their enemies and control the flow of the battlefield. The hidden dragon watched the warriors move into position, noticing their disciplined arrangement, and wondered if they were attempting a specific, coordinated combat formation against him, a familiar tactic. He scoffed at their apparent arrogance, feeling that they were severely underestimating his abilities by attempting such a basic maneuver against him, a slight to his formidable power. With a sudden surge of inner power, the hidden dragon unleashed a vibrant green aura, his eyes glowing intensely, demonstrating the formidable and terrifying energy he commanded, ready for battle. Chu Myeon-gun looked on with genuine surprise, clearly impressed by the raw power emanating from his young opponent, realizing he might have severely misjudged him after all. He acknowledged that for someone barely in his 20s, the hidden dragon possessed an impressive level of skill and power, a rare and formidable talent indeed, defying his youth. He further mused that the hidden dragon's bloodlust was comparable to that of a seasoned unorthodox martial master, a chilling realization for his opponent, marking him as truly dangerous. With a sudden, fierce cry, Chu Myeon-gun ordered his forces to attack, initiating the full-scale assault against the hidden dragon and his companions, plunging them into the heart of the conflict. In response, Master Hyun-woo unleashed his signature 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, a powerful counterattack aimed directly at Chu Myeon-gun, demonstrating his own immense martial prowess. Chu Myeon-gun recoiled in shock. Taken aback by the monk's unexpected display of strength, his face contorted in a mix of surprise and pain from the powerful blow. Master Hyun-woo stood firm, having successfully blocked the twin elders' attack, his calm and resolute demeanor contrasting sharply with the chaos and fury surrounding him. Chu Myeon-gun grudgingly acknowledged the monk's resilience, annoyed that his powerful attack had been thwarted so easily, his frustration and anger visibly growing. He hurled a disrespectful insult at Master Hyun-woo, calling him a bald-headed old monk, his words laced with contempt and a desperate attempt to provoke a reaction. Cho Gae-ak, unwilling to be outdone and fueled by her own rage, launched her 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, a furious and relentless assault aimed at the steadfast monk. She threatened to snap Master Hyun-woo's head off, her voice filled with venom, eager to prove her superiority in this brutal exchange and end the monk's resistance decisively. Cho Gae continued her verbal assault, labeling Master Hyun-woo a mottled bastard, her rage escalating with each passing moment, intent on breaking his composure. Master Hyun-woo, momentarily stunned by a sudden, unseen blow, gasped in pain as he tried to regain his footing, the relentless intensity of the battle taking its heavy toll on him. Cho Gae-ak, furious that he was still dodging her attacks, demanded to know where he was running, ordering him to stop and face her directly, determined to corner him. Master Hyun-woo was then struck by another powerful attack, the unseen force of the blow leaving him reeling and questioning the nature of his opponent's new, perplexing technique. He desperately wondered what kind of elusive power he was truly up against, the unpredictable nature of the attacks leaving him at a severe and dangerous disadvantage. The hidden dragon, watching the intense duel between the twin elders and his allies, mused on the strange turns of fate that had brought these old rivals together once more. It was a grim reminder that even the most formidable warriors could not escape the relentless march of time, leaving them to face the consequences of their past. What happens next changes everything. and nobody sees it coming. The protagonist, the divine demon, moved through his attackers with deadly grace, a whirlwind of precise strikes. His sword flashed, cutting down foes who screamed in agony as they fell around him. He was an unstoppable force, a blur of motion and steel against the desperate defense. Another enemy cried out, collapsing to the earth as the divine demon's blade found its mark. The general leading the ambush watched his men fall, a deep frustration growing in his chest. He couldn't believe his 31st-rate warriors were struggling so badly against a single man. He roared orders to maintain their formation, demanding a simultaneous attack from his faltering troops. Still, the divine demon stood firm, making it clear the tide would not easily turn. Desperate, the general redirected a squad, ordering them to abandon the main fight. Their new target was the carriage, a vulnerable prize holding the children he hoped would distract the divine demon. He commanded them to kill those damn brats. First, a ruthless tactic to break his opponent's focus. His subordinates, with a chorus of "Yes, sir," began to pivot, preparing to follow their grim orders. Meanwhile, the archers in the distance drew their bows, aiming for the relentless warrior. The general observed one of his key warriors, No-sak, being pushed back by the protagonist's sheer power. He saw an opportunity, a chance to gauge the divine demon's true strength, believing this foe was worthy. In the carriage, the young children watched in terror as No-sak seemed to falter. No-sak, however, was not one to give up easily, loudly proclaiming his identity and lineage. He declared himself a pillar of Zhongshan, a warrior who never backed down from injustice. He was a chivalrous warrior of the Great Flame Hua clan, a man named No-sak. The children in the carriage exchanged glances, finding his dramatic speech utterly cringeworthy. Ignoring their silent judgment, No-sak, fueled by bravado, charged headlong into the thick of battle. The divine demon, unfazed by the reckless charge, easily parried the incoming arrows. He deflected them with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise despite the barrage. The archers, missing their marks, were ordered to aim for the divine demon's head with greater accuracy. Yet, the divine demon's movement proved too fast, too unpredictable, causing their projectiles to go wide. The general, growing visibly agitated, commanded all his men to converge on the divine demon at once. He was determined to overwhelm the lone warrior, to bury him under the sheer weight of numbers. A deep frustration settled over the general as he watched his elaborate plan unravel. The divine demon, in response to the mass assault, unleashed a powerful, sweeping blue energy attack. The force of the strike ripped through the air, sending multiple attackers flying backward. Their bodies were tossed like ragdolls, scattered by the sheer explosive power of his technique. The children in the carriage gasped in pure shock, witnessing the destructive capabilities of their protector. The general, despite the setback, stubbornly insisted his men maintain their formation and pressure. The divine demon. He believed that sustained pressure could still wear down the formidable opponent, refusing to admit defeat. Suddenly, a new, formidable opponent appeared, a red-haired warrior who swiftly engaged the divine demon. The divine demon met the new challenge head-on, their fists and energy clashing in a furious exchange. The red-haired warrior, confident in his own strength, taunted the divine demon about his palm strike. He claimed the divine demon's strength wasn't what it used to be, mocking his past power. He suggested the divine demon had grown soft from idleness, doing nothing but playing around. The divine demon, with a sharp retort, dismissed his opponent as nothing but a big mouth. The red-haired warrior then unleashed his signature technique, the snow-drifting cloud-piercing palm strike. He put immense power into the strike, a clear demonstration of his formidable martial skill. The divine demon, recognizing the technique's power, acknowledged it as a truly impressive display. He nodded, a silent admission that this was the kind of challenge he expected. A worthy opponent indeed. As the powerful strike hurtled towards him, the divine demon moved with lightning speed, evading the direct impact. He then seized the red-haired warrior's arm, stopping his momentum cold with a firm, unexpected grip. The red-haired warrior was caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as his attack was neutralized. With a swift counter, the divine demon delivered a powerful punch, sending his opponent reeling backward. Just then, an elderly monk entered the fray, his presence adding a new, unexpected dynamic to the battle. The monk unleashed a powerful, repulsive force, a defensive technique that pushed the red-haired warrior away from the divine demon. The red-haired warrior, recognizing the unique style, identified it as Imei's ultimate technique, realizing its incredible power. He knew he couldn't confront such a force directly and was forced to retreat momentarily to avoid further damage. His distraction proved costly, as the divine demon capitalized on the opening created by the monk. The divine demon launched a surprise attack, striking with a powerful palm from behind. He declared his opponent's end in this mortal world. his voice cold and unwavering. The red-haired warrior, reeling from the combined assault, cursed the monk, blaming him for the sudden turn. He quickly recovered, however, retaliating with a fierce counterattack, determined to drag the divine demon down. The divine demon met his furious blows, their exchange growing more intense with each passing strike. The red-haired warrior, enraged, vowed that his enemies deserved to die, striking with renewed ferocity. He continued his relentless assault, questioning if the divine demon also wished to be buried in the ground. Suddenly, the divine demon seemed to falter, falling to the ground and appearing critically injured after the exchange. The monk, too, showed signs of exhaustion and injury, struggling to remain standing after his efforts. His allies rushed to his side, urging the clan head Hwa to rise, deeply concerned for his well-being. However, the divine demon's apparent defeat was merely a ruse, a calculated move in his deadly game. He reflected that he had executed his upward slash a moment too soon, a minor miscalculation in his plan. He silently corrected himself, resolving to precisely obliterate their hideous heads with his next perfect strike. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he surveyed his unwitting foes. He thought of their faces, calling them ugly, enough to haunt even the darkest nightmares. A powerful dark purple aura then erupted from the divine demon, radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The enemies, who had believed him defeated, stared in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by this sudden, terrifying display. His transformation was complete, a surge of power that crackled around him. The true nature of the divine demon was revealed in that explosive moment, leaving his enemies utterly speechless. This was only the beginning of his true display, a mere taste of the terrifying strength he still held back. The air grew heavy, thick with the weight of his unleashed power, a silence falling over the battlefield. His enemies, frozen in fear, could only watch as the purple energy pulsed, signaling their impending doom. A new terror had descended upon them, a power that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The real storm had not yet hit, and nobody could prepare for what was coming next. Mujin, the young warrior, found himself in a perilous situation, standing alone against two legendary figures after a grueling and seemingly endless battle. His face was grim, showing the toll of the recent conflict. The elders, known for their immense power, observed the scene of fallen warriors. They were genuinely surprised by his incredible feat, having single-handedly dispatched over 30 first-rate opponents. Acknowledging his unique strength, they recognized that he was truly something else entirely, a formidable adversary they hadn't anticipated. Their initial casual demeanor began to shift. Mujin, for his part, remained stoic, his dark eyes fixed on the bloodied ground where his enemies lay. He knew this confrontation was far from over. The air crackled with a newfound tension as the elders exchanged a look. They decided to stop playing around, sensing that this opponent required their full attention. It was time, they declared with a menacing smile, to get serious and begin their true fight, leaving no room for hesitation. One of the elders, a red-haired man with a scarred face, clenched his fist. He vowed to take Mujin's head off and, in a gruesome promise, boil it. The other elder, an old man with a long white beard, readily agreed, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous excitement for the impending clash. He mused aloud, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest, that it had been an unknown number of years since they had faced such a truly engaging challenge. The thought of meeting an enemy so potent that it would force them, the legendary twins, to finally join forces was a rare and thrilling occurrence indeed. Everyone watching from a safe distance knew this meant that two formidable opponents were about to unleash their full, terrifying power. A spectacle rarely witnessed. From a distance, Clan Head Hwa watched with growing concern, her face etched with worry. She realized the immense and immediate danger Mujin was now facing. She called out, warning him that the Fire Shadow Twin Elders' fearsome name wasn't just for show. Their reputation was well earned, and their skills were deadly. Their palm strike techniques, she explained, were incredibly bizarre and unpredictable, making their variations almost impossible to gauge or defend against effectively. Clan Head Hwa stressed that Mujin needed to be especially careful of their combined attack, as it was their most dangerous and devastating asset, capable of overwhelming anyone. Mujin, with a determined yet composed expression, calmly acknowledged her warning. He absorbed the crucial information, keeping it firmly in mind as he prepared for battle. The elders initiated their synchronized assault, unleashing a powerful red fire palm strike, a searing wave of heat and destruction. Simultaneously, the other elder launched his Dark Void palm strike, a chilling counterpoint of shadow energy, creating a dual onslaught of destructive force. Mujin met the combined attack head-on, bracing himself and blocking the immense force with the broadside of his massive sword, the metal humming with strain. However, the impact was far too overwhelming. The raw power traveled directly through his weapon, bypassing his defense and jarring his entire body. The force vibrated deep into his core, causing him significant internal shock and pain, threatening to shatter his resolve from within. Just as he was about to be completely overwhelmed, a sudden blue wave of energy erupted from the side, a desperate intervention. It was a heroic sacrifice, deflecting the elder's attack and protecting her boy from the full, crushing brunt of the devastating blow. Mujin watched in shock and dismay as clan head Hua and the other elder collapsed to the ground, clearly injured and struggling from this selfless act. Seeing them hurt, Mujin roared in frustration, a raw sound of anger. He demanded to know if they truly thought he would let them do as they pleased in this fight. The red-haired elder, seeing the clan head's intervention, cursed loudly, calling her a nuisance for daring to get involved in their battle. The clan head herself struggled to rise, clearly in agonizing pain from the unexpected blow she had taken to shield Mujin. She gritted her teeth, a low growl escaping her lips as she muttered a curse at the ruthless bastards who had injured her and her companion. With a fierce, unwavering glare, she warned both of the elders not to come any closer, intending to keep them occupied and out of Mujin's way. Mujin, however, resolved to handle the formidable duo himself. He would take on the burden alone, ensuring no more of his allies were harmed. The elders scoffed at his declaration, finding his unwavering competence to be utterly arrogant and completely unbelievable given his current state. They questioned if he truly intended to face their combined attack all by himself, mocking his audacity to challenge both of them at once. Without waiting for a response, they pressed their relentless assault, launching themselves forward with renewed vigor and malicious intent. Mujin braced himself once more, enduring the first brutal blow as the elders struck again, their movements a blur of coordinated power. He was hit multiple times, the sheer, crushing force of their combined power evident in every impact, each blow threatening to shatter his body. He gritted his teeth, a silent testament to his unbreakable will, refusing to yield despite the overwhelming pressure and constant pain. With a guttural cry of defiance, he endured yet another heavy strike, the impact sending ripples of agony through his battered form. Despite the constant barrage and mounting injuries, he found a fleeting opening, a crack in their relentless offense. He gathered his remaining energy, a fierce determination burning in his eyes, readying himself for a devastating counterstrike of his own. The elders, confident in their impending victory, decided to finish him off with their most powerful technique, ending the prolonged battle. They unleashed their ultimate technique with a chilling, synchronized declaration that echoed across the battlefield. It was the Fire Dragon Destructive Palm Strike, a torrent of pure, unbridled flame that surged forth like a living, breathing inferno. A massive wave of scorching fire erupted, completely engulfing Mujin in its destructive embrace, leaving him seemingly consumed by the blaze. The flames raged violently around him, consuming everything in their path, turning the peaceful landscape into a fiery hellscape. The elders watched, their faces twisted into triumphant sneers, certain of their victory as the fire energy began spreading throughout Mujin's entire body. The intense vibrations from the strike were burning him from the inside out, just as they had intended, a slow and agonizing death. They explained, with cruel satisfaction, that he would be completely consumed if he didn't suppress the rampant fire energy quickly. One elder gloated, a sinister smile on his face, asking if Mujin could clearly hear the sound of his very life burning away to ashes. In just 7 agonizing minutes, his internal organs would begin to incinerate, leading to a truly gruesome demise. The other elder, reveling in the moment, suggested they prolong his suffering even further, proposing they pull off his limbs first. He agreed, thinking it was an excellent idea, a truly sadistic plan to inflict maximum pain before the final blow. They decided to start their torturous process with his left arm, their eyes gleaming with cold, calculating cruelty. But even as the flames raged and his body burned, Mujin was not defeated. A spark of defiance still flickered within him. With a sudden, unexpected burst of defiant energy, he unleashed his own powerful, hidden technique. It was the Sichuan Hidden Dragon, a counter-attack from deep within the Inferno, defying all expectations. The elders were momentarily shocked by his incredible resilience, but quickly dismissed his efforts as a futile last stand. They mocked him, confident that no one, not even a warrior of his caliber, could possibly defend against their Fire Dragon Destructive Palm Strike. They believed that even the thickest armor or the strongest defenses would be utterly useless against their ultimate, unstoppable power. Yet, Mujin had a secret weapon, a hidden ability he had not yet revealed to his overconfident opponents. He activated his reflective energy, a unique power that shimmered with an ethereal, almost invisible glow around him. With this extraordinary ability, He could precisely deflect the fire energy and its destructive vibrations back at its source. The elders watched in utter disbelief, their triumphant smiles vanishing as their own devastating attack was inexplicably turned against them. He had actually deflected the fire energy vibrations, an impossible feat that defied their understanding of combat. Their confident expressions twisted into masks of pure shock and agonizing pain as the reality of the situation dawned on them. The deflected energy surged back with full force, consuming them in their own roaring flames, a cruel twist of fate. The tables had turned dramatically, and the elders were now caught in the very inferno they had so confidently unleashed upon their foe. The immense force of their own attack slammed into them, causing severe and unexpected damage to their bodies. They cried out in agony, their boasts of victory turning into a desperate realization of their catastrophic mistake. The reflected energy ripped through them, leaving them vulnerable, wounded, and utterly stunned by the sudden reversal. Their earlier gloating turned to a stunned, disbelieving silence as the fire around them slowly began to subside, revealing their battered forms. What happens next changes everything for these legendary elders, and nobody, especially them, sees it coming. Young Mujin found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, a whirlwind of energy clashing around him as he faced powerful opponents. He pushed through with relentless drive, channeling his inner strength to overcome the formidable warriors. A powerful blow, imbued with the potent blue energy, landed squarely on his target, sending a shockwave through the air. His opponent reeled from the impact, their eyes widening in disbelief and pain as they were violently thrown back. It was Clan Head Hua, a renowned warrior who bore the brunt of his attack, collapsing to the ground, her body glowing with a strange detrimental energy. The elders and other allies watched in horror as Clan Head Hua lay wounded, a dangerous fire consuming her from within. Her power, once a source of strength, was now turning against her, causing immense pain and drawing blood. She struggled to even move, gasping for air as the inferno raged around her, her sword lying uselessly by her side. The small children, witnessing her agony, cried out her name and rushed forward, their young hearts filled with fear. She, despite her immense pain, warned them to stay back, knowing the danger her volatile state posed to them. The wise elder, seeing her critical condition, quickly instructed the children to retrieve a lesser purifying pill from his bundle. This was a desperate attempt to stabilize her condition, and the children hurried to follow his urgent command. They understood the gravity of the moment, their small legs moving as fast as they could to aid their leader. With the pill in hand, they returned, and the elder carefully administered it to the gravely injured Clan Head Hua. She swallowed the potent medicine, hoping for relief from the burning pain that racked her body. Then, she turned to her trusted ally, asking for a moment of peace to guard her as she tried to recover. Her ally, stunned by the unfolding disaster, could only nod in agreement, her face a mask of worry. The young girl, too close to the raw power, was overcome by the chaotic energy and fell unconscious, a victim of its intensity. Clan Head Hua, closing her eyes, began to focus, drawing on her inner reserves, the fire around her intensifying. She attempted to purify herself, hoping to regain control over the volatile energy that now threatened her life. Her hands pressed together, glowing with an intense, fiery aura, a desperate bid to reclaim her lost strength. A brilliant orb of flame erupted from her back, a raw and uncontrolled display of her volatile power. The bandaged man, who had been observing the entire ordeal, watched with wide eyes as the spectacle intensified. But the purification went terribly awry. A powerful explosion of fire consumed her, throwing her violently to the ground once more. Her allies rushed to her side, calling out her name in despair, realizing the full extent of her devastation. Clan Head Hua was utterly depleted, her once vibrant fire energy completely extinguished, leaving her defenseless. The elder confirmed the devastating loss, his voice heavy with sorrow as he surveyed the wreckage of her power. With no other choice, her allies carefully lifted the unconscious Clan Head Hua, carrying her away from the desolate battlefield. The children, their faces streaked with tears, watched their leader being taken, their small voices calling out her name in heartbreaking concern. Later, in a private chamber, the elders discussed the shocking events, the weight of their leader's defeat heavy upon them. They marveled at how a young man, barely an adult, had managed to defeat not only the formidable Crimson Moon Sword, he had also overcome the legendary Fire Shadow Twin Elders, a feat that seemed impossible for someone his age. Clan Head Hua lay in her bed, still, her status as a hidden dragon now a thing of the past after such a crushing defeat. The children, bringing food to her room much later, found her bed empty, a chilling silence filling the space. She was gone. A wave of confusion washed over them, their young minds struggling to comprehend her sudden disappearance. They wondered if this turn of events had something to do with the young man, Mujin, who had caused such a dramatic shift in their world. Mujin, meanwhile, was seen practicing with a heavy sword, his movements precise and powerful, honing his skills relentlessly. His hand, bearing the raw marks of his intense training, was calloused and red, a testament to his unwavering dedication. He clenched his fist, a resolute glint in his eye, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead on his difficult path. The children soon found him, running to his side, their worries momentarily forgotten in his comforting presence. Mujin, now confident and at ease, smiled warmly, ruffling the girl's hair, a picture of newfound strength and leadership. He had clearly overcome immense challenges, and now a subtle smirk played on his lips, hinting at his hidden intentions. The group, including Mujin, the children, and the elders, gathered in a grand open courtyard, a new chapter unfolding for them all. A welcoming figure, a bald man, approached them, his smile radiating an invitation to a new path or alliance. Mujin, with the children confidently by his side, walked forward, ready to embrace the future and its uncertainties. As they moved through the courtyard, conversations about the children's remarkable abilities began to circulate among the onlookers. Word had spread that during the Little Dragon Ascension tournament, they had managed to challenge and even pressure last year's winner. This opponent was an outer sect disciple of the renowned Diankang sect, a formidable foe in their own right. The children had achieved this impressive feat using only a sword, showcasing their extraordinary talent and potential. This revelation hinted at their impressive prowess, suggesting they were destined for great things within the martial world. Mujin, watching them, knew this was only the beginning of their journey, a path filled with both promise and peril. He understood that true strength came not just from power, but from the will to protect those he cared for. His own journey had been fraught with hardship, but each trial had forged him into a more capable warrior. The challenges he faced had taught him the importance of resilience and the quiet determination that lay within. Now, looking at the children, he saw a reflection of his own past, a future brimming with potential. He knew their path would not be easy, but he would ensure they were ready for whatever came their way. The weight of his responsibilities settled upon him, a silent vow to guide and protect them. He had to prepare them, not just for battles, but for the complex world of martial arts and its intricate politics. His previous victory, while significant, was merely a stepping stone, a prelude to greater conflicts. The true test of his leadership and strength was yet to come, lurking in the shadows of the martial world. He glanced back at the elders, sensing their unspoken expectations, their hopes resting on his young shoulders. The children, oblivious to the deeper currents, ran ahead, their laughter echoing in the grand courtyard. Their innocence was a stark reminder of what he was fighting for, a future where they could thrive without fear. He knew he had to become stronger, not just for himself, but for the legacy they were building together. The whispers of his past triumphs were already spreading, drawing the attention of both allies and unknown enemies alike. A subtle shift in the air, a prickling sensation, hinted that their peaceful moment would not last. Mujin's confident smile remained, but his eyes held a steely glint, acknowledging that the real storm had only just begun. Hua Mujin, a young man of immense martial talent, found himself on a path that promised both honor and conflict. His journey led him to the Shaolin Temple, where the abbot, monk Hien Gak, was ecstatic about a new disciple. This promising young man was set to learn the legendary 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, a truly rare opportunity. The abbot soon learned that this gifted individual was the younger brother of Hua Mujin, the famed hidden dragon of Sichuan. He possessed not only the rare heavenly martial body, but also an impeccable character and remarkable fortitude. Such a discovery was a blessing, and it seemed the abbot's long search for a worthy successor was finally at an end. However, there was a complication. Being from a prominent martial family, he couldn't be formally registered in the temple's Buddhist records. This meant he could only join an outer sect, a detail that initially caused the abbot some regret. He quickly dismissed his hesitation, reasoning that the young man would still be a disciple of Shaolin, regardless of registration. This understanding brought a sense of peace to the abbot, who was grateful for the young man's acceptance. Then came the harrowing report. On his way to the temple, the young disciple, Hua Mujin, had been ambushed. The attack was orchestrated by the nefarious, Fire Shadow twin elders of the Crescent Moon Sword sect. They were backed by 30 other martial masters, a brutal setup specifically targeting his brother, clan head Hua Mujin. The abbot was aghast at the atrocity, calling it an atrocious deed that deserved swift retribution. Despite the overwhelming odds, Hua Mujin single-handedly defeated all 31st-rate martial masters and the twin elders. He had suffered severe internal injuries during the fierce battle, but his truly incredible constitution allowed for a swift recovery. The young man's formidable reputation was well-deserved, a fact that deeply impressed the abbot. This incident solidified a grim resolve within the Shaolin Temple. The time had come to confront these unorthodox factions. A message was swiftly dispatched to the Fist Emperor High Moon, relaying the full details of the brazen attack. The temple grounds buzzed with the news, a quiet tension settling over the serene environment. With the immediate crisis handled, Hua Mujin and his young companion, Nosok, were given leave to explore the temple grounds. They were, however, strictly warned to avoid the path leading to the Repentance Cavern, as it was off-limits to outsiders. As they walked through the bustling temple, Hua Mujin observed the many strong martial artists around them. He felt a familiar surge of power within him, his blood boiling, but he diligently suppressed his demonic energy. It was a minor inconvenience, yet he knew he must follow his clan head's instruction to maintain peace. He was having rotten luck, a feeling that only grew stronger as they continued their stroll. Suddenly, a collision occurred. He had accidentally bumped into someone, and his mood soured further. Before he could even react, an arrogant voice cut through the air, demanding an apology. It was Keo Dongho, the second son of the great Keo Manor, a privileged youth who expected immediate subservience. Keo Dongho demanded they kneel and beg for forgiveness for daring to block his path. Nosok, taken aback by the absurdity, questioned why they should grovel for a simple shoulder bump. Keo Dongho, unfazed by their protests, declared them country bumpkins and prepared to teach them a lesson. He launched a swift and powerful attack, aiming directly at Nosok, his target. This was the infamous 7 Wounds Fist Strike, a technique known for its devastating internal damage. Just as the blow was about to connect, Hua Mujin moved, blocking the strike with his own hand. The force of the impact created a visible shockwave, pushing back the surrounding air. Keo Dongho was visibly stunned, unable to believe his attack had been so easily parried. He was even more surprised that Hua Mujin had instantly recognized the specialized technique he had just used. Two of Keo Dongho's guards, enraged by the perceived disrespect, stepped forward, threatening Hua Mujin. Hua Mujin calmly pointed out that it was their spoiled brat young master who had initiated the assault. A small crowd began to gather, curious about the commotion between the young martial artists. They muttered amongst themselves, wondering if it was merely a children's squabble. Nosok, ever cautious, suggested they leave, reminding Hua Mujin that fighting in the Shaolin temple would cause trouble. However, Keo Dongho, still simmering with indignation, couldn't resist a final, cutting remark. He taunted Hua Mujin, mentioning how his brother had gone mad after being struck by the 7 Wounds Fist Strike. Then, with a cruel sneer, he expressed regret that he couldn't send Hua Mujin to join his brother. That insult, aimed directly at his beloved brother, ignited a furious spark within Hua Mujin. He immediately unleashed his own 7 Wounds Fist Strike, a technique far more refined and potent than Keo Dongho's. The sheer force of Hua Mujin's counterattack was overwhelming, leaving Keo Dongho completely exposed and vulnerable. The impact sent a powerful shockwave through the air, vibrating with raw energy. The guards, witnessing their young master's plight, cried out in alarm, recognizing the immediate danger. They rushed forward, attempting to intervene and protect Keo Dongho from the powerful blow. But Hua Mujin was relentless, reminding them of their young master's own words. He had specifically told them not to interfere in a fight between kids, a rule Hua Mujin was happy to enforce. With swift, decisive movements, Hua Mujin effortlessly dispatched the intervening guards. His raw power was undeniable, the gods falling before him like puppets. Nosok stood utterly speechless, his eyes wide with shock at the display of strength. Hua Mujin's rage, however, was far from sated. The insult to his brother still burned fiercely within him. He declared that everything happening next was solely their own doing, a consequence of their foolish words. With a chilling glare, he prepared to unleash another, even more devastating attack. He would ensure that Keo Dongho understood the gravity of insulting his brother. The air crackled with raw power as Hua Mujin delivered his final, punishing blow. This attack was a culmination of his suppressed fury, a true demonstration of his demonic energy. A pained scream echoed through the temple grounds as Keo Dongho was sent flying. The impact left him reeling, his body unable to withstand the overwhelming force. He crashed to the ground, defeated and broken, a testament to Hua Mujin's power. The loud commotion, the sounds of a fight breaking out, reached the ears of Abbot Hyun Gak. He wondered what could possibly be causing such a disturbance within the sacred temple walls. The sheer noise suggested a conflict far beyond a simple disagreement. He knew the young disciple had an incredible constitution, but this level of chaos was unexpected. The truth of the young man's power in the chaos he could bring was only just beginning to unfold. Keo Dongho lay broken, his arrogance shattered by a power he couldn't comprehend. The temple's usual serenity was broken, a stark contrast to the events that had just transpired. A stunned silence fell over the onlookers, their faces reflecting disbelief and fear. The consequences of Hua Mujin's unleashed fury would undoubtedly ripple far beyond these temple walls. This was only the beginning. The real storm surrounding the divine demon had only just begun. Hua Mujin's young disciples were mercilessly beating the student from the KO manor, a scene of raw, unchecked aggression unfolding before onlookers. The battered student cried out in pain, his body taking blow after blow, a stark display of the power differential in this one-sided fight. Despite his pleas, the attacks continued, each strike landing with a sickening impact that left him reeling and gasping for air. His body was a canvas of bruises and cuts, proof of the relentless assault he had endured, leaving him barely conscious on the ground. Finally, he lay broken and whimpering, a broken figure begging for an end to the brutal punishment, his spirit shattered. Aion, one of Hua Mujin's disciples, stood over him, his youthful face hardened by anger, showing no sign of remorse for the suffering he had inflicted. He delivered a harsh warning, promising even worse consequences if the defeated student dared to speak ill of their clan again. His companion, a young girl, quietly wondered if their actions might bring trouble from their master, Hua Mujin. Aeon dismissed her concerns, firmly believing their actions were justified since the KO Manor student had been the first to disrespect them. It was then that Hua Mujin himself appeared, his presence commanding silence as he surveyed the scene, his expression unreadable. He took in the pathetic state of the beaten student, a man reduced to a crumpled heap, a sight that stirred a complex emotion within him. Mujin's gaze then shifted to his arrogant young disciple, his voice cutting through the tension as he addressed the situation. He looked down at the injured man, calling him a pathetic fool, and ordered him to stand up, his tone brooking no argument. The injured man weakly acknowledged Mujin as brother, a sign of their familial connection even in his defeated state. Mujin's disciples tried to defend themselves, explaining that the KO Manor student had insulted their elder and their clan, provoking the fight. Mujin calmly questioned their judgment, asking if they were so quick to resort to lethal force over a few ill-chosen words. He pointed out their lack of restraint, highlighting how they continued to trample an opponent who was already defeated. For those who claimed to follow the orthodox path, he found their behavior and education to be shockingly abysmal. Mujin then declared his intention to discuss the matter directly with the KO Manor's clan head, escalating the dispute. His disciples exchanged wide-eyed glances, shocked by their master's bold move to directly challenge a rival clan leader. Coincidentally, the KO Manor's clan head, Kyo Yongwon, had already arrived, his presence a sudden and unwelcome surprise. Yongwon stepped forward, his eyes burning with defiance, ready to face Mujin and defend his clan's honor. He assessed the scene, concluding that Mujin's brother, the one on the ground, was the true instigator and deserved the beating. Yongwon then sarcastically asked Mujin what problem he actually wanted to discuss, challenging his authority. Mujin observed Yongwon, noting that his terrible personality explained the behavior of his young disciples. Yongwon retorted, pointing out that Mujin's own disciple didn't seem to have been raised any better, turning the criticism back on him. Mujin's eyes glowed with a dangerous light, the air around him growing heavy with unspoken power, signaling his readiness for conflict. He accepted the unspoken challenge, agreeing that if Yongwon truly wanted a fight, then a fight they would have. Just as the tension threatened to erupt, Great Master Hyun-woo, a respected figure, intervened, urging everyone to calm down. Cheo Yongwon immediately greeted Great Master Hyun-woo with deep respect, acknowledging his presence and status. Mujin's expression shifted, recognizing the Shaolin Temple's great master and understanding the implications of his involvement. Hyun-woo expressed concern for his disciple, Soyeon, asking if she was harmed in the unfolding conflict. Soyeon quickly seized the opportunity, claiming a cowardly sneak attack from behind had left her ankle throbbing. She specifically accused the Kyo Manor disciple of using the infamous 7 Wounds Fist, a move designed to cause internal damage. The accused Cheol Manor disciple looked utterly bewildered, protesting that he hadn't even touched her ankle. The Abyss Jinhua and Myo Ryong of the Ime sect arrived, their faces etched with fury over the alleged attack on their disciple. The crowd murmured, realizing the children's squabble had now drawn in not just the Shaolin Temple, but also the powerful Ime sect. Then, Jasa, the great sword pavilion master of the Komdong sect, made his appearance, his stoic demeanor adding to the gravity of the situation. He attempted to mediate, suggesting that a squabble between children shouldn't escalate into a full-blown fight between adults. Chasa concluded that, with so many eyes watching, it would be best to wrap up the confrontation peacefully. However, he insisted on an apology for the alleged use of martial arts against an MA sect disciple from behind. Mujin scoffed at the demand for an apology, finding the entire request to be deeply hypocritical given the circumstances. He reminded Jasa that his own disciples were also left in a terrible state, questioning the one-sided demand for fault. Mujin argued that it was the Chio manor who deserved an apology, not the other way around, challenging the narrative. He then directly questioned the Kongdong sect's consistent interference, asking why they always seem to meddle in their affairs. Jasa's composed expression faltered slightly, taken aback by Mujin's bold and direct accusation. Mujin continued, expressing pity that Jasa still hadn't learned his lesson after the events at Sangryu. Jasa's face hardened at the mention of Sangryu, a clear sign that the past event was a sore point for him. Mujin proposed a duel between them, suggesting that the winner would receive an apology from the loser, settling the matter decisively. Jasa readily accepted the challenge, a smirk playing on his lips, confident that Mujin had fallen right into his trap. Mujin prepared for the impending battle, his resolve palpable, his grip tightening on his weapon. He declared his intention to settle all past scores, including the insult to senior Jia Yul, with this single decisive match. The duel began with a flash of movement, a blur of power that left the spectators breathless. Mujin delivered a swift and overwhelming strike, his opponent barely able to react before the impact. Kale Yongwoon, a strong candidate for the upcoming Orthodox Miram tournament, was instantly defeated, a shocking display of Mujin's might. The onlookers gasped, utterly stunned to see such a prominent figure turned into a bloody mess in an instant. Mujin then turned his attention back to Jasa, recounting how the same Seven Winds Fist had been used 17 years ago to drive him to madness. He questioned Jasa directly, asking if the Kondong sect's constant interference and threats were truly just accidents. Jasa, flustered, dismissed Mujin's accusations as baseless speculation, insisting that those past events were merely simple accidents. Mujin's eyes glowed with fierce determination, his warning clear he would be watching for any more accidents. He promised that if his Flame Hua clan was ever threatened again due to such accidents, they would face a very different Hua Mujin. His stark declaration left a profound silence in its wake, the implications of his words sinking deep into the hearts of all present. Hua Mujin faced down the clan head, who accused him of causing recent accidents. He calmly refuted the baseless claims, insisting they were mere mishaps. The clan head, however, was not convinced. He warned Hua Mujin that he would be watching closely to see if such incidents occurred again. A stern warning followed. If the Flame Hua clan were ever threatened again by these so-called accidents, they would face a very different Hua Mujin. His words hung heavy in the air, a clear threat that left no room for misinterpretation. Hua Mujin's resolve was absolute. Observing this tense exchange was Jungsu-A of the Ma sect. She watched Hua Mujin with a thoughtful, almost calculating gaze, intrigued by his presence. She wondered if this powerful individual was truly Hua Mujin of the Flame Hua clan, a name whispered with both reverence and fear. The Shaolin Temple's abbot, Hyun Gak, met with Hyun Bo Yun, the reception hall master, who was deeply apologetic for the commotion that had just occurred. Hyun Bo Yun expressed his shame that such an unfortunate incident had taken place right in the front yard of the temple. He humbly apologized, attributing the chaos to his own oversight, particularly with so many guests arriving for the Miram tournament. Hua Mujin, however, dismissed the apology with a slight smile. He claimed it was merely karma he had brought upon himself and that no one was hurt. He even went further, stating that the matter had arisen from his own clan's personal grudges in the first place, absolving the temple of blame. Grateful for his understanding, Hyun Bo Yun offered to personally guide Hua Mujin around the temple grounds, since the commotion had disrupted his sightseeing. As they walked, Hua Mujin noticed the stone statues that had been perfectly restored. He remembered smashing their heads off during his previous visit. The quiet beauty of the temple grounds surrounded them, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Jungsu-A approached, holding a small bowl. She offered it to Hua Mujin, her expression gentle. Here, have a sip, clan head Hua, she said, a subtle blush on her cheeks. Hua Mujin accepted the offering with a quiet, thank you, a rare moment of softness amidst the martial world's rigid formalities. As they continued their tour, a small group of children and an older monk walked ahead, their casual conversation adding to the peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, Hua Mujin paused. He felt a powerful, unsettling presence emanating from a nearby structure. A deep, crimson glow pulsed from within the building, radiating an ominous energy that sent shivers down his spine. He recognized the energy, his eyes widening in a mixture of shock and disbelief. That is? The source of the energy was a sword, impaled into a stone, shrouded in scarlet light and bound by countless talismans. Why is that here? He muttered, his mind reeling from the unexpected discovery. Hyun Bo Yun, noticing Hua Mujin's reaction, explained, Ho. As expected of someone with the heavenly martial body, you seem sensitive to demonic energy. He confirmed that the sword was indeed the very thing from 30 years ago. The legendary demonic spirit sword. It was the blade of the divine demon that had once drenched the entire Jianghu in blood, a weapon of immense, terrifying power. There's no mistaking it. How did this happen? Huang Wujin wondered, his gaze fixed on the ominous blade. Yun continued, explaining that the demonic energy was so strong they had to seal it away like that. He recounted the frequent accidents that had occurred around the Repentance Cavern, implying the sword's influence. Huang Wujin, however, scoffed at the notion of the sword leaking demonic energy. He knew it only happened if the wielder practiced demonic arts. Dismissing the topic, Hyun Bo-eun suggested they move on, as there was still much more to see. Later, Huang Wujin turned to his companion, his expression serious. You remember the location of the demonic spirit sword we saw yesterday, right? His companion confirmed he remembered, but then his face fell. He knew the task Huang Wujin was about to propose. Can you bring it to me? Huang Wujin asked, his voice calm, yet the request was monumental. His companion hesitated. Pardon? The sword? He explained that monks were lying in ambush, guarding the sword, their martial prowess formidable. He concluded that it would be impossible for him alone, especially since he couldn't even use demonic energy at the moment. Huang Wujin let out a sigh, realizing, I see. In the end, I have to personally do things myself. Just then, an elder from another sect, his long beard flowing, approached and greeted Huang Wujin. I finally get to see you. Have you all been well? Huang Wujin's companion and the two young children with them bowed respectfully, acknowledging the elder. The elder noticed Huang Wujin's somber expression. Your expression looks dark. Did something happen? Huang Wujin confided in him, explaining that the sword he used to wield was sealed here, and he was looking for a way to sneak it out. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, is that so? Are you, perhaps, talking about the demonic spirit swords in front of the Repentance Cavern? The elder asked, his voice hushed. Huang Wujin confirmed it, adding that they had plastered it with so many seals. Saying they need to seal some demonic energy, he finished, a hint of disdain in his tone. The elder looked thoughtful. He believed even the monks were lying in wait in a complex formation, making retrieval difficult. Meanwhile, the Orthodox Murim tournament was about to begin, with crowds gathering and murmuring excitedly. Abbot Hyun-gak stepped forward, addressing the assembled martial artists. I offer my greetings of gratitude to the comrades of the Jianghu gathered here at the Shaolin Temple. I am the Shaolin Abbot Hyun-gak, he proclaimed, his voice booming across the arena. He declared the tournament a festival for the future pillars of the orthodox path, urging participants not to hold personal grudges over duel results. He hoped they would use this opportunity for growth, emphasizing the spirit of martial arts. After 5 years, the festival of the Orthodox faction was finally being held again. I declare the opening of the Orthodox Murim tournament, he announced, his hand outstretched. The crowd erupted in cheers, excited for the spectacle to unfold. Now for the long-awaited first duel. Hyun-gak's voice boomed, building the anticipation. East River Sect versus Tiger. Severing Blade Sect. Both sects, please enter the stage. Huang Wujin, watching from the sidelines, found the prospect of the initial duels rather dull. This is going to be boring. He overheard two men discussing the Kongdong sect, whose participants had all withdrawn. Apparently, their championship candidate had been beaten miserably by someone called the Sichuan Hidden Dragon. The Sichuan Hidden Dragon found himself in an unexpected crisis, as a grand martial arts tournament was about to begin. Through the early morning light, a sense of urgency swept across the temple grounds, monks moving with unusual haste. Monk Hyun-gak, a revered figure, hurried past, his brow furrowed with deep concern. Our boy, observing from a quiet corner, sensed that something grave had indeed occurred. With a quick glance, the monk reassured everyone that nothing was amiss, urging them to enjoy the festivities. Yet, his troubled expression told a different story. The Sichuan Hidden Dragon pressed him, and after a moment of hesitation, Monk Hyun-gak revealed the startling truth. The seal on the formidable demonic spirit sword had been broken. A wave of shock washed over our protagonist as he learned that the monks were now in frantic pursuit of the thief. The implications of such a powerful, dangerous artifact being unleashed were immense. Monk Hyun-gak then shot away, a blur of motion across the temple grounds, his speed leaving behind a trail of pure light. He was indeed moving with an almost desperate urgency. Our boy watched the monk's rapid departure, feeling a profound sense of unease. Whatever had transpired, it clearly required the utmost speed and attention from the Shaolin Temple. The sheer number of monks bustling about since dawn painted a clear picture. This was no minor incident. The entire mountain was on high alert, its defenses already activating. The Shaolin Temple's legendary defensive formation, typically unseen, now shimmered into existence, enveloping Mount Song like a vast, intricate net. It was a formidable display of power, a shield against unknown threats. Our protagonist realized that for anyone trapped within, or for the thief attempting to flee, breaking through this strengthened barrier would be an almost impossible feat. As the morning progressed, the atmosphere shifted and the grand tournament was officially underway. The air crackled with anticipation, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Suddenly, a new contender stepped onto the stage, drawing gasps from the crowd. It was Jung Soo-ai, the renowned Central Plains divine beauty, her presence commanding attention. The spectators erupted in excited whispers, marveling at her beauty and speculating about her martial arts prowess. She was a legend in her own right, her reputation preceding her. The elder sitting beside our protagonist, however, offered a more critical assessment. He admitted Jung Soo-ai was pretty, but insisted his own granddaughters were superior in looks. Our boy indulged the elder, asking if he truly believed his granddaughters were more beautiful. He knew how proud the old man was of his kin. The elder simply chuckled, a dismissive sound, and agreed. For him, the answer was obvious, a matter of family pride that transcended objective beauty. Jung Soo-ai then launched into her fight, her sword striking with incredible force. Her opponent was visibly staggered, reeling from the sheer power of her attack. The impact was so immense that her opponent was sent flying backward, barely able to keep his footing. The crowd watched in stunned silence, impressed by her raw strength. Jung Soo-ai remained composed, her gaze unwavering, a picture of intense focus. She moved with a calculated grace, every action deliberate and precise. Our protagonist observed her technique with a keen eye. He noted that her sword carried an unusual weight, suggesting a powerful, unique style. Meanwhile, the protective formation around Mount Song continued to grow in intensity. Its energy pulsed visibly, strengthening its guard against whatever external forces might threaten the temple. The tournament continued, and Jung Soo-ai's opponent, overwhelmed by her skill, quickly admitted defeat. He knew he was outmatched. She then calmly walked off the stage, her presence still captivating the audience. Murmurs followed her every step, everyone wondering where she would go next. Her eyes swept over the stands, a subtle, searching gaze, before they landed on the Sichuan hidden dragon. A faint blush touched her cheeks. She approached him directly, her intention clear. A curious ripple went through the crowd as they watched her movements. Our boy, feeling her gaze, deliberately turned his head, feigning disinterest. He preferred to avoid unnecessary attention. Jung Soo-ai, noticing his subtle rejection, felt a pang of surprise. She had expected a different reaction from him. The elder leaned closer, his voice low. He asked our protagonist what had captured his attention so intently, curious about his unusual behavior. Our boy quickly dismissed it, claiming it was nothing important. He wasn't ready to share his thoughts just yet. To his surprise, Jung Soo-ai then asked if she could join them. She seemed unperturbed by his earlier lack of engagement. Our protagonist, ever the polite host, readily agreed. There were plenty of seats available, and he saw no reason to refuse her company. The other spectators, however, were absolutely stunned. The Central Plains divine beauty, known for her aloofness, had chosen to sit beside an unknown man. They quickly identified him as the Sichuan hidden dragon, a figure of growing renown. The news spread like wildfire through the stands. Their shock only deepened. How could such an esteemed beauty choose him? It was an unbelievable pairing in their eyes. The elder, too, looked at our protagonist with renewed curiosity, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He suspected there was more to this than met the eye. Our boy then asked Jung Soo-ai if she had felt any nerves before her match. Her calm demeanor had been striking. She replied with elegant simplicity, explaining that victory or defeat depended solely on strength. There was no need for nerves when the outcomes were so clear. She then thanked him for his concern. Just as she finished speaking, another woman approached, her presence radiating a powerful aura. It was clan head Hua Mujin, looking for our protagonist. She greeted him warmly, explaining that she had been searching for him. Then, she too asked if she could join their growing group. Before he could answer, another woman, Shimen Jinhee of the Shimen clan, introduced herself. Her smile was radiant, her beauty undeniable. She complimented him, saying he was as handsome as she had heard. Her words were direct, leaving no room for doubt. Our boy, feeling a slight awkwardness, simply invited her to sit. The seats were quickly filling up around him. Zimin Jinhee settled in comfortably between our protagonist and Jung Soo-ai, remarking on how easily connections could be made among martial artists. The elder, witnessing this increasingly crowded arrangement, shot a sharp, bewildered look at our protagonist. He was clearly perplexed by the situation. Shimen Junhei then greeted the elder politely, surprised to find him there. Her charm was disarming. The elder cleared his throat, a gruff sound, and acknowledged her presence. His focus, however, remained on our protagonist. Shimen Junhei then praised their seating, noting it offered an excellent view of the entire tournament. She seemed genuinely pleased. The elder, however, was still fuming internally. He questioned our protagonist's supposed lack of interest in women, wondering if these beauties were now more appealing than his own granddaughters. Our boy, sensing the elder's irritation, quickly denied it. His reasons were far more complex than simple attraction. He explained that there was a special reason for allowing Shimen Junhei to sit so close, a motive he wasn't yet ready to fully disclose. The elder's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed for more details, asking what this mysterious reason could possibly be. Our protagonist, however, simply stated that he would reveal it later. He enjoyed keeping the elder in suspense. The elder sighed dramatically, unable to comprehend our protagonist's preferences. His taste in women, or lack thereof, remained a complete enigma. Our boy reiterated that it wasn't about taste at all. There was a deeper game at play, one the elder was not privy to. Meanwhile, two male spectators grumbled loudly, their mood utterly ruined by the sight of three beautiful women surrounding one man. One asked the other if he felt the same, cementing their shared frustration over the unfairness of it all. They complained about the Central Plains' divine beauty and Lady Shimen Junhei, both exceptional women, sitting with a single man. It just didn't make any sense. They labeled him a lucky bastard, convinced he only attracted such attention due to his handsome face, rather than any true merit. Their complaints grew louder, lamenting the injustice of a man who possessed both a strong clan and a handsome face. It was simply too much for them to bear. Our protagonist, growing annoyed by their incessant chatter, wished they would quiet down. Their noise was becoming a distraction. An announcer's voice boomed across the arena, calling for the next contestants to step onto the stage. The tournament was moving forward. A new fighter, Chong Muhak, made his entrance, striding confidently onto the battlefield. The crowd immediately recognized him. He was introduced as Chong Muhak of the Wudang sect, widely known as the Wudang Sword Dragon. His reputation was formidable. Chong Muhak stood tall, his gaze sharp and focused, ready for the challenge ahead. He exuded an air of unwavering determination. Our protagonist observed Chong Muhak with a quiet intensity, already analyzing his posture and presence. He was a serious opponent. The announcer then called for the next contestant, Tang Hochon, the fourth son of the infamous Tang clan. Another powerful name entered the ring. The crowd immediately recognized him as the son of Tang Zhongchan, a revered figure within the martial world. Expectations were high. Some spectators shouted for Tang Hochon not to use poison, concerned about the fairness of the match. The Tang clan was notorious for its deadly poisons. Others argued that without his clan's signature poison arts, Tang Hochon would be at a significant disadvantage, hindering his true potential. A third voice countered, reminding everyone that the Tang clan's name was not to be taken lightly. Tang Hochon could hold his own even without poison. Tang Hochon, his face grim, resolved to fight honorably. His grandfather was watching, and he intended to prove his worth through pure skill. The Poison Emperor, Tang Hochon's grandfather, acknowledged his grandson's presence. He admitted that the young man faced a formidable opponent from the very start. The two warriors then clashed, their swords meeting with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying across the arena. The fight was intense from the first moment. Their battle was a blur of motion, sword energy arcing and striking. The air crackled with their combined power, a testament to their skill. Clan head Hua turned to our protagonist, asking for his prediction. She wanted to know which side he believed would emerge victorious. Our protagonist, choosing his words carefully, suggested that Chong Muhak of the Wudang sect appeared more composed, hinting at his eventual victory. Clan head Hua agreed, noting the subtle difference in their demeanor. She too felt Chong Muhak held an edge.